Good day. It's like open sesame, long point waves.
Is there any chance, because we can't hear each other, I don't know if that's an option or not, but that would be nice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Did we hear each other the last time?
Can you hear? Oh, maybe.
Yep.
I mean, I think normally we can hear each other, right? Or am I just imagining that?
I know we did it so many times. I don't remember that one detail.
But if not, no worries.
No, yeah, we get them.
Heat 1. Hopefully Ha'a found a surfboard. Test. All right. Scotty Fong, Makoa Ho, Makamai DeSoto.
I just heard Scotty Fong was by Foodland.
Oh.
That was 15 minutes ago. Yes, sir.
Rocky. Right. All right.
Okay. No problem.
Yeah, no worries. 2 minutes start. Easy, brah.
Easy, brah.
Right here. Is your you want to lead us in?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
And then close us out. I mean,
whatever.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Just signal.
Yeah. All right, test. 1, 2.
Test. We going.
Okay.
Hey, good morning. Welcome to 2024. Good morning, gang. The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024. And we are presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Welcome. Good morning, gang. My name is Ezra Rodriguez, and I am with Mr. Isaiah Walker. Good morning, brother.
Aloha kakaiaka. Beautiful morning as you see the drone flying out over the lineup. Got beautiful conditions, some light east-southeast winds. We've got the Water Patrol right there getting our first heats out for the day. We've got beautiful conditions with a rising swell, Ezra.
Rising swell. I just seen Uncle Eddie down there. He's getting very excited because we got a rising swell. You know, it goes from 2 foot to 10 foot over here real fast here in Hawaii. Welcome. Thank you for joining us, guys. Happy New Year. We're here, and we're going to start the new year off right. The Hui Backdoor Shootout back here once again.
Hau'oli makahiki ho. Happy New Year to everyone. Mahalo to everyone who's helping us put this event on. And as you know, this is one of the best pipe events ever.
The best. The format, you get more surfing. You get your favorite surfers surfing more, comfortable in the format where they can just elevate the sport of surfing. Kanaka He'inalu, the source of surfing, going down right here at the Proving Grounds. Thank you to Volcom, the two houses, for hosting us. And thank you to all our sponsors. Monster Energy, Sinaloa, Tortilla Chips, Two Thumbs Tattoo, Aloha Salads. Mahalo to all of you guys. And
yeah, we're stoked too because the window just opened up on January 4th, and I don't know if it's just the mana of the event or we're just lucky every year, but it seems like we always score the best surf. And I was looking at the forecast, and this weekend's got amazing waves starting today, and we'll see it rise throughout the day. It's going to be big tomorrow too, and so hopefully this whole weekend's going to be awesome. So take a look. Yeah, I was looking at Surfline forecast, looking pretty good, and take a look and see what they have for us.
Surfline.com will also link you right onto YouTube. You know, we're here with the guys from Ocean Paddler TV and Hawaiian Extreme Sports. They are known as Zone Media, and they are here with us this year, and they're bringing it to you live. We are also on Spectrum on channel 1020, Isaiah. Okay. And, look at this. Here we go. The sun is coming up through the mountains, and we are going to start up with 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock longboarding, and the forecast on Surfline is looking 8 to 10 feet throughout the mid of the day. So.
In fact, Ezra, I think we're gonna have Surfline give us a little surf check right now.
Oh, gotcha.
Aloha, Surfline lead forecaster Jonathan Warren here with your outlook for the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Great surf will kick off the event today and continue Friday the 5th as a solid northwest swell moves in and greeted by favorable local conditions. Watch for sets to climb up to that double overhead zone by this afternoon, likely sooner, with occasional waves pushing up to triple overhead. This size will hold into Friday morning as well, but then slowly easing through the day and the weekend. Note that both pipe and backdoor are expected to be open for business. After that, we have another sizable northwest swell lining up for around the corner for Monday, Tuesday, the 8th and 9th. So overall, we have great surf stacking up for the Hui Backdoor Shootout in memory of the Duke.
So, Ezra, like I said, Surfline giving us the report.
Awesome.
I mean, looks like not only big waves, but some good conditions. As you see this morning, we got some malie conditions. I mean, the winds are pretty light. And the North Shore, so far this season, we've had some big swells, but there's been some issue with a little bit of too much north in the wind. But looks like the winds are right. The conditions are great. So looking forward to this event this year.
Oh, yeah. It's amazing because we're going to start off with the first heat of longboarding. You know, we're going to get an amazing Haleiwa young talent, Ha'a Foster Bloomfield, and then we got Scotty Fong coming up, Makoa Ho, and Dino Miranda and Noah Ganella. And you guys understand here at the Backdoor Shootout, it's a real cultural event, you know, Hawaii Kanaka run, so there ain't no jerseys. These are all pipeline specialists. They are invited into this amazing event, okay? So we will keep you posted when the surfers are going. We also have something special, Isaiah, where Zone Media, Island Paddler TV are offering the athletes, if they want to take a GoPro out with them, we can go live in the barrel. And first time any event has done that. I know they've done GoPros, but in this event, boom, they pull into the barrel. Boom, they go live into the barrel as we're talking about their performance. So
that's incredible.
Super awesome stuff.
Now I'm looking forward to that for sure. So one thing that I love, Ezra, about the Backdoor Shootout is that we celebrate a variety of different wave riding crafts, which is really reminiscent of tradition, right? So So a lot of times people assume that in old Hawaii they rode the olo board, which is one style of board, or sometimes say the alaia board.
Right.
But in reality, even in ancient times in Hawaii, old Hawaii, we had a variety of different types of equipment, from bodyboard style to shortboard, longboard, even tow-in. They would use canoes to jump
even
off
really
and tow-in.
narrow, long. I mean, they were innovating the wave riding,
And
wave
it's really,
sliding.
really cool to see there's a lot of folks who are celebrating that by shaping these boards. My good friend Tom Pohaku Stone,
Yes, Tom.
that he's really helped bring awareness to that. So at the Backdoor Shootout, likewise, we celebrate a variety of different wave riding crafts. In fact, so this morning we're starting off with a Duke specialty event where we're going to have longboard. There's also a stand-up paddle division and possibly body surfing.
Yes, added this year because, Hui Nalu, they always honored body surfing, one of the purest forms of wave riding. And we have a final. And it is amazing. 8 body surfers in the final. Here we go. Up and riding. Dragging his hand. I believe that is Ganilla. Noah Ganilla. And here we go, whipping around, Isaiah. Look at this. Up and riding, pulling in on a shutdown. I believe that was Scotty Fong. Let's see him come up here.
Awesome, yeah. I think we're still warming up or about to start. I haven't heard the horn come in. It's the Heat 1 is coming up, but...
Oh, I'm jumping the
Right,
gun.
yeah,
I was
so
getting
these guys
excited.
are just warming up. The heat hasn't started yet. But, Ezra, when I look at the names of folks who are in this Duke specialty event, you have several former world longboard champions. You got Dino Miranda, Bonga Perkins, Lance Ho'okana, real big names.
Yep,
Dwayne
DeSoto.
DeSoto.
2010 world champ.
So it's really, it's amazing to see that we've got incredible athletes and representing different generations too.
Exactly. These guys are all generations. I grew up just admiring Dino Miranda, guys like Bunga Perkins and Lance O'Connell, and they are here and they are still doing their thing. So it's amazing to see them. We also have a new ad this year, an amazing guy from the Big Island, Freddie Hui. He's been making waves in the longboard community, doing his thing, and he is in round 3. And we also have a Maui boy, Patrick Fukuda. I grew up in doing professional longboarding with him. Amazing competitor and fireman up there in Maui. And we also have Mana Nalu, runner-up from last year, borrowed his mom's board and just scooted out his back door. And he got some amazing back doors and pipes, and he was runner-up to the champ last year, Mr. Keegan Edwards. So
yeah, amazing that on that yellow board.
Yeah, I got excited when I seen this guy also. I've been seeing him longboarding all around the island, but Derek Ho's legacy, Makoaho, he's in the longboard, and he's going to be coming up in the first heat. So congratulations to you on your first year here at the Backdoor Shootout.
Yeah, I saw Foster Bloomfield, who so a few years ago I used to coach the surf team for Kamehameha Schools, and so he was he was part of that team, and saw him this morning. Man, that guy is grown up.
Oh,
it makes you feel
big
old
hug.
when you
I
see
know, when he squeezes
guys
you.
used to be little kids, now they have full-on beards and weigh like 200 pounds and
Foster
taller
Bloomfield
than you.
legacy.
So anyway, I love the Foster Bloomfield Ohana. I've been running surf events, especially the Menehune event in Haleiwa.
Great event. Big this year. Amazing stuff.
Of course, Ha'a's father's on the water patrol out here. Ha'a too. So I don't know if he's double working today.
Yep, Hawaiian Water Patrol. We also, and here we go. I just heard the buzzer. We are on, guys. Welcome to the Hui Backdoor Shootout, presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Ke'iki Beach Bungalows. Thank you to Elon and crew. Right down the beach from here, you can have an amazing stay with them. Amazing resort they have. So we are on 25-minute heats, 3 heats in the longboarding, Isaiah.
Yep.
And exciting as we got somebody going. I believe that's Ha'a right off the bat. He's going to slow down, bottom turn, wipe the cobwebs off. That's Scotty Fong, correction. Got a quick shampoo, and he's going to kick out. He was stuck at Foodland, so he made it perfect timing. Good to see you, Scotty Fong.
Right on. Yeah, I was going to say Ha'a has a beard. I saw him this morning.
Yeah, I know.
Beautiful conditions. You know, we call this a backdoor shootout. Those of you who are unaware, pipeline is usually what we call the left, and backdoor is when they go to their right. So we just saw that Scotty Fong chose the back door,
Yep.
went to his right, and I think, you know, the size of waves right now, back door is going to be a good option for our surfers.
I've been watching a lot of footage this week. I mean, backdoor with all that sand is absolutely amazing as these guys are getting in position. We also got another Maui boy coming up in the next heat, too, Mr. Zach Howard. Good to have you also in the event. So in this heat, you got Ha'a Foster Bloomfield. You got Scotty Fong Jr. that just caught the first ride. And we got Makoho and Mr. Dino Miranda and Noah Nagila.
You can see how he's trying to wipe off that speed to slow down to get deeper in the barrel. Gets covered up for a moment and kicks out. Beautiful conditions as you see here,
Wow.
Ezra.
You know, from the dark, with all the Hui Nalu in the dark, you could hear some waves, but it's definitely growing, and it's so exciting. As the waves grow, whitewater breaks, you know, the grumpiest of people, like I say, the salt water ions makes everybody live aloha.
Now, it's interesting. Most surfers like to go what they call dawn patrol, which is early in the morning. That's usually in most locations where the conditions are nicest. Here on the North Shore, though, you know, oftentimes early morning isn't the best.
Yep, morning
they
sickness.
often refer to it as morning sickness.
You got it.
But because of the direction of the wind, which is a little more what we call offshore, which is the winds are blowing directly offshore.
Yes.
Usually it's a little side offshore on the North Shore with our normal kamoa'e. Kamoa'e is the word that we use for trade winds. And those trade winds are usually blowing from Kahuku area toward Kaena Point, where you can see out there in the background.
I see it, yeah.
And but today the winds are a little different. They're angled a little more from the east-southeast, which is why we're seeing these favorable, very beautiful, smooth conditions. So
Really
beautiful morning.
Yeah. And, you know, it always feels different, you know, when you're a surfer. You know, only a surfer knows the feeling, but when you're surfing all different kinds of conditions and every mood at Pipeline, you know, it definitely changes where it feels on your rail and on your fins. The viscosity of the water changes. So,
Right on.
whew, what an unreal day as we got some more waves on the way. And here we go. Got a paddler. I believe this is Noah Ganilla, and he just got pummeled on that middle lip, sitting a little bit too deep. As beautiful as it is, Isaiah, it still is really tricky. You know, you got to have wave selection. As you know, we got a contest window from the 4th to the 16th. You know, this thing's founded in 1996, this event, by the Hui Nalu. And, you know, the Hui Backdoor Shootout emphasizes on traditional Hawaiian style and importance of style, power, respect for the ocean. And surfers are not just judged on technical maneuvers, but, you know, innovating the barrel riding, you know, deeper, getting, you know, the key here is to get the actual wave that's going to barrel all the way across the reef, whether it be Pipeline or backdoor. So,
You know, I love about these drone angles. It really makes you feel like you're in the water.
Yes.
And this is, you know, what you see when you're out there in the water surfing. You look out to the left, you can see Sunset Point. Look into the mountains back here. You can see the sun coming up through the valley. The water is beautifully clear today. You can see
visions you don't get to see.
Right. And so most, you know, people who don't get the opportunity of surfing Pipeline this morning, we're kind of giving you that feel of being right there in the lineup.
Technology nowadays, we can see every rut and nook and cranny on the reef. That's why every year sitting here with you, we get the best views, I tell you.
Yeah, it's really cool. As you know, Pipeline is world famous. There we have the Jerry Lopez house. This is the Volcom house. This is where we're located, right up there on the balcony. Front row seats here,
Front
Ezra.
row
Can't
seats.
complain.
Here we go.
Noah
Looks
up
like-
again.
Yeah, Makoho.
Oh, Kalamai.
Nice. Makoho is the son of the legendary Mr. Derek Ho.
It's amazing. I grew up surfing in Hawaii, of course, and surfers, they have their own unique style, especially, back in our time. Surfers had their distinctive mark in the way that they would surf the wave. And as I'm watching Makoa here on this one, he has his dad's style.
Yeah, it's beautiful. He's been working on his game, man. I've been watching him progress every year. He is almost going for that sandbar floater there. Add some extra points.
Just that posture, the way that he stood up at first, was stalling. It's kind of cool to see how, I don't know, through your DNA that's passed on a little bit.
Big time.
Or if it's just from growing up watching. But for sure, the whole family, legends and innovators. Definitely a prominent surfing family. Michael and Derek, and of course, their children now we're seeing.
I know we'll be seeing Mason, surfing in the main event of the shortboard teams at Snap 5. Benji Brand won that last year, and Keegan Edwards won this longboard last year. So, a whole brand new year, and what a way to start it with the Hui Backdoor Shootout. We are blessed, gang. Look at how beautiful it is, and we got a rising swell. So go check out Surfline. We're also on 1020. And it's, if you guys are at work or you're off work, come join us live. There we go. World champion Bunga Perkins. Him and Freddie Hui came over with their beautiful ohana to come surf Pipeline. I get excited all the time when you see Bunga because a lot of us growing up in the longboard world, we'd all try to emulate this guy.
Right.
Guy's not just a longboarder. He shortboards really good and can ride a bodyboard professionally in Japan and all around the world when we're Groms, and he'll be in the next heat.
Yeah, Bonga and I are the same age, actually. And I remember, I grew up on the Big Island in Hilo. And when I was surfing competitively, when I was a teenager, coming up, and we surfed against each other in the state competition. But he was on a shortboard, right? And
Gotcha.
It always blew my mind that he could win 3 divisions in one day, from shortboard to bodyboard to longboard. I don't think a lot of people knew that, but he was like one of the top bodyboarders
guys. He was.
too back when he was younger.
He actually went to Japan, and there was a tour up there.
And of course, I think Bonga, especially like in the 90s and the 2000s, kind of made a new kind of standard for surfing backdoor on a longboard.
Big time.
Surfing at Pipeline and backdoor, the wave is so steep that having that extra couple of feet on your board makes it challenging to get into. But Bonga really, I think, showed us what is possible on a longboard at Pipeline and backdoor. And so he's, still at it.
Yeah, he put in his time so much. You could see as he was beginning to do it, he just created how his flow and how to slow down. Because on a longboard, once you catch a mountain like this at Pipeline, you're flying. So that is part of the whole thing on a longboard, is trying to adjust, navigate your rail, and slow down that 9-foot longboard.
Plus, he's always had such a really cool style, really smooth. And something interesting, too, I think, mostly with Hawaii surfers who ride longboard, they can surf it as a shortboard or as a log,
and they
kind
can
of that
slow
mixture.
it down. And, because on the new longboard tour, I see a lot of my friends that are high pro, but they do log. They rip so hard, but you can see them as they're going on their log doing a radical Hawaiian cutback. They got to remind themselves, and then I see them bust out the magic hand, shove out the hip a little bit, do the soul tradition, but then the nose riding is unreal too.
Right.
And we're going to see a lot of action today as these guys are just, warming up out there. A little bit lolly. There's been a lot of straight angles coming in. There's another world champ, Dino Miranda.
Wow. Dino, definitely a legend. Not only as a surfer, but also in the Hawaiian voyaging community.
Big
So
time.
he's been a part of Hokulea.
Yep.
Hokulea is the voyaging canoe that started in 1975, 1976, their maiden voyage to Tahiti. 1978 is when we saw the legendary surfer Eddie Aikau,
Yep.
sacrifice his life for the crew. The canoe capsized. And if you haven't seen there's an ESPN 30 for 30 documentary on Eddie Aikau called Hawaiian, the Legend of Eddie Aikau. Tells that whole story.
I did see it, yeah.
Highly recommend it. But Dino Miranda has, all-around waterman and has been voyaging the world on double-hull canoes and now surfing here at the Backdoor Shootout in the longboard division.
Yeah.
So we're talking about very accomplished Hawaiian watermen out here who know what the ocean has to offer, and excited to see Dino and Bonga in the next heat.
In the 90s, amazing shortboard surfer. These guys have good shortboard background as well. Dino Miranda been getting barreled at the bay a lot, and good to have him here. As these guys are nice and spread out, Backdoor Shootout, it's amazing. They don't have any, priority. So, a lot of gentlemen, good sportsmanship. But it's getting to that point in the heat where they have been shopping and sitting. And, Scotty Fong's lucky to be picking off a completed ride right off the bat,
Yeah, so far we've had Makoa and Scotty, both with waves. And again, we do have a rising swell, and so we will see those bigger sets coming up throughout the day. And the Surfline forecasted is supposed to peak tonight and linger with us tomorrow. So we'll see. My guess is that the surf will be good for tomorrow's event, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. You walk around these houses, there's just so much waterman, talking about what's going on tomorrow. Everybody has their different opinions, but they're pretty much all on the same page. Does that look like Noah looking over the ledge?
Yep. So again, in this longboard heat number 1, we have Ha'a, Foster, Bloomfield, Scotty Fong, Makoa Ho, Makamai DeSoto, Noah Janela.
And
I don't know
top
if
2 will be coming out of each longboard heat.
Looks like only 4 competitors in the water, so I don't know. Maybe Makamai is not in the water.
Yeah, I feel Makamai is not here. Where are you at, Makamai? Yeah, so thank you again. We're fueled by Monster over here. Monster Energy Athletic Brewing, Odom, Hawaii, Waiakea Water, and Haliva Juice and Two Thumbs Tattoo. And we are presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Thank you for being with us. And thank you to all the club members down there making it happen. And there you go. There's Brother Ha'a.
Yeah, there's something cool about the Backdoor Shootout, too, is it's kind of a family affair. So you see different generations of surfers. You see family members, uncles surfing against their nephews.
Yep.
Father against son oftentimes. And so definitely has a different vibe, I think, than a lot of other events where, it is family. We have Lance O'Connell, another amazing longboarder from
that he is. Traveled around the world with these guys, learned a lot from them. Lance, you're on camera, bud. There you got Hui J, and right there is Freddie Hui. Rides for Bunga Perkins Surfboards, and his first time being in the Backdoor Shootout, and he's excited. I got to surf with him at Uncle Mel's Waterman Championship a couple weeks ago.
Right on.
And those heats where, you can be surfing perfect Makaha and all of a sudden you get runned over. That's what happened to some of us. Big whitewater clouds. That's what we're going to be seeing in the next few days as the forecast is unreal. Go check us out at surfline.com. And these guys are getting antsy.
Does look
but
like
they're
all
not
five.
sitting on each other.
Right,
You know what I mean?
right.
Everybody's kind of engaged around Ha'a.
Yep.
I know our nephew right there is, no, I got priority, bro. And that's a good thing, too, you know. Watching Makua at the other event, he was talking about how he doesn't like priority, you know, to each his own. And I can see both ways how it can help and how it can be a negative, you know.
Interesting.
And yeah.
Oh. Okay.
And yeah, there they are. And I believe that is Makamai DeSoto sitting next
Yeah.
to Ha'a. So he made it. Yeah,
Did make it.
Makamai in the house. DeSoto legacy. Put in a lot of time over here. And excited. Excited to watch my brothers in longboarding. Hey, good morning, gang. Around the world, thank you for tuning in.
Haoli makahikiho is
Yes.
a phrase for you today. It's Happy New Year. And beautiful start to the new year.
It's
Here at the
amazing.
Backdoor Shootout at the infamous Bonsai Pipeline.
Right here at the infamous Jerry Lopez house. That's now the Volcom house. So much rich history right here surfing. This is where everybody comes to prove themselves. And we got the first heat of longboarding out in the lineup. And we got a paddler, Isaiah.
We do, looking for this inside double up at Backdoor. It's not going to materialize, so opt not to catch that wave. We do have a rising swell, and exciting to see these longboarders out here. As you can see, paddling out in our next heat. Keegan Edwards, Bonga Perkins, Kamakani Froiseth, Zach Howard.
Ooh, heavy heat.
It is a heavy heat. And here at the Backdoor Shootout, you know, we celebrate the variety of ways of riding waves on different types of craft.
Yeah.
And so we got longboards, and we've got stand-up surfing, and this is the Duke Kahanamoku specialty events.
Yeah.
So from longboard, stand-up paddle, and possibly body surfing.
We are always in memory of Duke Kahanamoku, not just for his Olympic medals. He was so much more to a lot of us surfers and to our Pacific community.
Right. Looks like we got two paddlers for this one. Looks like Ha'a Foster Bloomfield up and out.
Ooh. So right around this point right now, as Scotty Fong and Makoa Ho have one wave each, these guys are going to have to
Get
you
busy.
know, every surfer needs to do that at a time. It's like, okay, I'm not going to get the apex set wave. Now I got to go shopping. And I tell a lot of surfers, sometimes when you shop too long, you can turn off, and here we go.
Grabbing rail, going left.
I believe that was Scotty Fong. But
And
let's double check here.
So far, Scotty, he had one wave at Backdoor where he got a little cover up for a quick second.
Mm-hmm.
And so there hasn't
That's
been
good. He's turning in 2 scores, and
Right.
that's what you need to do to play. Sometimes if you can't get the big pipe barrel or the back door, you got to grovel on the inside and put something on that paper, as we have an amazing judging panel. I'll get to that later. Scotty Fong spinning around, stalling, gets in the tube, and goes right into that rib, Isaiah. Sandbar, that's why.
Yeah, very shallow spot right there on the inside of Backdoor. And looked like he had it, but then the bottom kind of dropped out of him. You can see how that extra couple feet on the surfboard make it a little tricky to avoid what we call purling or nose diving.
Man, he was on his way. Come out of that thing, but
Ran
that
off
secret little rib just grabbed right onto his shopper nose, and Hulimaka flip, Scotty Fong.
running off of the board like a diving board.
Yeah. Love traveling with that guy. The guy is an amazing surfer, Scotty Fong. Super humble, real talented.
Yeah, see
He's
right
a
there.
jack of all trades. Restaurant owner, doctor, pilot.
Wow.
Yeah. Bounces back and forth from Maui to Oahu. Got to see them at 4th of July at the Hui paddleboard race. He went with his 2 boys and his wife, and that was awesome. Scotty Fong, good to have you here, buddy. And thank you to Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Scotty Fong is definitely taking advantage of this heat going, because, sometimes that's the best thing to do. Like, every surfer has their different plot and way they play the heat. Some people act different once the horn blows. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And but to get busy and stay busy is sometimes better in a slow heat with 4:07 remaining.
Yeah, you're right. Oftentimes, this is a competition, and even though there's a lot of camaraderie, and especially we'll see later in the team division, there's trying to help each other out. But at the same time, when there's 3 minutes left on the clock and you need a wave to advance, you're right. You want to try and get busy as possible, because at this point the scores are pretty low. We haven't had any real waves in the excellent scoring range just yet. So I think one good wave could turn the heat in the next 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Oh, wow. Everybody's tuning in from around the world. We got New Zealand. What's up, New Zealand?
Aotearoa. Kia ora.
Oh, Australia. What's up, Harley, Bellamy, Pioli? What's up, guys? Thanks for joining us. Some heavy hammer hitters from up in Australia. As you know, we talk about the Duke Kahanamoku and that big connection.
Right.
There was a big connection with Duke and Cecil.
Yep.
Back in the day, if Cecil never said anything, that giant Hawaiian may have never gotten a shot. You know what I mean? And that connection has gone through surfing as,
Yeah, cool. Yeah, from
a big brotherhood.
And also that water. There's a Waterman movie. It's called Waterman.
Yep. I loved it. I
life story
seen
of
you
Duke.
on there. You're starring in that. You and a bunch of legends. Brian Kelana, narrated by Mr. Momoa, Jason Momoa.
Yeah,
Man,
very
good,
cool.
Good stuff. You guys did a hell of a job on that.
But it tells the story of Cecil Healy and how he was an Olympic swimmer who wanted to swim against Duke in this event in the Olympics, but Duke missed the race, and there was kind of a mix-up with the schedule or whatever. But Cecil petitioned and said, "No, I'm not swimming unless Duke swims."
I want the best.
Yeah,
wants to swim against the best. Gives me chicken skin thinking about it because there's just so much. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cecil goes off into war in World War I and ends up dying in action. So another kind of tragic story, but definitely, have like you're saying, Ezra, this connection between Australia and Hawaii, and really goes back to Duke Kahanamoku, who went to surf Australia as he was en route to the Olympics, and so that's kind of a cool connection with
Makamai de Soto. Let's go. I always say the guy charges. Dwayne de Soto's little brother.
Yeah.
All our little brothers. He's not so little. This guy get action. He's from Hui He'inalo, the Hui Wax, and super stoked that he made it to his heat. Surfs big pipeline. He pulls in real big backdoor. And we'll watch that again as this is his first wave of the heat. Beautiful style. Gets that forward pump. Wave gets foamy. He doesn't like it, but he's on the scoreboard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So they are taking the top two?
Top two, yeah. And I feel that we're going to go all the way through with the three heats. Top two advance into this six-man final and 30 seconds left, Isaiah.
Well, we'll see if that was enough for Makamai. And
to go up against Makoa's first wave.
Right.
It's kind of going up against Makoa's first wave.
Speaking of which, though, Makoa stalling.
Oh.
Trying to get that barrel.
And he's putting a second score on the board that will draw away from Makamai. So Makoa, he's got world champion blood.
For sure.
Derek Ho blood up in him.
Oh, we got Scotty Fong grabbing rail.
Oh, Scotty Fong. That was looking like a beauty, but that angle just clamped. Woof. Scotty's board got yanked a couple good ones. I mean, it's not super big, but,
Right.
longboards just take gas.
Well, it looks like the end to Longboard Heat number 1 here at the Backdoor Shootout 2024. And our next heat coming up in heat number 2, another exciting one. And we'll see who advances from there. It seems to me like Scotty, Fong, and Makoa caught more waves in that heat. However, Makamai did get a little barrel on that last one. We'll update you as soon as possible, but love this beautiful morning. We get to see our longboarders out there at Pipeline and Backdoor getting that action.
Oh, yeah, what a great way to start the new year. I hope you guys are tuning in. And please join us live. We have days of competition, as this competition gives our surfers a bunch of surfing opportunity. We got a lot of amazing athletes. We got the stand-up paddle coming up later today, and possibly the 8-man body surfing final. I know a lot of you guys are frothing at the bit because, the body surfing community is amazing. And what a way to ride waves. Also, today you'll be joined by me, Ezra Rodriguez, Isaiah Walker, and we also got Rocky Cannon, but he's running the beach mic right now. And a new host of the show is Cliff Patello, Hawaiian Water Patrol. So really excited to have Brother Cliff this year with us, coming to the booth, and we'll be taking turns beach announcing and whatnot. But if you can hear, Rocky's blowing up the beach right now, and we're going to be moving on into Heat 2.
Right. So, again, aloha. Thank you for joining us. Beautiful day here on the North Shore. Glad you could be with us.
Thank you.
Right behind us is the action happening.
Yeah.
Can't get a better front row seat than this.
Oh, no ways.
So,
priceless tickets.
Beautiful shots from our drones. You can see the mixture of sand and reef here at Pipeline. You can see those grooves in the reef. And Pipeline definitely has a very interesting bottom. I use the word infamous, but mainly because that bottom is so treacherous. There's so many different caves and grooves and nook.
And there is live coral. There's a lane of it by Backdoor. And some areas at Pipeline. So we got a heat recap coming up here.
Started off here.
Scotty Fong with that little bobble, just getting his feet in the wax. He does get covered up, and he got a little spit on his back. Makoho's first wave.
Stalling here. Got the front hand in front of him. Avoids that shallow section there on the sandbar.
He's lucky he went
live action here.
Whoa, live action. And we'll see who that was as I see the board come up. Looks like Mr. Dino Miranda not taking any time. Spoke to him on the phone last night. He's ready to come get it.
Yeah, and you saw that looked like a set that's kind of larger than what we saw earlier in the first heat. So good indication that
it's waking up.
The waves are on the rise.
He was also up in that thing. You know what I mean?
Traveling.
So, exciting stuff.
I don't know if he
Thank you, Zone Media, for that recap.
Damaged his board, perhaps.
Oh, man.
Looks like it's got a little more rocker than it should have.
Oh, man, I think there's a buckle mid 3 foot. He's also on one of his surf techs. That's why growing up with these guys, I mean, the amount of longboards we would break is ridiculous. That's why with all this new stuff, too, Surf Tech's really strong. You guys got to check out Thunderbolt. You'll see some Thunderbolts coming up in the next heats.
See the
Japanese carbon. And here we
replay
go.
here.
Dino Miranda. That's beautiful, Isaiah, as he gets gutted, but he also gets that reverb that shook him off. I wonder if she's broken. Because this is live right now.
Definitely looks like it's got a bit more rocker than it should.
9 foot looks like got totally.
He's even way up on the nose. Yeah, that's a lot of banana in that shape.
Yeah, now his board look 8-0. Oh, he's up. He's
way
on
up.
the buckle so he can paddle it in. Ay, ay, ay. Well, Dino, I hope you flew over with 2 boards. Guy's a very smart surfer. There is techniques to not break your longboard, but sometimes
Cannot
a
help.
certain wave, especially pipeline and backdoor, it doesn't matter.
And doesn't wearing a leash also play into it too?
Oh, huge amounts. That yank on your tail always breaks it 2 to 3 feet from the tail. And I'll tell you what, in longboarding, and you're going to see him coming up in New Earth Project, Kelly Slater has a thing where you could get totally licked, but your board will survive. The white water comes up to you. You wait for the white water to come up. Oh, here we go.
Bonga Perkins in the barrel, comes out. Ooh,
Oh.
on the sandbar. We'll see if his board can survive that.
Yeah, Bonga Perkins riding his pinned out longboards. Bonga Perkins surfboards. Finally made his own board brand after all these years.
Nice.
We're all stoked for him. That was a great wave for the start.
That was a great wave.
For him.
Probably, I would say, the best scoring wave of the morning so far. Here we go on the replay of the water shot. Stalling, holding on, grabbing rail, roll the window up a little bit.
Guy hasn't lost his touch. Still looks so good. We've emulated this guy since we were little kids growing up in Waikiki. Guy can ride anything, like you said.
So, I mean, I'm 50. I think we're the same age. So he's out there grabbing rail. You know, I wish my back was still as good as that.
Man, right?
I'm
He's
still
also
surfing,
got a
but
bad back.
to crouch low like that and grab a rail and to be able to pump while you're in that position. So,
yeah, I never asked, but him and Kopono Nahina, you know, I don't know what it is between friends and bad backs, but I feel like you can even pass a bad back through a handshake. You know what I mean? As much as you love your brother, I mean, we're all kind of getting there. Oh, awesome.
Right.
So some interviews on the beach coming up.
Right.
I'm going to get Makamai DeSoto on the mic down there. And
with Makamea DeSota, who just got 3rd place.
All right, so we just heard really quickly that Makamai got 3rd place, and I also heard that Makoa Ho will be advancing in 2nd place.
Congratulations, brother.
And then 1st place
Scotty Fong.
was Scotty Fong, who was getting barreled on the back door and was the busiest surfer in that last heat.
Yep. To each its own, but when the horn blows, everybody prepares different. I think getting a wave under your belt right in the beginning on a rising swell is the way to go, because then you can relax and shop, but it's got to be a completed barrel ride.
And I do think, and maybe we'll get back to that interview, but I'm guessing Makamai was late to his heat because we didn't see him in the first half of the heat. He did eventually get one wave, but unfortunately one wave wasn't enough.
We are on the 2nd floor. I wasn't stalking him, but, man, come on, you guys. Check in early. Me, personally, I don't like racing for a heat. And then you got to put in your fins. Thank goodness that, you know, fins are different. You just pop them in now, a little bit easier.
Look at this camaraderie here. We got the Aloha handshaking going on in the lineup.
Yeah.
2
But
former
they all know-
longboard world
Check.
champions in this heat.
1, 2, 3.
Dina Miranda and Bonga Perkins.
They're all sitting on Bunga right now. They're like, all right, we're going to go back down to a live interview with Makamai DeSoto.
Awesome.
We are here with Makamai DeSota, and he just got 3rd in the longboard paddle. How are you feeling?
I feel good. Bummed that I got 3rd. It's missing it by 1 spot, but yeah, it's a beautiful day. Got 1 barrel with 10 minutes.
Awesome, and you had 10 minutes and you still got 1 barrel.
Yeah, I thought I was in the 3rd heat, but they pushed us up to the 1st heat and got out there with 10 minutes left, so got 1.
Awesome.
Right. Makamai DeSoto explained that he thought he was in the third heat, only had a 10-minute heat to serve, supposed to be 25, and was able to get one wave, but unfortunately that one wave wasn't enough. But stoked to be here for sure, and Makamai has been in this event for several years now.
Part of the Hui Inalu, yeah.
Right. I know his family, interesting, has spent, a lot of their origins are on the west side, but also in Haula.
Kaha legacies, yep, Haula.
Lived in Haula as well, Kahuku. Attended Kahuku High School. And, by the way, the Red Raiders, in the football, high school football,
Woo.
State champs again. That was an incredible game against Mililani. I don't know if you saw that, but... yeah,
I hear him joking on the radio. They should play UH, and I really dig that. But it is funny. Everybody has their opinions.
Right.
Some people say no way, but I was like, hey man, some of these guys are playing like young star athlete men already, and they deserve it. Congratulations, Kahuku. Plenty roots in history with all of us on the North Shore and island wide. As we got a set approaching, brother.
We do. Look at those lines out the back. Beautiful conditions with those light offshore winds.
Yeah. Here, brother Rock blowing up the beach. And, we got some sets approaching. Bunga got one under his belt, so people are going to reposition. Dino Miranda just broke his Surf Tech surfboard, and I believe that's him back out in the lineup. So, quickly back out in the lineup. Don't know if he went duct tape that board or he went grab one second one.
I think that board was beyond duct tape.
I know as a surfer, when you contradict trying to bring one board or, you know what I mean? You need, for this performance right here, you need to have a backup, and sometimes you need 3 or 4. Because here at the Backdoor Shootout, in the main event of the shortboard, these guys get to surf like 4 to 5 times. You know what I mean? 25, 30-minute heats. In a team format, with their brands or companies, it creates better camaraderie and it lets the surfer relax. But at the same time, these surfers are also competing for their own Backdoor Shootout title, which Benji Brand got it last year. And here in the longboard division, Keegan Edwards was the champion from last year. He got 2 cliff-hanging backdoor waves, and Mana Nalu was right on his butt, real close with his pipe wave and a nice backdoor traveler. So you got Heat 2 of the longboard out in the lineup.
Yeah, we got Dino Miranda, Keegan Edwards, Bonga Perkins, Kamakana Freuseth, Zach Howard.
Another West Side, the Freuseth legacy.
Oh, yeah.
As their season will be coming up in February. Make sure you join us at Makaha for Uncle Buffalo's Big Board Classic. Always got to say hi to Uncle Buff, for he's part of this community as well, not just Makaha.
Another Hawaiian Water Patrol guy.
Hokulea Voyager, first lifeguard. Amazing stuff. Okay, we're going to look at that buckled board of Dino Miranda's, as this was a scud missile.
This was a good one. He was close to making it out. Look at that technique where he paddled deeper to get behind the curtain. He almost had it. But that foam ball caught up to him. The board, you could see how the board peeked out the back, and that, because the board is longer, it has more surface area to break the board and creates a lot more tension in the board. And so, unfortunately, he broke it, but fortunately, he seemed to have a backup board and right back out there.
Out of a lot of my longboard buddies, Dino's one of the most barreled guys. Like, it's funny. Like, I would say him and Dwayne DeSoto, they'll be riding a wave, and it's not going to barrel, and it barrels. I mean, it's just they got this touch. And if you see Dino Miranda's giant world champion feet and how girthy his legs are, the guy's got some power, you know what I mean? His foot could break his board if he's not careful.
Some tree trunks.
So he's going to be looking for the back door, but we got a paddler from deep. Little bit respect issue right there. I mean, that's cool.
A little bit of a paddle battle.
I believe that's Keegan Edwards in the blue shorts there. As this is the Hui Backdoor Shootout. No need jerseys, brah. We're all here to surf. This is like the only format in the world like this where how we have these surfers. And we also pay respects and homage to longboarding, body surfing, and Alaya. So,
Oh, Keegan, last year's champ.
yeah,
Trying to get
last
busy,
year's
and I think
champ.
you could see that's what happened.
Little
on
bit
that.
too much pump off the bottom.
He realizes that there's only 10 minutes left on the clock, and so he's been starting to get busy. Caught one that looked like it might have given him the score, but unfortunately that wave shut down.
You know what made a difference for him last year is he was sitting under everybody, and they'd miss it, and you seen that backdoor with me. We were calling the heat. He swung around inside Dino, and I think that was his winning wave. He got gutted. He also didn't come out of one, but you do have scoring potential in these barrels of traveling.
So maybe a little bit of that memory from last year is contributing to a little bit of that paddle battle we saw right
Maybe,
here.
yeah.
Yo, going left, going right.
Oh.
He looked really bummed, but that right looked like it was shutting down. He found this next one where it looked a little more open.
Yeah,
went a little too
Spiegel.
high.
Yeah, there was he did what he could, but there wasn't much scoring potential at all on that wave. They got plenty time left, 8:52. Anything can happen.
I think so far this heat start off with Bonga getting an in and out. I mean, we also saw, of course, Dino Miranda getting barreled, but unfortunately not coming out.
Yep.
Breaking his surfboard. But it looks like Bonga Perkins is in the driver's seat right now in this heat. With only one wave, he'll be looking to back up that one
What
wave.
a smart wave. And what he's got to do now is just watch the clock. Even if, a lot of my friends nowadays, when you get to our age, we don't even wear a watch in our heats. We just go out there, have a good time. But hopefully he watches the clock, because if he can get a second score, he's on his way to the Backdoor Shootout finals. Top two advance. So congratulations in the first heat, Scotty Fong and Makoa Ho on to the Backdoor Shootout finals of 2024. I mean, what a new year to get into the final right off the bat.
Yeah, this is our next heat going out.
Next heat.
See Lance O'Connell.
Yeah, you got Freddie Hui from the Big Island.
I know Mononalu Chandlers should be in this heat.
And that is Patrick Fukuda, I believe, in the back there. Trying to make out if that's Dwayne DeSoto, because we also got Dwayne DeSoto coming up.
Oh, look at this one. Got a paddle here pretty deep. Looks like Keegan Edwards grabbing
Keegan.
rail.
Last year's champ. He knows backdoor and pipeline well. This kid charges. Honolulu City and County lifeguard. And grew up with this kid at such a young age. Keegan, where's your Thunderbolt Harley Ingleby? Oh, here we go. That is Kamakani Froy Seth. Makaha boy taking a paddle. Doing some swing kicks to get in.
Oh,
Can he
stall.
slow down? Ooh. Nice pocket ride by Kamakani Froy Seth. Oh, I believe that is Zach Howard. Excuse me. Zach Howard riding his red bod. Guy's been surfing Honolulu Bay, no leash. Does pretty good at it, too.
That sounds pretty...
As a surfer, waves are pumping. It's 8 feet. You got a huge cliff in front of you. Here we go.
Replay. Stalling, trying to get in that barrel, but unfortunately he's going too fast.
This guy's a definite barrel hunter. I think he's probably thinking he should have did a grab rail right off the bat and then let go. As he's riding a heavier board. This guy rides logs, and he's very good at it. But, yeah, that no-leash thing, it's really interesting, because once you make a mistake,
Oh, at
You're
Honolulu.
swimming. You're swimming, and I've asked locals. I asked Dino Miranda the other day.
Speaking
Wow.
of Dino, here he goes, scratching this one. We got the water
Beautiful
angle.
wave.
Come on, let's go.
Oh, barrel monster, and that rut just took him and obliterated him inside. Oh, Dino, man. He came. He's not fooling around. Last year, he went shopping for some waves, and he missed one on the inside. Here we go. Keegan taking a look at Pipeline.
Oh,
Going to go for the grab. Nice technique. Wave chandeliers over his head a bit, and right into the foam sandbar.
yeah, you can see Keegan knows that the clock is ticking and that he needs another one. And, I mean, Bonga Perkins still just sitting on one wave. Now, that was the wave of the morning so far, but
Yeah, excited for you, Bongo, but 4:28. But in this point right now, the way the waves are moving, he's sitting really good. But it would be real substantial if he got another wave under his belt. And we are going full on. They're getting judged on their technical moves, but this event is about getting packed in a barrel.
Right.
And the way you get packed. And these guys are innovating, slowing down in the tube. How deep can you get? Can you hold it and disappear? And can you get spat out? Because every wave comes in on the reef different shape. But all these specialists, they know what they're looking for. So 5 minutes,
Good.
5 minutes remaining, gang.
You know, Dino has been charging in this heat, and he's been getting the most barreled, but unfortunately hasn't been riding out of them. That last wave we just saw where it's really cool technique. You watch the way he takes off on the wave. He's going left, but he paddles into it like he's going right, and that gives him that extra time to stall, to slow himself down. And so, I mean, great technique. But unfortunately hasn't, been able to come out of the barrel. And that's in a surf contest like this one where you're barrel riding contest. It's that, that compromise. Like, okay, I got to come out of the barrel, but I got to get in the barrel. And how deep do I want to be to where I'm putting it on the line? And so that's something that these surfers, these athletes have to really make those kind of split-second decisions of, all right, how deep do I want to be, and yet still make it out.
There's Uncle Lance Okano and Mana Nalu with his yellow helmet. I don't know if he borrowed Mom's board this year.
It was the helmet that was yellow.
Huh?
Oh, no, last year he was on a yellow board.
Yep, he was on a yellow helmet and a yellow rag Rex Godinez board, Megan's dad. All longboard community. Amazing stuff. But, as you're talking about Dino, those were two real nice barrels, so I'm wondering if he's going to get awarded for something.
Right.
As this contest is designed for them to get barreled in the best way, but they also have to adjust to the conditions. Out in this heat, Keegan Edwards, Bunga Perkins, Kamakani Froy Seth, Zach Howard, and Mr. Dino Miranda already broke the first board of the event.
Man, I my oldest son, so I have 5 kids. My oldest son prefers to ride a longboard, so he's a longboarder. But as a parent, it was expensive, to say the least, of trying to.
Because
he kept breaking them.
Yeah,
especially
you guys got
these,
a bunch of smoking secret spots out that way.
Especially with, a lot of these lighter weight, high performance longboards that aren't cheap, by the way.
Nope.
And you break one of them, and it doesn't take much, like I said, because that leverage, because the board is longer, there's a lot more opportunity for the board to have that, that flex, and it just does some damage. But Pipeline is probably one of, we interestingly use the word infamous. So infamous doesn't mean very famous. It's famous in oftentimes kind of a harsh way or like a negative way. And so Pipeline is infamous for breaking surfboards in that it's something that's not awesome experience to break surfboards, and also does some damage on people.
Oh, big time. It
Probably
makes
the most
careers.
lethal,
It breaks careers. Yeah.
one of
It
the
scares
most dangerous
people,
waves.
the daylights out of them, never to return.
So
It's just like some people like to get wet and some people feel the ocean.
but we also mahalo the best in the business. Our Hawaiian Water Patrol is here every year, and they definitely save lives out here.
Yep.
We've seen it live last year. Several individuals who needed, emergency assistance, and so we're very grateful for the Hawaiian Water Patrol making sure that they're all safe. And it's a little deceiving because we may think like, well, the waves aren't that big today yet, but nonetheless, even when the waves are this size, very dangerous because of that shallow reef.
Yep. Big time. There's some sand over it, but I'll tell you what, you can find it. These guys are traveling at a high velocity. This is Bunga Perkins just coming in. This heat is over. We're moving on into Heat 3 with Lance Okano, Freddie Hui, Patrick Fukuda, Mana Nalu, and Jay Tansley, Huio He'e Nalu member. Thank you, Ocean Paddler TV, better known as Zone Media, Hawaiian Extreme Sports, for being here and making us the live broadcast this year. Amazing camera crew. And, hey, historically, they were the first to drone action in this pro surfing contest environment. And they were the first to do it. Also this year, all you athletes out there, if you guys are listening at the houses, you guys have a choice to use a GoPro and use the GoPro, and we can go live into your barrel. So we're going to go do a live recap here.
Yeah, we just finished Longboard Heat number 2. We're going to take a look at the action in that heat. Start off with Bunga Perkins pulling into this one. Comes out clean. Ejects right on the sandbar.
I know, 1 foot of sand. Here we go, Zach Howard speeding on his longboard. Guy really knows how to get barreled, but didn't get the best waves in his heat. Hard charging Keegan Edwards. Beautiful technique.
Last year's champion. Struggled to find the right waves this morning. He was really trying to keep busy, but unfortunately wasn't able to get a lot of the best ones. Well, we'll see what happens in the results. We also had Dino Miranda, who's getting a lot of the set waves pulling into the barrel. Unfortunately, didn't exit out through most of those, but we're into heat number 3, Longboard Heat number 3, and this is the third and final heat for this round. And of course, we have Lance Okano in this heat. We also have Mr. Hui, Freddie Hui, Patrick Fukuda, Mananalu Chandler, and Jay Tansley. So a 5-man heat, and Dwayne DeSoto is not here
He's
today.
in Palm Springs. I just got a text from brother. He is in Palm Springs with his son Kala DeSoto.
Maybe
So,
riding
he's
that.
a busy man. He's got a teleportation
Oh boy,
machine. He's everywhere around the world.
awesome. They got
with
a
his
big,
kids
big
supporting their
family.
surfing. Mean.
And talented family of surfers, professional surfers, and their kids and daughter, and so very talented family. I wonder if they're over there at that wave pool. I don't know if you've seen.
That's what I think.
Probably.
He just took his son Kala. He's a bit of a hard charging aerialist, man. The kid is Mr. Smooth. He's chomping at the bit and absorbing knowledge, and he's real talented. Real talented, Ohana. Oh, the back Ehukai missed. Pipeline. Welcome, gang. What a great time to spend the new year, whether you're at work joining in with us or you guys are on the beach. Tune on in. We here.
Again, beautiful morning here at Pipeline, Ehukai Beach Park to the right, and Longboard Heat, our third and final heat of this round, and the Longboard division. top 2 will advance and move on to the final. And we're celebrating a variety of different ways of riding longboard.
Jay Tansley.
Jay.
Yeah, brother Jay. Hui Backdoor. Got to take the place of brother Dwayne DeSoto, 2010 world champ longboarder. Got his world title at Makaha. So, action-packed. Lance O'Connell, Freddie Hui, Patrick Fukuda, Mana Nalu, and Jay Tansley out in this heat. Fresh heat, 25-minute heats. Top 2 advance into the final, making a 6-man longboard final for this year. After that, we'll be moving on into stand-up paddle. And let me tell you how many watermen are downstairs assessing the conditions. So stay tuned with us because we're going from January 4th all the way to the 16th, and the forecast is amazing, but it's also tricky. Yeah. We always check in with Uncle Eddie and the Hui Backdoor with all the amazing athletes, and they discuss and pick it apart. I love that part in the dark in the morning with coffee, watching them pick apart the waves.
Yeah, we saw this morning Surfline giving us the forecast. You saw that there are back-to-back storms out there in the northern Pacific, and those are going to be sending us some great waves. So we're going to take a quick break, Ezra.
Yep. I'm going to go on the beach announcing, and you're on break, and we're going to introduce Rocky and Clifton Botello from Hawaiian Water Patrol. So, awesome. Isaiah, great day. Super stoked.
Stay with us. Continue with the action in a moment.
Stay tuned, gang.
Maipu e ia kaha ma ke alo ko o leo mahalo Aloha kakahiaka with a double shaka and a big mino aka. Mino aka means smile. Rocky Cannon, Cliff Botello, back to the Hui Backdoor Shootout. We're in heat number 3 of the longboard. We got some good waves, pal.
Cherry waves, actually. It's really turning out to be a nice day today. Sun peaked up. Swell is on the rise. It's really feeling in nice. So we're excited for 2024, the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Yeah, and I got to say, I like your wardrobe. You got an awesome shirt on,
I got the memo.
Friend.
I got the memo.
We are Rocky Cannon, Cliff Botello,
Aloha.
Team Oahu Golf. Mahalo to Oahu Golf for the
setting it up for
nice
us.
Apparel, keeping us fresh. And, of course, all of our great sponsors. We've got the most epic view, epic office to broadcast from right here at the Volcom House 2024, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. As we said, we're in longboard surfing, and pipeline is already more difficult enough with any piece of equipment.
Yeah, definitely.
But the more foam or the more board you paddle out with,
more glass.
That is a tight space to fit.
Definitely. And these guys are really pushing the limits. A lot of sand still there, so they really got to be selective on which wave to take off on. That's why you might think they should be going on certain ones that they don't, because it's very easy to have two boards in your hand.
Yeah, that was one of the uncles, the OGs, going backdoor right there, goofy foot, backside. You see that turbulent, bubbles, and then you see the sand that you talked about, Cliff, kind of still sitting on the edge of that reef,
yes,
making the exits a little bit difficult.
Extremely tricky. Extremely tricky.
And I believe we have Pua Makamai DeSoto. She's down on the beach.
Standing
and
by.
We'll see who she's got. Take it away, Pua. All right, so we will work on getting those beach interviews going. I know, day one, as we watch Mana Nalu Chandler with the yellow helmet.
Just going to say, he's pushing the limits. He's got the helmet on. Really smart here at Pipe to wear helmets nowadays. We see a lot of head injuries going down out here. So very smart to be prepared. Set yourself up for success.
And coming from none other than the gentleman sitting with me here has tons of experience responding to various types of incidents, accidents, what have you. Doing a lot of time with Hawaiian Water Patrol, as you've seen him on the jet ski before. As Lance Holcano doing some tube time.
Up for success right there, Uncle. Lance Holcano, one of the legends we have over here. Definitely, if you haven't heard that name before, maybe you haven't been around longboarding in Hawaii.
Yeah.
And around the world.
I remember as a kid watching him. I was a little kid. He was one of the uncles, back then, still yet. But, man, he was going vertical with a longboard. It was blowing my mind that he was able to maneuver such a big board in that way, almost like a shortboard. So, still doing it. Uncle Lance, he's got to be, I'm not going to throw out any numbers, but
about 28.
He's kind of up there on top of the, on the scale of
as wisdom
being
as wisdom,
OG status, wisdom, experience, correct.
And wisdom. Oh, split the peaks we got over here at the
There's
pipeline. Mananalu Chandler, the back door doesn't come out.
And if you can say his name 5 times fast, you've got a really talented way of speaking. But Mananalu, one of our younger competitors.
Dad Moku and Mom Coral, they're staying right here. He's got the privilege of staying right here, looking at this wave every morning to see if it's prime conditions for him to enjoy the wonders of Ehukai in this area.
Yeah, and, like you said, bro, wearing the helmet, that is something that has been more widely used these days. Way back when it was like, Tom Carroll, Liam McNamara, just a kind of a few guys that would choose to wear the helmet as we watch, I believe that's Patrick Fukuda.
Yeah, that was a nice little pipe ride, too. Made it out. So you can see it's still kind of tricky. Like we said earlier, the swell is going to be filling in throughout the day. And it's still a lot of sand from that east-northeasterly swells we've had the last couple of weeks. Push the sand more towards the pipe area. So,
yeah, in the last few days it was pretty windy, but it's tapered off today.
Yeah,
still,
beautiful.
Our number one weather gauge is the coconut trees, and right now the fronds are quite still.
Yeah, especially when you don't really see any coconuts on them nowadays. Unfortunately.
Yeah. But with Mananalu wearing the helmet and more surfers opting for that these days, I mean, you've seen a lot of injuries.
Here we go. He's
and
wearing pipe
there he is right there,
Speaking
up and
of
riding.
Mananalu.
Oh,
nice
that
shot
was
too,
a beautiful shot. That was
Nice
the wave
shot.
of the morning so far.
Yeah. And I just want to, we have a screen we're looking at stuff, but just for the record, never turn your back on the ocean, but we're doing that today.
Yeah.
We're
We are
today.
sitting with our back to the ocean.
So that you folks can see the view that
It does feel a little unsafe and awkward at first to get used to when you're ocean guys like us. But look at
here on the replay.
Yeah.
That's how to do it right there. Dismount. So you talk about the helmets and stuff like that, and I think it's a great invention and a great idea to wear, especially out here.
Yeah.
With the reef and the shallowness and just the dangers that come with surfing this area, and I mean a lot of areas out on the North Shore as well. A lot of folks have been getting injured here. There's some head injuries we've been coming across. So pretty good idea to have one on if you're going to surf pipe for sure.
Yeah, speaking of responding, Cliff not only has a lot of Hawaiian Water Patrol time, but also is stationed right down the street here for the Honolulu Fire Department at Sunset Beach. So serving the community very well and with a lot of commitment. We appreciate that. But if there's anyone that can speak with experience of seeing some gnarly injuries, Brother Cliff has seen a lot. And
especially out here,
Yeah, this
is one of the longer coastlines with beautiful beaches and a lot of nice outer reef breaks and things like that. So there's always a chance for injury, especially with the enjoyments of surfing. And a lot of people want to get out there and enjoy the waves, but it also presents its fair share of dangers and stuff. So we do see a lot of stuff. Hawaiian Water Patrol, fortunately, I was able to work with them for a long time, and Uncle Terry and Brian Keolana and all the boys that work there. I can go down a list of names that, especially the ones we do have now.
Yeah.
A lot of the boys from Makaha coming in clutch.
Yeah.
And no, there's lots of experience.
So if you've had a chance to make it down to the beach, see some of the updated logos and event merchandise, we've got this beautiful poster that is designed by artist Hilton Alves, who's a North Shore resident now, by way of Brazil from before, but has been out here for a few decades now.
He's done some really nice work around, even on the school walls of Kahuku High and Intermediate, sorry.
Yeah.
Which is my alma mater.
Right, yeah. This is a Red Raider. I'm what we call a hybrid. I'm a mule dog. I went Wailua and Lelehua.
Yeah,
so
doubled up.
But Hilton, as you said, he's been doing some amazing community beautification. Yeah. So he's all these big buildings or blank spaces that are just concrete. And he puts these amazing waves or ocean scenes on them. Just a talented guy, and he gives so much to the community with his heart.
Yeah.
Teaches the kids about art. And Hilton Alves, our poster design.
Yeah, mahalo.
You got to check it out at thehui.com. If you guys are sitting at home right now watching the broadcast, you've got a phone or you got your computer nearby, go ahead and open up the website. You can see the new T-shirt design for this year. You can see that poster. And I think
those
there's
are
some
also,
deals that are happening.
Those are also available for purchase.
Posters are only $5.
$5, or if you're down here on the beach, they're going to be selling merchandise down here. It's going to be $25 a T-shirt, and then with a free poster.
Yeah, so you buy a shirt, you get a poster. You can also order that online.
Some deals.
It is 2024, so we're all up to date with our technical availabilities and using all of the good technology to get those merchandise items shipped right to your doorstep. So convenient these days. Convenient. As you saw, our stand-up paddleboarders. Now, that's a whole nother level.
That's a whole nother level, yeah. and you got some of the greatest who I didn't see their name in the competition, but they did pave the way. You got the Ikaika Kalamas and the Kainoa McGee's that would be out here bombing pipeline 10, 12 feet on a stand-up. So, with a shortboard, it's hard enough making it out when it's that big, and those guys paddle those things out and actually take off, and had times when they actually made it out of the barrel a lot more than they didn't, and it's pretty impressive.
One of the most impressive, and you mentioned the original, one of the pioneers of stand-up paddle at pipe, Ikaika Kalama. I remember being out there on my shortboard and just watching him drop into these bombs and just soul arch it backside.
Make it look natural.
Holding his paddle up, little paddle roof tickler
Yeah.
Inside the barrel, making it look so natural and easy. And it was bombing. And like you said, man, it is like so difficult.
Very difficult.
To make it look easy like that.
It's difficult to make it out when it's flat.
Amazing display of talent. So shout out to Brother Kikes.
Yeah, Brother Kikes up in
representing
Keaukaha.
Big Island.
He's up Hawaii Island now.
That was a late drop.
Late drop.
Could be possibly checking on him to see. That was, right in that spot where, kind of like Turtle said on North Shore, when the wave breaks here, don't be there.
You're going to get drilled.
That's where he was.
Yeah.
He was right there.
Yeah. Especially in this spot. Not so much right now. This is where it gets even more dangerous, too, and it's not as big.
Right.
Because it means it's a lot more shallow. But, he's up. He's good. That's the main thing.
Yeah, it's breaking further in, so it's over a little bit shallower reef. When it's bigger, it's breaking further out, so you get, a little bit more water. But and your guard is down a little bit on some of these days. As you watch him, just right there, gets a too steep.
Little rail action.
You mentioned that, 9-foot board trying to fit in the tight curve of the wave.
Yeah.
The physics just aren't in your favor.
It's not in your favor at all. But it does take a talent, and like we mentioned, is the wave selection. Not every wave that rolls through there is the one you're going to want to take advantage of, especially when it's you're on a longboard. I don't have that type of arsenal and quiver to be snapping boards at pipe on it. You know what I mean? So wave selection.
All that surface area, the board can be much more vulnerable as the drone shot looking into the beach from the lineup. You see the water shimmering and smooth at the moment. It is still just about 9:20 Hawaiian Standard Time as we watch Uncle Lance Okano
get in there
and
trying to get to that
gets
section.
around the corner, but he's like, "Oh, bro, my hips don't like doing what I used to do before."
Yeah, the guys from Ocean Paddler TV. I mean, I got to give them props. I mean, this is amazing footage.
Yes,
they got cameras everywhere. You can see this backdoor wave.
Okay, that's Freddie Hui.
Freddie Hui trying to make it out of the back door, and it just clamps him. It's a little tricky one. But go big or go home. He went, packed that one, wasn't able to make it out.
Yeah, courageous effort. Pretty good wave selection on the takeoff. And then was racing down the line. That wave kind of outran him a little bit, but here you go. Check out the drop. Real smooth, casual, nice style. And
no doggy door really to sneak out of on that one.
Yeah, that was a backdoor slamming shot.
You have a 10-foot dog to try and sneak out of the doggy door.
Yeah.
Well, he's up. He's good. That's the main thing, right? But yeah, I was talking about the footage. They even got drone shots.
Yeah.
And they have what they're going to try this year, they were saying, is they got a GoPro on a helmet. We're trying to look for a rider that would be interested in a
volunteer.
A volunteer. If you'd like to wear that helmet and try and give them the opportunity to show the rest of the world a shot from inside a barrel. That'd be pretty killer.
Yeah, live from the GoPro helmet. That would be an epic shot. We saw that sick camera shot from the ski of Mananalu's backside barrel. That was just pure gold.
Pure gold.
As production goes. So Ocean Paddler TV, Alex and the crew, big mahalo for stepping up this year and putting together a first-class broadcast experience.
Definitely.
And Hawaiian Water Patrol in the foreground right there. And you see two skis out there. There's our cameraman. And how is it operating the ski with a camera guy? I mean, that's a whole nother dynamic.
It's a whole nother dynamic because what you're normally used to is yourself as an operator and the person you have on the back, normally the grabber.
Right.
You're kind of working as one. This is Jay looking to take off here. Nice little head tuck there.
All right.
But yeah, so, you have dynamics of having a grabber on the back who knows what you're expecting and stuff, so it's a little easier when you have a cameraman. He's trying to fulfill his job,
right?
Capture the shot. You're trying to open it up to put him in the best position for it. And he's not so used to being on a ski a lot of times, and so that's the part where it gets kind of tricky.
And is that Uncle Jay Tansley?
Jay Tansley on the little head dip.
Get the inside out pocket flapper. I like that style.
Pocket on, hot pocket.
just for sure the speed.
That's the wind flag.
Yeah.
The wind sock.
Check the direction.
Oh, here we go. Mananalu packing another one. Is he going to make it out? Oh, no. I thought maybe he might. That was a nice one. Yeah, so those are the type of waves, I think it's kind of the line you're looking for as a surfer. You're trying to get a little higher, pick your right line so you can make it out. That's the trick about surfing this spot. And as you know, Rocky, you'll probably never in your life be able to surf pipe with a handful of other guys out.
Yeah, it's a different perspective. When the heat is coming to an end, but I gotta say, I like Mana Nalu's chances of advancement.
Yeah.
That one barrel
and
was
his wave
just
selection,
amazing. And we'll talk more about it as we change
smiles.
over the heats. So it'll be stand-up paddleboarding coming up next.
Stand-up paddleboarding, and this is what we were talking about earlier. This is going to make for some really good surfing, especially stand-up surfing here at Pipe. Our Heat 1, we got a couple of guys in there that really do send it, and they do push the limits. Guys like Mo Freitas, Riggs Napoleon, and Tehotu, whose wife just won.
Yeah, the Pipe Masters. Yeah, his wife, Moana Jones
Wong. Yeah,
so we'll get a chance to see Moana's husband,
Tehotu
Wong,
work his magic here at Pipe. See the helmet on, setting themselves up for success already.
And how's the board? That board is so
on a submersible.
Small, he's sinking it. That's so crazy how some of the guys have scaled down their equipment to a size that's more maneuverable. And as we get ready for heat number 1 of stand-up paddleboarding, we're going to look back at what we just saw.
Do a little recap.
And check out a recap of heat number 3 longboarding. And we saw Freddie Hui getting some nice little
pipe barrel
tube time right there. But this was the wave of the morning.
Mananalu right here.
Oh my gosh, just so well
Showing
done.
You how it is.
And one of our younger guys showing a lot of experience and technical skill with the ability to get in and out of that barrel. And then Jay Tansley was
here
cruising him little
head dip
under the curtain
with the windsock.
Yeah. So that was heat number 3 of longboard, and it looked like to me it would be so the top 2 guys go to the final.
Right.
So far we got Scotty Fong and Makoa Ho.
And then now we'll
heat
choose
1, and I think Bonga was in the mix for heat number 2.
Yeah.
And in that last heat, I got to say, Mananalu and Freddie Hui,
I would say, have great chances. Have great chances,
nice
I believe.
rides, yeah.
And these are 25-minute heats right now, and then the finals will go into, it'll be 30, so give them a little bit more time to dial in their wave selection and their maneuvers and stuff like that.
So it's Eddie Garcia, Riggs Napoleon, Mo Freitas, Tehotu Wong, Sebastian Gomez. And you might be wondering, how do you tell who's who? Well, we're just going on style, stance, logos on the board.
Yeah.
Because, as we said on the beach mic, the Hui traditionally has been known to not always do things like by the book or because everybody else says you got to do them like this. Making our own rules.
Nothing
Has been
wrong with that,
quite a, steadfast tradition. And so this event, we don't have jerseys because we don't have to.
No need, yeah.
We don't need.
No need. Don't plan our day.
And, it gives our surfers a chance to choose. If they want to just go skin, get some sun, get some vitamin D.
Yeah.
Show off the, the
growing
guns
up,
and
right?
the muscles.
Shirts and skins growing up on what TV we'll be on. Right?
And or
skins.
they can wear their sponsor logo to get some beautiful photos. That's another
plus
kind of byproduct of having an event like this. You get no crowd in the lineup.
Yeah.
Like nice empty waves. no photo bombers.
No photo bombs.
And then you get some beautiful opportunity to get shots for your sponsors, and do some work. Because pro surfing, it's a grind.
It's a grind. It's not like the normal pro sports. You could be getting product and be considered pro.
Yeah,
and not really getting the money that it's needed to survive, especially here in Hawaii. It's so expensive and stuff. Like everybody else is feeling it as well. But
you think of pro surfing, and it's like Kelly Slater, Gabriel Medina, Andy Irons. The kind they're making, well into good, comfortable money,
very comfortable money,
and supporting
the 1%.
But there's a whole litany of aspiring or lower level pro surfers that have to grind it out as we watch.
That backdoor,
backdoor wave.
We'll try and get you some names
get an
as
ID
it goes.
there, but
we can warm up into the names once we see a few. Is that Tehotu?
Might be Tehotu.
On the back
I saw
door.
a Rogue logo, the Rogue paddleboard.
Yeah, so sponsorship and stuff like that. Very creative, though, the kids nowadays, this next generation, creating YouTube channels and things like that. They're making, instead of waiting for somebody to give them offers, they're going to travel the world, surf, make a YouTube channel, and make a decent wage doing that. So that's pretty cool, following their dreams.
Yeah, the advent and the introduction of all of the, like the GoPro camera, you can shoot yourself. And then being able to come back in and edit it. So the kids got all kinds of skills these days as we see some skill getting in the barrel.
Just getting a little sucked over on that one.
Caught that outside edge.
It's a tricky wave to maneuver, especially when it's this size, but on the rise.
Yeah.
So hopefully we see some more action.
See all the Surfline forecast earlier calling for an increase in the swell.
Hey, Brad is down to his pockets in water right there. Paddling a submersible.
The drone getting a shot of the lineup. So, what I was saying earlier, when you surf pipe on a regular day, there's going to be 50, 60 people kind of tightly packed. You got backdoor, the right-hander, pipe, the left. And if it's a day where both are working, there's going to be some cross-ups and some,
just a
guys
circus
going this way, that way. Yeah, it's kind of a circus. But there are a lot of times when I would be out there and you use certain areas of the lineup, like, okay, that's where Tamayo's sitting.
Yeah.
So that's where Wakita's sitting.
Yeah.
That's where Randall's sitting. That's where Uncle Derek is sitting.
Those are some pretty heavy names.
And so you position yourself, kind of based on where they're at.
Yeah.
And then you go out there for a heat and nobody's out there. You get a little bit lost when you first experience that, because you're so used to seeing tons of heads in the water, and those particular guys that you're queuing off of
are normally in the spots.
But and then you get out there when it's empty, and it's like, whoa, okay, where am I?
Where's my lineup?
Yeah, exactly.
Your normal lineup isn't really on the board.
So you're using, cracks in the reef. You're using houses up on the beach here, even the mountains and things behind up there, and then the people that are in the water. There's a, for me anyway, you want to be in the best spot you can be. To be able to pick off one of those bombs on a day when it's it's good, it's crowded, tons of cameras on the beach, cameras in the water. I've got a few sponsors, like we said. You're trying to get some shots, trying to put some food on the table.
Exactly.
Gas in the tank.
More than Simon and hot dogs.
Yeah. So, I wanted to go Haleiwa Joe's that day, so I had to get the biggest, best wave and get the shot.
Get the shot and the shaka. But definitely a tricky spot to navigate, and the dangers that come with it. If you're not in the right spot, and you're not paddling like your life depends on it, because it does.
Yeah,
there's a strong possibility you can get very, very hurt here at Pipe. It's a very dangerous wave. We've lost loved ones and friends here. We've watched friends get hurt. We've brought some back to life. I mean, the list goes on and on.
Even just most recently, Joel Chianca.
Yeah,
we're hoping that he's in recovery mode. He's scheduled to be surfing here, in next month for the later this month. So we just got word that we do have our beach interview.
With Makamai DeSoto.
Pua Makamai on standby.
Standby.
We'll let you guys know when she's ready. So
All right, we're here with
All right.
There we go.
Mana Nalu Chandler. Sorry. And he is one of the youngest guys out there. He is 15 years old, and he just got an amazing wave. How do you feel right now?
I feel good. I'm just happy to be in the contest, trying my best, but sometimes you get lucky, I guess. And yeah, super thankful to be here right now and surfing. Yeah.
Amazing. And your brother is also going to be in this as well?
Yeah. He's in the shortboard, and I'm psyched for him because it's like my dream to be in this contest with my brother. So, yeah. And
Do you guys train together and encourage each other?
yeah, I mean, we kind of do everything together pretty much. So, it's like my right-hand man, brother. Yeah.
That's amazing. And how are the wave conditions for longboarding today?
It was kind of perfect, just kind of small, perfect wind, like 3 to 4 feet, but fun.
Doesn't get much better.
Yeah, it's definitely.
So, that was Mana Nalu Chandler. We know that.
Yeah, and then
That was-
Kalamai to Pua Makamai DeSoto. That was not her.
That was her stunt double.
Yeah, standing in.
Stand in.
Stand in.
But Mana Nalu just had the wave of the morning.
Yeah, definitely.
Backside, grab rail, pipeline perfection.
Perfection. Congratulations to him on that. It's not that easy to catch a wave like that, as you saw this morning, or through the morning.
Yeah. I mean,
A bit tricky.
maneuvering those big pieces of equipment in a tight space. We didn't see a lot of completions that
Right.
where the surfers got super deep. We saw a few that were just kind of in the lip line,
Shampoo.
right under the curl. This is Mo Freitas.
Mo Freitas.
That's who we've been watching. He was on that backdoor wave
Yeah.
earlier as well.
Yeah.
The green and blue
That was
Rogue.
not Tehotu. That is Mo Freitas, yeah. The Rogue.
But we saw, a lot of guys right in the lip line, not super deep. And if they got in there deep, it was
Hard to make
either
it
a
out, yeah.
closeout or couldn't make it out. But Mana Nalu was one of the ones that was able to get deep and then also
it
come out nice and clean, too, right in the open face. What you're striving for every
I
time
was gonna
you
say.
paddle out to this break.
Yeah, you want to make it out.
Yeah.
First thing you want to do is make it out
Make it out to the lineup.
to the lineup, and
There's
then you want
days-
to make it out of the barrel.
There's days when that is not easy. As we
We
look
got
at
Nolan Keolana on the ski over here, one of the best watermen here in Hawaii.
yeah,
He's a beast.
watermen among watermen. And so we talked about some of the injuries we've seen this year, but it's obvious the huge story leading up to this year's the Hui Backdoor Shootout was the incident that happened last year
With Kala Grace.
Kala Grace.
Yeah, Kala Grace.
And his recovery, been nice to see him back in the lineup, back in the water.
Yeah.
And I believe he's back on the slate here for Team North Shore Boys.
Yeah, North Shore Boys.
NSB, headed up by Makua Rothman. But it was Nolan Keolana
Yeah.
who literally jumped off the jet ski. I mean, when
grab
it
him,
comes
yeah.
to human life
Yeah.
and equipment,
We can
equipment
replace
comes second. Yeah, we
exactly.
can fix and
Exactly.
replace a jet ski, etc.
Exactly.
But he was so that incident was so crazy. As we watch, we'll keep an eye on this
Yeah.
action right here. We see some
some
sweepers moving around the lineup.
sweeping up the lineup here.
Oh my Lord!
Oh, and that's
wow.
exactly what you don't want to see here at Pipeline. Definitely going to have carnage today. Sending it on that
hurt
one.
My head way up here
Yeah.
on the second floor of the Volcom House.
Oh, he sent it on that one.
Here's Riggs.
He got one out of the way, but he saw the setup on that. He didn't want to take a chance of that board slingshotting him on that. It
Yeah.
was like smart maneuver.
Hawaiian Water Patrol checking on the wipeout.
Speaking of
victim.
Nolan, Keolana, he's
And-
in there to
Oh,
whip
there
it
you got
around.
a Hemo leash.
You got to hemo the leash, man. I learned that one. But yeah, very good exchange right there we just witnessed. Nolan bringing him in to a safer zone. I hope he's okay.
Yeah.
it doesn't look
We
like
have
he's
seen,
hurt. They just got him out of the zone, maybe.
We've seen quite a bit of wipeouts today already. So far, not too much direct carnage that we were able to see, but this was super late.
So here's the replay. That's where you're committed.
Bruh, that's like jumping off the second floor right here.
And I mean, I'm thankful that he's in a position he's in right now.
Yeah.
And
that
it could have been much worse.
Very bad.
For sure.
And I thought, when he was paddling for it, as
Mo
we watched
Freitas.
Mo Freitas, little grab rail technique,
sneaker.
tuck the paddle in the side, behind the back action.
Get a score out of the way, right?
Yeah. It's like he was in a high school color guard with the baton going around his back like that.
With the, what are those, the ribbons?
Yeah, the flag.
The flag.
That's some talent right there.
Very talented. But yeah, Kala Grace, actually good to see.
That might have been Sebastian Gomez.
That was Sebastian
who was,
Gomez. Twirling?
That, going over that.
Oh, was
that
it?
wipeout.
I haven't seen him paddle back out yet, so we hope that he's okay. That one would be more of pride that's injured, but you never know. We got Kai Lenny.
The great.
Some legends.
Kai Lenny.
Going out. Actually, not a legend yet because he's just in his prime, so.
Yeah.
Legendary.
He's done some legendary things.
Yeah.
And,
I watched a special on him, like, I forget how much things he did in one day. It was like kiting.
Yeah.
Wing foiling.
Yeah.
Windsurfing.
Yeah.
Surfing. You know, he did like 5 or 6 different things, 7 things in one day. It was just amazing to see that guy. Got
all
a great
around
future,
very wide-ranging, talented person.
Yeah, definitely.
And has been, taking a stab at shortboard competition.
Yeah.
I mean, first time I saw him riding a regular shortboard, I was like, oh, who is that? That's Kai Lenny.
Yeah, Kai Lenny.
This is a little replay of a backdoor wave we saw just a moment ago.
A couple of replays we're going through. This is Mo Freitas and another Mo.
I like that.
One Mo.
I like that, yeah.
It's one Mo.
That paddle tuck technique. Very.
It's pretty cool how you can see some of the guys
skilled.
utilize the paddle as well, right? Some of them use it to help turn.
Yeah.
And stuff of that nature. So it's adding a little degree of difficulty with having something in your hands like that. And
yeah, and I feel like that's a lot of the reason there has been a lot of kite and windsurfers that have converted to stand-up paddle surfing because they are used to having that crossbar.
Yeah.
And so you've seen guys like Keahi Dea Boitz come from the kite surfing, Kai Lenny, and
the transition
be very skilled at handling and surfing with something in your hand. That's, regular, conventional shortboard and longboarding. Your hands free, so
right.
You got a little more freedom to get your hands, for style. But when you got to incorporate holding a paddle, that's
another
whole
level,
other
degree
dynamic,
of difficulty.
so.
Yeah, for sure.
The brother's
a couple of guys just sitting there talking story. Normally not the case here at Pipe. Everybody's jockeying for position. So this is one of the beauties about this event. The 2024, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Amazing how you can pack all this good stuff into one venue. We got longboarding, we got stand-up surfing, we got body surfing, shortboard. It's an amazing days of events here. From the 4th to the 16th is the holding period.
It's pretty cool to be up and running on day number 1.
Tehotu Wong here, yeah.
That is Tehotu.
Tehotu Wong, yeah.
He's from Tahiti, and so he's quite used to surfing over some dangerous shallow reef.
Shallow reefs, yeah, exactly.
There's not many breaks in Tahiti that aren't like that.
Yeah.
And he's the husband of the Queen of Pipeline.
Yeah, so
Moana
big
Jones
shoes,
Wong.
big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
She was charging, absolutely charging.
The conversation at the dinner table Like, so how did you do it, Pipeline? Well, I won. How did you do? I didn't.
Yeah.
But I had fun.
I haven't seen yet if she's coaching him down on the beach or what, but
Probably. I saw her earlier. She's around and cheering on her man and having his time to
shine.
hang out at Pipe and get some good waves. You see the beautiful colors in the water, how it transitions from the sand over to the reef, the lighter green water with the sand bottom, and then that dark kind of bluish, almost purple sometimes, signifying that you are over very
something pretty
shallow,
dangerous. Yeah,
solid reef.
These guys paddling for this wave. Looks like they're going to split a peak here, Rocky.
Oh, Wrigglesworth. So make sure you guys go check out dahui.com. We just got our 2024 Dahui hats for the Backdoor Shootout, and we're going to sport these. I'm going to switch out my personalized Easy Bra design. You guys may have seen that during the Eddie Aikau event as well. I was sporting. And dahui.com is where you can get your gear.
Gear up, gang. Definitely want to gear up. All your products there at dahui.com. They got some pre-sale shirts too. You can go online and check it out for the merchandise here if you're not here on the beach. I think the prices are $25 a shirt. They have posters we talked about. Hilton Alves designed. Posters are $5, or you just purchase a shirt. It comes with the poster. So all supplies last, of course.
Dahui.com, that's where you can check it all out. And, if you like the Easy Bra design, nsogdesigns.com. I'm going to do a shameless self-plug for
no, you got to do what you got to do.
What we got going on, but all the action is at dahui.com.
Mo Freitas at Backdoor right there as well. Oh, that's a replay.
Oh, and that was rigged. Just getting a little too high line there. Then the bottom dropped out from under him.
Yeah.
It's like the trap door.
The trap door.
Walking around in the attic. Oops.
Push the reset button.
Yeah. You're in the attic. Next thing you know, you're on the dining table. The technique of getting through waves with stand-up paddleboard equipment is.
You got
a couple different kind of techniques. Yeah. You saw the rug getting pulled out from under. I like that one. The kickboard in
technique.
front. Yeah.
Right there, little pipe action. Not really the pipe that we're normally seeing, but there's a lot of sand that still has to move and everything yet. But there is potential out there if you find a gem. Yeah.
From Mo Freitas. That off the top was nice and crisp.
Yeah.
Quality.
Definitely. So
watching Mo on the backhand carving at Pipeline reminds me of one of our first Backdoor Shootout winners, Johnny Boy Gomes, back in the day.
The Masters at smashing
when
waves.
He was going backside and unloading on some of those under the lip snaps.
Never skip leg day, right? So they're paddling for this one. Looks like a little nugget, a little runner backdoor. Stalling a little.
That could be Eddie Garcia.
Dip. Nice little backdoor wave. We didn't quite get to see the pipe. I'm sure we'll see the replay. But, splitting the peak. Another backdoor. A little tricky one, but that drone footage. Another backdoor. So they got some wave action coming through now, like a little wave machine. Mo's pumping down the line. Backdoor. Does not make it out. He tried. Catch some speed for that. The wave is really fast. But, it's not just barrels today. Like you said, little off-the-top floaters and things like that. You got to get creative to get your points today for sure. Maybe it'll change as a swell fills in.
And the paddle back out technique. You see the hand paddling there for Mo Freitas. And I even saw him earlier fly his paddle ahead like 20 yards.
Yeah.
Like
Fetch.
over the wave, and then he paddled and went through it on the laying prone.
Yeah.
And then we saw the other technique where you fall on your back and kick the board forward
And you
over
go
the
under,
wave.
and
So
you
a
go
couple
under,
different
over
ways
under.
of getting back out. There's a nice little stall right there. And the shampoo shower, conditioner, bubble bath sprinkle once again.
Head and
Tehotu Wong.
shoulders. Head and shoulders. That replay on the pipe, replay on Mo Freitas' back door, little pump session right there. This doesn't make it out.
So just a few minutes remaining in this first heat of paddleboard. We're going to stick with the paddleboarding and go into heat 2 and possibly bring back Isaiah Walker and Ezra Rodriguez for the call for the few heats. And
the next heat of
Cliff and I will go
stand-up.
do our rotation at the beach mic. So you get to see us in all phases of this event.
A little bit of everything.
And we'll entertain the folks that are live here on the beach. It's a pretty good crowd that's assembling to watch the event today, January 4th. Happy New Year to all of you.
Yeah.
Hopefully it was a good, safe one. Everybody's got their 2 eyes still, all 10 fingers.
10 fingers, 10 toes. Hawaii is big on fireworks. And
oh, man. I was watching some of the YouTube videos that got put out the next day of people just like shooting like from their backyard in Makakilo down towards Eva and Waipahu.
Just lighting it up.
Oh, bro, it was like legal.
Yeah, in some
you don't
cultures
have to go
it
to
is,
see
right?
any organized fireworks show around here, but you just walk outside.
Walk outside is much better,
It
for
is
sure.
amazing.
But glad everybody made it into 2024. And I hope everybody has a prosperous, safe one this coming year. Set goals and enjoy 361 days now to 2025.
All right, so just about a minute remaining. Looking for the last final waves here. So I believe top 3 of these guys will advance
Top
because
3
there's
advance,
2 heats.
yeah.
So we're making these 6-man finals
2 heats,
for
6-man
longboarding
finals.
and for stand-up paddleboarding.
So we got some sets coming through here. We'll see who gets the privilege of riding one of these bombs right here.
The technical ability to
Is that
maneuver
Tehotu?
that board.
It
That's
looks like Tehotu Wong here. Tehotu, he does it.
And come on, Holtz.
Oh, it just clamped him. Just clamped him a little bit, but he packed that one pretty good. It's tricky. You got a lot of board, too, you know.
Yeah, the width of the board.
Yeah.
Definitely because you have to be standing on the board while it's still and not moving with momentum. It is
It's tricky.
A wide piece of equipment with, usually pretty fat rails. So setting the rail is
It's
difficult.
tricky not to catch the rail.
Yeah, and to watch these guys maneuver around. You see Mo Freitas, like you said, up to his pockets.
Yeah.
Sinking that board.
That's the heat right there. He was looking for that one, but just not in position.
So that is the end of Heat 1 of our stand-up paddleboard first
we'll be
round.
going
It's,
into heat number
basically
2.
a semifinal.
Yeah,
with
pretty
2
much.
heats. So it'll be a semifinal number 2 coming up next. And there's
Nice little
Tehotu
shot
just
from
bringing it in.
From the drone.
And heat number 2 is on.
Heat number 2 is
heat number
on.
1 clears out. You see all the turbulent water on the inside section right there. Beautiful drone capturing the aerial overviews, and Rocky Cannon and Cliff Botello, our new Hui hats. And we're going to bring you heat number 2.
Heat
and
number
we're
2.
going to also take a short commercial break, and we'll be back with stand-up paddle heat number 2, and we'll bring back Isaiah Walker and Ezra Rodriguez.
Ezra Rodriguez.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu, Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
All right, welcome back to the Backdoor Shootout 2024, excuse me. Happy New Year, Ha'oli Makahiki Ho. And we are live here at Pipeline. Some exciting action we've seen so far as we're into the building swell that we've been anticipating for today. And exciting action here. We're now into our stand-up paddle round 1, heat number 2. Out in the water, we have Zane Schweitzer, Bernard Rodiger, Kai Lenny, Zane Asselin, and Pomaiho Pili. So, stacked heat here, and we've seen some great waves as you see in the background there. We've got a little bit of overcast skies, glassy conditions, and a rising swell. So, exciting day here at the Backdoor Shootout, our stand-up division. I'm Isaiah Walker, and Ezra Rodriguez will be joining us in a moment. Again, this is heat number 2 in our stand-up paddle division. Incredible action that we're seeing here today. Each year at the Backdoor Shootout, we're excited to celebrate the various types of riding vehicles and stand-up paddle. Every year seen a lot of incredible action, a lot of prowess in order to pull into these backdoor waves on a stand-up paddle. And so none other than Kai Lenny out there in the lineup today. We've seen him at the Backdoor Shootout each year in both the SUP division and the the shortboard division. So we're excited to see Kai. Zane Schweitzer, I believe, was last year's champion. So we've got a pretty stacked heat here. It looks like Kai is on the beach. Hopefully he's okay. Here we go. This is a replay of what we saw during the commercial break. Kai way up forward, slips off of his board, trying to get that forward momentum. Comes down. He's on the beach right now. We'll check in, make sure that he's all right.
Good morning, Isaiah. So this is what's going on.
Yeah, it looks like
you're only allowed to surf if you're in the shortboard main event this year. You are only allowed to do one division. So he's been called in. I just switched off beach announcer. Rocky's back on beach announcing. He needs to make a quick decision. They're discussing it right now with because he's in Team New Earth Project with Clay Marzal, Kelly Slater, Carissa Moore, Pomai Ho'opili. No, Zane Schweitzer.
Zane Schweitzer,
two-time champion. Amazing. Such an amazing waterman from Maui. Maui, no joke, always breeding some amazing watermen. Would you say that was Zane Esslin?
Zane seems to be a popular name in the stand-up division.
It does, because that's your one friend, Zane's.
Yeah.
I met his daughter, is an amazing surfer.
Oh, yeah. That's his sister, actually.
His sister,
yeah, so
amazing ripper. And then he was killing it last year. I've called a few heats with you. Where is he this year, the guy? He's from Hauula, right?
He is from Hauula.
Where you stay,
he's in Brazil
Zane?
now. He's on a mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Oh, good for him. Right on.
He's taking 2 years off to do some service for in Brazil.
Well, hey, let's say hi to Brazil because they are logged on. Texas from friends. What's up, Brazil? Awesome stuff. So he's up there, huh?
Yeah.
He might be tuning in. I know 2 of my other friends, Ricardo is on there. And, Zane Schweitzer. He does it all, too. He's not just a stand-up paddle kind of guy.
Guy charges, too.
Charges. But these guys, they make the stand-up paddle not even look like it's 3 to 4 inches, 23.5 wide, let me tell you. You know, last year's performance from Kai Lenny was amazing as well.
Right. So that's interesting. You're saying that they have a rule that you can only be in one division.
Yep. You either focus on your shortboard. I mean, you know, Kai Lenny does everything really well.
And that must be a new rule to this year because he's done both divisions for the last
last year on that stand-up paddleboard that he had, he was coming out of the back door doing vertical shortboard snaps right over aints. So, and he just got a great first wave, but he just needed to make a decision. But you are going to get to see this amazing athlete come up in the team's events, okay? And they're going to be New Earth Project, Jamie O'Brien, Mr. Kai Lenny, Matahi Drole, Carissa Moore, and Koa Smith with alternate Shaden Picaro.
Yes, Shaden from Big Island, really good surfer.
Really good surfer.
He rips here out at Pipeline.
Yeah, so hopefully he gets a chance to be in his first backdoor shootout. Who's this?
This looks like Schweitzer.
Schweitzer again. Colorful tail pad he had. I was watching the last heat on the tower. Mo Freitas was a busy boy in that last heat, wasn't he?
Here's Pomai Hopili.
Pomai. One of my favorites. Great performance last year. He's looking for some pipe bombs this year. If he gets offered a backdoor, wow, this Kanaka, he ain't scared of anything. He surf them all.
Another guy that works with the Hawaiian Water Patrol as well. So
let me tell you about surfing with this guy. He got to do a longboard heat with us at Makaha. The waves were 12 feet. Him and Ha'a just pulled away from me and Rusty. They went all the way out to the point and caught giant waves of whitewater. So these guys, they train and they ready.
Oh.
Beautiful travel.
That was Rodiger.
Yeah, Bernard Rodiger. Charging. So Zane Eslin, Zane Schweitzer, Pomai Ho'opili all have waves on the board. And, man, being up there, our judging panel, are you kidding me up there? You got Flynn Novak. You got Love Hodel. And you got the man himself.
Is Kahea up there?
Kahea's also up there, too.
Oh.
That's amazing stuff. So they all have their alternate judges, too. So amazing stuff. And we're fueled by Monster Energy, Sinaloa Tortilla Chips, Athletic Brewing, Odom, Hawaii. What's up, brother? AK, Aaron, Kim, and the gang. Waya Kale Water, Haleiwa Juice, and Two Thumbs Tattoo. This guy's been with us a long time. Mahalo for your sponsorship and letting this legacy live on.
I know that usually we have the Stoke bloke up there in the tower judging. Barton Lynch, is he up there?
Oh, Barton, the man, the guy that's also an amazing announcer. And from those days of me just watching VHS surf films, I mean, the guy is amazing. And he's a frothy Grom. He's also raising his Grom here on the North Shore. And they're watching him, and Joel Centeo is up there as well.
Okay.
They are picking it apart, detail for detail.
You know what? I love that. I love that you have, former pro surfers, people who have been in surfing competitions that are up there in the judging tower, especially those that know Pipeline, know what it takes to ride this wave, and to have that kind of expertise in the judging
Big
tower.
time.
I think it's awesome.
Yep, and, we always got to remind, if you're going to be any part of surfing, you got to keep doing that, too. You got to keep it real. If you're going to judge, you might as well shred, too, right?
Right.
So, awesome stuff. Backdoor Shootout, the infamous. It ain't easy. You got to get a community runs this event. So, thank you to the North Shore community. Hui Ohe'e Nalu, island-wide club members. Mauka Tamakai, always doing amazing things for us. Alongside the competition, the Hui Backdoor Shootout celebrates Hawaiian culture and traditions. The only surfing event on the North Shore, ran by the Hawaiian Surfing Club. 49-year history, unlike no other.
Right.
And you know that history.
Yeah. So, yeah, the Hui, 1976. Those are really interesting years in Hawaii, the mid-'70s. Because in the midst of this, what we call, oftentimes historians will call the Hawaiian Renaissance. So in the 1970s in Hawaii, there's a real shift that's taking place with, like, the sense of Hawaiian identity. In years prior, a lot of Hawaiian culture, kind of struggled to survive in many ways. But we saw it in the 70s and into the 80s, of course, this resurgence. For example, Hawaiian language. We see a lot of resurgence in Hawaiian language where previous years it was not allowed to be taught in elementary schools or in schools. In the 70s, they shift to make that difference so that Hawaiian language is revitalized through Hawaiian immersion programs, which today is very strong. In fact, we have in the Heat here Pomai Hopili. His kids and my kids go to the same school.
Oh,
here,
nice.
Aula Hawaiian language immersion program.
Beautiful.
But the 70s were all about that. And surfing is part of that tradition and of Hawaiian culture and revitalization. So the Hui is a part of that. We're going to see this one of Kai Lenny. This is one that he way back from deep, pumping, trying to get way up on the front of the board.
Man, Street Shortboard pumps that 3-inch thick, 23 wide Formula One board.
Here we have Zane Schweitzer.
Schweitzer. He's got such low center of gravity. If you're in the surf industry, all our wahines tell us bend our knees. He has no problem. He's bent. He's contorted. He's ready. Zane Schweitzer, low center of gravity, ready to take on anything.
Yeah. Zane also he charges out at Peahi on Maui and
big time.
Jaws.
He's definitely one of the community leaders.
Pomai getting covered.
Pomai Ho'opili. Oh, bruh. And then, you seen that fist. Like, he ain't going to overdo it, but he's stoked with that, as I'm stoked right now. That was a true in and out. That's what it's all about. That's what they're trying to get. They're trying to accomplish that twice, whether it be bigger, whatever they can get. But wave selection is definitely key. So with Zane Schweitzer turning in a 4 and a 1, that brings him to a grand total of a 5. Pomai is looking with a 2 and a 1-5, so he's looking to drop all that and turn in this amazing score.
Yeah, we got a replay
and
here.
Scores will drop. Zane Schweitzer's last wave, a 3-1-7.
It's a little cover up. Tries to get back in the barrel. Gets a little shade there. Goes
Good
for
use
the
of
floater,
paddle, huh?
Turns into the air. This is Pomai's last one. Gets covered up.
Yep.
Not
Threads
bad.
it beautifully for what it is. That's the best you could have done for what it is.
Some chandelier in and out. He's stoked with it. So Pomai gets a 5.
5-5. 5-5-0. Sounds about right, as the waves will pick up. Yep, he's going to have to deal with some. There is no duck diving a stand-up paddleboard, but you know what I mean? I watched this guy paddle through some currents, and it's amazing stuff.
For sure. All right, we did have some action take place while we were watching the replay, which is interesting because it's Pomai up again.
Oh, you just blew the tail out of that thing, and his board got racked on the left coming towards his way. But Pomai Ho'opili, a Hawaiian entertainer and part of the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Uncle Terry Ahui, thank you for being here with all your amazing nephews, your son.
Rodiger up and out on backdoor.
Zane Aslin, yes?
Oh.
Backdoor definitely got some action. We got 9 minutes remaining. Zane Schweitzer, Bernard Rodiger, Zane Aslin, and Pomai Ho'opili. Sorry, guys. Kai Lenny had to come in and make a decision because he's surfing for an amazing team, New Earth Project. And they'll be coming up maybe tomorrow. We'll see. It's all about the forecast and checking in over here at the houses with the Hui He'enalu and Uncle Eddie Rothman. And just look at the lineup in the dark. Let the light hit it a little bit. You know, we always like how you diagnosed morning sickness, morning sessions, how pipeline can be. And we all know our aunties and uncles that are diehard morning surfers, you know. They don't mind if it's morning sickness. They just go. The good morning crowd. Nice view. As Zone Media, Ocean Paddler TV, and Hawaiian Extreme Sports were the innovators of drone footage for surfing. And don't forget, guys, we also are offering, you guys can take a GoPro out for your heat, get totally shacked, and we go live right to that as we're talking, commentating. So we're going to definitely get some visions.
The split peak here, Bernard Rodiger.
Zane Aslan. Wow, his board is really unique looking. Maybe because it's white, it's a little bit narrower. Watching Mo Freitas earlier, it's like he's standing on like a 7-0, you know, sunk in. Takes a lot of leg strength, balance, a lot of core, and a lot of core values in stand-up paddling. Heel, toe, edge. If you ever have a sore foot and you go out and stand-up paddle, your feet are going to be way more sore after that, man. You're carrying your weight. You're leaning, absorbing.
All right. Yeah.
All the ocean currents.
Pretty sure this is Bernard. I don't think Zane is that's Bernard going right, and split peak there.
Oh, Bernard, okay.
And Bernard is looking to get a 6-point ride to get into the advancing seat. We got Polmai and Zane so far who are
I'm not familiar with Bernard, but he's got a nice, smooth style.
Right.
Really, really, yeah. Welcome to the Backdoor Shootout, Bernard. And, you know, this event, out of all the events, you know, got to get invited. But the way the Hui and Hui He'enalu, you know, it's always been an old Hawaiian story. Our athletes from down here, island-wide, don't get in certain events, and this one pays homage to the pipe specialists, even guys from out of town that have been here and put in their time with so much respect and amazingness, and with aloha.
Right. You can see on the screen up next our longboard final. Coming up next, here we have Zane Schweitzer grabbing rail, going backdoor. Can he get in that barrel? He gets briefly covered up.
Oh, beautiful backside carve into a nice whitewater rebound, and he snapped it off like a shortboard. That was awesome. Zane Schweitzer changing it up.
Loses paddle. There he is. Behind you, bro.
Oh, and then he's going to have to, not too bad. Sometimes you just get worked in there.
Look at that technique.
Beautiful.
Big dog slowing down, dragging his thigh in the water.
He's also holding his paddle as he was in the barrel instead of holding it with his rail, and then he switched to do that massive cutback to whitewater rebound. Wow, you got steezed out on that one. He's going to negotiate some whitewater because these guys are riding real short stand-up boards. Let me tell you. A regular human wouldn't be able to stand on it. It would sink. You got to keep the thing constantly moving. So,
yeah, that is amazing. How small these boards. I remember when stand-up paddle first started. They're very big boards, very long, and now out here at Pipeline, they're riding really short boards. Here we go. Oh, my goodness.
Wow, he switches stance, and he switches stance. Now he's goofy foot. Okay.
Bernard.
Is that the same guy or what? Bernard switching it up like Bern Gerdeter. Yeah, so one of the best windsurfers in the world, and switching stance like Rusty Kelowna, that was awesome. You couldn't even tell that he wasn't natural goofy footer.
Watch this replay. Stalls.
Wow.
Pulls in, completely gone.
That is going to change things. Comes out with some spit, yeah. Oh, beautiful stance at the end. Feet together, confident. Polmai. Here we go. He's going to thread the needle. Good technique with the paddle. Slowed down, did all he could do, right, Isaiah, on that one. So he's going to capitalize and get another pretty good second score.
This should be interesting because all three of our competitors right now are going to be really close as far as scores are concerned.
I'm excited to see Bernard's. That was a clean in and out.
Roediger, I mean, I didn't realize. He is one of the best windsurfers out there on Maui, and bringing his, his skill to stand-up paddle today at the Backdoor Shootout, showing a lot of versatility. Here we go, replay of Pomai dragging the paddle, gets quickly covered up. That sandbar closeout section, he has to straighten out to avoid that closeout. So we have Pomai, Zane, and Bernd, who are very close in their
really
their
close.
Points.
It's going to come down to a wave at 2:52 remaining.
And from what I'm seeing, we have a score for him in the 5.33 for that barrel that Roediger got. So he's right there in the mix, but these scores are so close because Zane has been also getting some great rides, and Pomai as well. So they're all sitting very close to each other, just fractions of a point off.
Our judging panel's picking it apart. Barton Lynch, Flynn Novak, Love Hodel, Joel Centeo. You put these guys in jerseys, you know what I mean? They're dangerous still. Joel Centeo, man, he could go out to backdoor and win the thing.
So Pomai looks like he's in the lead with an 8.5. Zane Schweitzer with a 7.17, and Roediger with a 7. So all Roediger needs now is a 3.18 to move into that top two position. Yeah.
So they definitely have to realize that they have 150 as all three athletes are standing up. At least they're not rubbing elbows. You know what I mean? Paddle check, paddle check. They are significantly spread out, as you can see from the Ocean Paddler TV drone. And doesn't look like there's any Pacific ribs coming in for this last minute, but you never know. A Schmedium pipe wave could change it at this point because they are so close.
And looks like Zane is camping right on top of Roediger.
Oh, he's an athlete. He's the two-time defending champion of this event, so he's going to want to make the final. So to solidify the final, he just fell off. He's like, let's just lay down now.
And Roediger was smart to sit on the inside because all he needs is a 3.17.
These guys have such good sportsmanship, even though they have that gnarly competitive bone. Look at them. They're just talking story. You don't really see that much.
Well, it looks like our scores have updated. I didn't realize there were some changes to the scores or that it was still updating.
Yep, still updating.
All right. But it seems that
But I feel that, you see, that wave wasn't totally updated. That was a 6.83. I kind of felt that wave was up there. It was going into the excellent range. And that puts Mr. Roediger right up as first time me getting to know him and watching him surf. An amazing Maui boy. And, they're not just hearing he's one of the best windsurfers in the world. Once you know about him, that's not all he does.
Yeah, so
growing up around Rush Randall and
that looked like the updated scores that Bernard did make it up to the top. Him and Pomai looks like they're going to make it through. Exciting quarterfinal. All right. Well, before we start this next longboard final, we're going to take a quick break. Stay with us as we get back with the finals of the longboard at the Backdoor Shootout 2024. See you soon.
See you soon. Aloha.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu. Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Hey, welcome back, gang. Welcome to 2024, and what a great way to spend the new year joining us here at the Backdoor Shootout, brought to you by Go Nuts and Keiki Beach Bungalows. My name is Ezra Rodriguez, alongside this amazing Professor Isaiah Walker. Aloha, brother.
Aloha, good morning. Had some exciting action. We're here at Pipeline Backdoor Shootout Day 1, and we've got an exciting event, and we're into this building swell.
Yep.
So we've been having primarily the longboard and stand-up paddle divisions today. There's been some great rides, great conditions.
Yes,
we're seeing the swell slowly rising, and it's supposed to peak tonight, so we should have some action throughout the day and into tomorrow.
Yeah, we should have some real good pipe and backdoor tomorrow. It is picking up right now. Our longboard final. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Scotty Fong is in the heat with Mananalu Chandler, Mr. Bunga Perkins, a world champion longboard surfer, Bakoa Ho, Derek Ho's son, lifelong legacy down here on the North Shore, Freddie Hui from the island of the Big Island where you guys reside.
Right.
And Dino Miranda, world champion longboarder as well. That is a stacked final, Isaiah. I'm excited.
You have a couple of world champs. You've got some young guns. You've got some legends. And that's what I love about here at the Backdoor Shootout. You have a whole mix of surfers that are competing against each other. And it looks like here, going backdoor, Scotty Fong. Come on.
Whoa, Fongie Jr. There was a hole, but that foam ball just ripped right underneath his fins and tossed him over. But he's getting started just like in that other heat.
Yeah, he kept busy in the last heat.
You never know where that pans out when you're going into the dying 5 minutes.
Yeah, awesome. I thought he was going to come out of that.
No, me too.
He was traveling. He was gone, but he was still traveling. It looked promising, but maybe it just clamped on him or the foam ball got him.
Scotty Fong does amazing things. Sometimes you don't even – he's such a humble Hawaiian. You never notice him in a heat. He's like that, another longboard surfer, Kapono Nahina. You don't see them much in a heat. They're catching the smaller, medium waves, but then they're getting giant scores, and you got to watch out for that. Those guys always know how to play that game. Real humble. Doing junk. I would swim to the beach, and then you come in and they won the heat. So, Scotty Fong Jr.
Yeah, earlier in the semifinals, Mananalu was getting some shacks. Saw him get one of the waves of the morning. Deep barrel came out of it. So,
and you see, you got Dino Miranda here in the final. You see those two big barrels. Even though you're threading and you don't come out, you're going to get awarded for it. And this is just where Dino Miranda wanted to be. He's one of the best longboard barrel riders. And with him, his cousin is Bunga.
Okay.
You know what I mean? All these guys are good friends. You know what I mean?
Family.
Frederick Hui rides on Bunga's board brand. And, everybody knows Mananalu Chandler. He's just the Grom Jr. Oh, so I heard we got an amazing interview down there with the two-time champ of the Backdoor Shootout, Zane Schweitzer. Let's go back downstairs.
We're here with Zane Schweitzer, who is a pioneer for paddleboarding. So you just got some amazing waves out there. You got two barrels for one wave in the beginning. How did that feel?
Oh, it's so good to be on the North Shore and to compete in the Backdoor Shootout at Ehukai is a dream come true. We're super grateful to be included at this event. So huge mahalo to the Hui and to the North Shore community for getting all of us out here. Body surf, bodyboard, surf, stand-up, waterman event for Duke Hanamoku.
Amazing. And so I know that you actually can do airs. That's something you're known doing. So how did you kind of figure out how to do that?
Well, I grew up surfing and windsurfing, so getting off the water is super fun. So as soon as I got into stand-up paddling, I wanted to mix in the longboard and shortboard style. At that time, the boards were pretty big, so I started cutting them down shorter, like my shortboards. And, yeah, that kind of was the early days of SUP, and now we're riding pretty much shortboards, no problems doing airs and a lot of the maneuvers that guys do on a normal, traditional surfboard.
Amazing. And I know that you are a new dad. Is your family here cheering you on?
Yeah, first trip with my baby boy, Kahele Avai, along with my wife, Kimberly. We're all here together, and I'm stoked to be taking the little family trip, little break from Lahaina. It's been crazy times back home, so nice to change scene, hang with our friends and family from the North Shore. And big mahalo to Napoleon Ohana and Janella Ohana for always hosting us. And, yeah, really grateful to be hanging with the family out here.
Great. Amazing job.
Wow, amazing that he is able to explain the way that he helped to develop the pioneering of shorter boards, riding shorter boards on stand-up, and Maui guys have that ability of mixing up. Because he's like, I grew up, on a shortboard, on a stand-up, and also on windsurfing, and
they're also pioneers of the air,
that.
the Robersons. Right here at these Volcom houses, the Justin Roberson, started doing these backside airs, and that is the emblem of HGA, okay? And those guys, and then Matt Archibald, everybody was involved, the Fletchers. I mean, Maui always has a pool of talent, I got to hang out with go on trips with Cy Smiley and Steve Cooney. He's no longer here, but there's a guy downstairs, one of the bossmen's down here at Volcom, Ty Van Dyke.
Right.
There's just a bunch of guys that are super talented from Maui. And if nobody knew live on air right now, they were pioneers of the airs. Not just, you see all the younger guys, Matt Miola, all these guys, but, it was forged in the winds over there.
Right, and Zane was a two-time champ. That was a tough heat for him, though, in that last one.
He was up and down, up and down.
Byrne kind of came up from the bottom, did that switch stance barrel, and we'll see.
So at the last point, Zane did make it into the finals, right?
We will update you on that.
Yeah,
because
I thought I almost seen him get bumped to third and pull but we shall see. You're currently watching Scotty Fong, Mana Nalu Chandler, runner-up of last year's. Keegan Edwards got knocked out, last year's champion. And you got Makoaho, Frederick Hui, and Dino Miranda. Dino Miranda in the first round getting some of the deeper, bigger pipe cones. And if this guy scores a backdoor, you better be careful. You also got guys like Bunga Perkins out there in the lineup too. So these guys are all real tight. They know each other. Here goes the finals. These guys are getting together. Excellent performance by Tehotu Wong too.
Right.
I love that front hand snap outside of his traveling pocket ride barrel. And Zane is in the final. So up next, Mo Freitas, Sebastian Gomez, Tehotu Wong, Bernard Radiger, Pomai Ho'opili, and Zane Schweitzer. Wow.
All right, so he did make through. Looked like top three, so that worked out well.
Yeah. Awesome. Oh, someone got one high turd. That's the best.
And I'm glad because
like even in amateurs, there's sometimes the format lands on someone's, and then you get a high fourth, but that doesn't happen very often. So third place.
It's cool to see that our Maui surfers doing well in these divisions and stand-up, for example. Quite a few of them coming from Maui. And again, I also loved, Zane's interview. He said a lot of really cool things. One of them, he was shout out to Duke Hanamoku, and he talked about how at this event he loves being invited because of all the different types of divisions and surfboard crafts, and we are today celebrating Duke Hanamoku. So And he
There's
talked about his
beautiful
family.
Explaining to his wife. So awesome.
Talk about
but,
bringing
she's
his
probably
son.
not telling him bend his knees. He's got a nice low center of gravity. Oh, he brought his baby. That's his wife, Kim.
Oh, his son is so stoked for the pops.
Super stoked. His first travel over here to Oahu. Definitely not his last. And stoked for you, Zane Schweitzer. Such a community leader back home and just an all-around awesome waterman. And paving the way. And Maui's always been on the map, but these characters and athletes that come out of Maui, super stoked.
And, much aloha to Maui, especially with Lahaina. And he gave a shout-out to Lahaina and the struggles they face. And our prayers at Pule continue to be with those ohana over there. And Zane seems like a great representative of Maui and of the sport here. So happy to see him moving on to the final and got his family down here on the beach.
Awesome.
And, that's what I love about the Backdoor Shootout. It does have a real cool family vibe. As I mentioned earlier, in this final here, we have paddling here Dino Miranda, who would be seen as kind of the uncle or the senior, but we've got a paddler here.
Oh, Scotty Fong, a little bit buckled loose on that. Got excited. Champ let him go. Of course, Dino doesn't want to drop in. These guys are all good. So, here we go.
Backdoor, Manonalu.
Beautiful technique as he came down low and gets a doubler. Not very long, but a double, baby. His mom was an amazing longboard athlete on Roxy back in the days. Traveled around with her, and so good to see the kid grab. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I like when the kids get to broaden their horizons on every different watercraft because whatever you're focused on, it helps you.
Like Makoa paddling into this one, trying to slow down, get in the barrel.
Woo. Yeah, Makoa, making Dad proud, man.
I wonder what the age gap is between Manonalu and
Dino.
I mean, Dino. I don't want to age him or something. Is he 60?
He's amazing. Yeah, and after the ceremony, December 30th, it was my birthday. I watched him get 8-foot barrels, and there was some sweeping ones. It looked real inviting, but it was work. And he went out there.
And, it is real testament to the healthiness of He'enalu. And just encouraging our surfers to continue surfing.
Well, don't tell everybody about the Fountain of Youth. Don't we have we got enough surfers came out of COVID.
There's the replay. He got a little cover up, then pulls in again. Twofer, eject button with a pencil dive.
And his eject pencil dive is just textbook. It's perfect.
Yeah, one thing I love about Pipeline, too, is it's an iconic wave, right? And you can tell when you see a wave at Pipeline, and then we have some artists.
Hilton Elves. He's there live, you guys. Go check him out. He's here. We have $5 posters and $25 shirts getting sold down here at the beach. So Hilton Elves, you can get your poster signed by him. Oh, amazing. That looks unreal.
Yeah, so he's painted the image for the Backdoor Shootout this year that's on our shirts and on the posters. And so Hilton is an amazing artist based out of Kahuku and has a lot of cool murals that he's done.
Yep.
Incredible murals. And he really knows how to capture that barreling, iconic Pipeline wave.
Live here in the flesh. I really love just watching the artists and their canvas. I can watch that for a long time. I mean, it almost makes it look like they're making a mess, and then it just comes into different shades, and then in 3Ds. It's captivating. Hilton Elves, definitely familiar with his work. Good to have you here in the flesh, brother.
Yeah, he's done some cool murals in Honolulu and also Kahuku High School. And
oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Nice.
So some great artwork he does. Check him out. But
I feel artwork should go on more buildings like that. I mean, it just looks choice.
And there's a lot of great artists and muralists from the North Shore. Jack Soren, who's from Laie, and whose family is surfers too, and he's a surfer, good friend of mine. Does a lot of cool murals. We've got Matt Ortiz and his wife do great work out here on the North Shore.
Ortiz, huh?
Yeah, muralists, and it's cool that you can there's a celebration of Hawaiian artists.
You know, Dina Miranda's a painter.
Awesome.
He lived North Shore for many years and just started painting the North Shore. Here we go, Isaiah. Mana Nalu. He's a well-liked Grom, as you can hear every house just banging on the deck, whistling. Well, he got covered up again there, Isaiah.
Right.
Here we go. Frederick Hui. Dino letting him go. He was too far back. Frederick Hui. Big Island in the house. Woo. Too much sandbar. That wave was coming around.
Another broken board.
Oh, broken board. Gotcha. Well, Bunga, going to have to make Frederick a brand new board.
No, I think that was Mana Nalu actually. Got caught inside paddling back up.
Oh, I see him. He's in the sandbar, standing up waist deep. Oh, he's got his other half. I hope that wasn't Mom's board.
Oh.
I mean, he might have even broke the yellow one from last year. Whoa. Textbook backdoor bonga. Backdoor bonga. So good to see him out here. It's good to see him come back from competition. And, you know, he's also part of the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Oh, Mana Nalu, please tell me you got one backup board. Oh, there he is. That's one big legacy right there, the Keaulana legacy. Mr. Nolan Keaulana. I call him the Gorilla Bone. He's amazing, this guy.
And last year, I mean, I know he's doesn't like the spotlight too much, but Nolan last year was in action with the Water Patrol. There's some replay here of Mananalu trying to stall that one, drag the front leg.
Such awesome style, yeah? Yeah, Nolan's wife don't like us blow up him too much before he comes through the front door. All ta-don.
No, but
Keaulana Ohana?
He was definitely on site to rescue our competitors last year.
Heavy, wasn't it? We're all in the booth watching every screen. The man jumped off his jet ski and just made there's all these fundamentals and they innovate and create, and he, at that moment in time, Gums was coming, cracking down behind him. Right. He said, no ways. He said, no more of this ski. I got to go manually grab this guy.
Yeah.
And Kala full on recovery.
It's cool to see that he's back in the event, it seems
like man, and he's going to, like he posted last night, he's going to go face his fears. It's an enjoyment and a profession and a passion of his. Here we go. BP, Bunga Perkins, doing what he needs to do. As long as we're showcasing the Duke Kahanamoku specialty event, it is also a competition, not just great sportsmanship and camaraderie. These guys do want the title. There is money on the line. There is a massive prize purse every year.
There's just looks like 5 minutes remaining.
Yes. Scotty Fong Jr. Ooh, not a good choice of waves, but you never know until you go.
It looks like he's wearing, I don't know if that's a brace or just a shiny leash that he's got on his ankle there.
Maybe he's just letting Bunga know, the between friends. Oh, I'm injured, but they're not really injured. He's just ready to come out of the gate. There's Dad carrying the other tail half. It's an awesome Kanaka. There's Jay Tansley, who you'll hit Inalu member.
He also in one of the heats earlier.
He got in the heat. Took place at Dwayne DeSoto. Dwayne is in Palm Springs, I think, taking his aerialist son Kala to that new wave pool.
Yeah.
That's what people were talking about in the other yard over there.
Have you seen footage of that pool? It's got like this different settings.
Yeah.
One of the settings is like a slab setting.
Yeah.
And it's like one of the meanest
crazy.
wave pool slab I've ever seen.
I think Australia has a slab that I got to watch my friend Harley Ingleby surf. The thing, you can get hurt in a pool. I mean, donuts, lickings, compressions. People have been injured in that Australia one, but I did hear Palm Springs can square out the barrel.
Here we go.
Oh,
it's like
beautiful. Makoa.
Stalling, looking for that barrel. Oh, it doesn't cooperate.
Love his style, but yeah. Hey, and don't forget, these athletes are offered. If they want to take a GoPro, they can take it out there, and we can go straight live.
Bonga Perkins.
BP. Oh, not another BP broken board. No, he's intact. No. Oh, yes. I remember the years Bonga never wore a leash. You know?
Yep.
I mean, he would save boards that way. But then, you know, if you vola out all the way in, talk to your brothers, your board could be broken on the short break by the time. Because the sandbar will take it.
And we saw that. Mononalu, he wasn't even riding a wave, just paddling back out, and that sandbar snapped his board.
Second board of the day. And there's going to be more broken boards because this is just the start. This is day number 1 at the Hui Backdoor Shootout, brought to you by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Replay.
McCaw looking to get barreled, but wave didn't really cooperate for him. This was the one. Bonga Perkins in the pit. Unfortunately, it closed out on him.
But you do know, getting gutted in the barrel, using technique, threading it, and not coming out, you still get rewarded. So.
Oh, here we go,
Mononalu. Oh, how's that nice little fade off the bottom? That was so longboard textbook as he just gets crunched right there. I've seen this kid get massive closeout waves. I wouldn't say he's just playing with it, but he knows what he's doing. This kid is coming. Oh, Dino Miranda on the back door, Isaiah. Beautiful textbook stall. Nice. And then he knows to negotiate, come out, and make it happen. That is a score on the board from the champ, Dino Miranda.
Yeah, comes out. That's the key. I mean, he's been charging all day, but making it out of the barrel has been sort of a struggle for him today, but he's definitely come out of that backdoor wave.
That was nice.
Get a replay of that. There we have Dino in the barrel, cover up, comes out.
Dino. What a fun final heat. All different generations.
Right. So in 2 waves, you saw the first wave we had Mononalu, who's probably 16 or 17. Now it's interesting. We've watched him grow up at this event.
I know.
He's been in it for the last few years, and he's still a teenager. And looks like he's put on some pounds too. He's gotten a little bigger.
Yeah.
And but to have him as a teenager, probably 16 or 17, and then right behind him, Dino Miranda.
You know, we all fluctuate on carbs.
I mean, this has been an exciting final. Everybody's been catching waves, and
we have his brother coming up. You know, in the next couple of days, he's surfing with North Shore boys, Makua Rothman, legend Chandler,
Scotty Fong.
Scotty Fong making a comeback.
Looks like
3, 2, 1.
End of that final. We'll give you updates on the results, but awesome heat, a lot of action.
A lot of action. Real exciting. As these guys, you know, there's a little bit of technique because it's not massive pipeline and backdoor, so there is a little bit of shopping. They're gliding in.
All right, so we'll be back soon with our finals of the stand-up division after this commercial break. Thank you for being with us. 2024 Backdoor Shootout here at Bonsai Pipeline. Stay with us.
Aloha, gang.
Snap 2, bring it back. winds while heading towards the Hawaiian Islands this weekend. 40 to 60 foot faces and exposed platforms.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu, Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Aloha and welcome back
Aloha.
to the 2024 the Hui Backdoor Shootout, first day of this competition for this year. The January 4th waiting period starts with a bang. We've got our stand-up paddle finals in the water right now. Rocky Cannon with Cliff Botello and everybody on the beach watching live here, and also all of you watching on Spectrum Surf Channel, on the Hui Backdoor Shootout YouTube channel, all the different platforms available. And there you see the lineup for the finals.
Yeah, the lineup. We got Mo Freitas, Sebastian Gomes, Tehotu Wong, Bernd Roediger.
Yeah, Bant,
Pomai Hoapili, and Zane Schweitzer.
Yeah, so a couple of Maui guys mixing it up with some of our guys from North Shore and from Oahu. So good final setting up for this year's the Hui Backdoor Shootout. This is day number one. Got the crowd getting into it. They just watched Mananalu Chandler get some nice barrels. Bonga Perkins, former world champion, still got it. Dina Miranda ended the final with a nice backdoor barrel. So
definitely,
we'll see how those scores work out. But it looks like they're cheering Mananalu up the beach.
Mananalu got
which is a good indication.
Got the chair
that
ride.
He's your champion.
Yeah, got the chair ride. Young buck.
Very well done.
Opportunity for him. They're staying right there, overlooking pipe. I mean, it's all about reps. Counts.
Yeah,
And
putting in
so,
the time.
Putting the time in on the water at this break. It's always different. You know, every day is not the same. Today's a little tricky, this morning especially, waiting for the swell to move in. Wave selection like we talked about earlier and stuff like that. Kind of came in clutch for him.
Yeah, I like your, pretty clean cut, Cliff. Looking professional. Yeah, I got the. This is you guys saw a glimpse of
Wild Bill
of what I got going on back here.
It's okay.
It's it's beyond a mullet. It's a malolo.
It's a malolo.
The flying fish. And my phrase has been, I gotta farm it where it grows.
Yeah, no, and you're farming
so
it.
So little on top is kind of hard. Nobody have much seeds, but in the back, the bugger is thick.
Yeah, I can't complain.
That's what we're working with. You see the paddle boarders getting in their positions,
sweeping what some would say is sweeping the sidewalk out there. They're getting into position. They're trying to set themselves up for success here in the stand-up paddle division finals.
See the beautiful colors in the reef right there from the drone shot. It's a little bit, not overcast, but it's not like bright and sunny. You can see the kind of the flat lighting from the cloud cover, which makes it a little more comfortable on the beach. It's not blazing hot.
Yeah,
and
100%.
Definitely getting some beautiful footage with that drone up above, and then we've got the camera that's on the jet ski getting those nice water shots right inside the barrel.
Definitely, Alex and the crew for Ocean Paddler TV.
There's the view.
Spectacular job. We got Pomai packing one at pipe.
Ooh.
Pomai Hoapili, another North Shore native Hawaiian waterman, and also member of the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Has a lot of experience with this wave and this side of the island as well. So he's trying to find that gem needed to hopefully do a good showing here in the final.
Yeah, look at that style. That's a beautiful shot right there.
Packed it right there. Just got away from him a little bit.
So that backdoor wave was Sebastian Gomez. Here's live action, Mo Freitas.
Nice one, Mo. Packing the back door on that one.
Give me some Mo.
Give me some Mo. Nice. So you can kind of see how the waves are different if you've been watching those last two waves right there. One pipe wave got away from Paul Mai. Mo was able to pack that back door and make it out. So wave selection is key here. Clutch.
Yeah, it seems like some of the mid-size waves have been the ones that have been a little more open.
Yeah.
The big sets, a little bit
not so much
closing out, not offering the nice open exit opportunity. So you see Mo Freitas, as you said, Cliff, wave selection, moving in on the inside a little bit.
Yeah.
And picks off one that allows him to make it through.
Yeah, definitely. He had a little whoop-de-doo too. That was a little backwash kind of a deal he had to deal with. But yeah, well ridden wave on the back door.
There's that shallow section on the inside where the wave or the water kind of peels off.
Yeah.
And then starts to head back out to the lineup, and that you'll see as the surfers take off or they're riding, the little bumps.
Yeah,
the wave kind of flexing.
Yeah, definitely. Not only do you have to make the drop, you got to navigate those a couple of times too. So these guys are looking to see where the spot is. Pipe isn't a normal stand-up paddle wave.
Right.
You don't really see guys stand-up paddling it. So
we don't recommend it either.
Yeah, definitely not the spot for it. But these guys are some of the best at stand-up paddling in the world. And
there's that backwash, too.
Yeah, that backwash. Tehotu navigated very well right there. And here we got the sandbar special right there.
I think that's Ban Rodigger. He was able to go goofy foot and regular foot.
Swapping it up a little bit. Kind of like Uncle Russ Keaulana from Makaha.
Talking about him being bistantial.
Yeah, bistantial. And ambidextrous.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Switch stance and whatnot.
Hey, when you can always go front side.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good skill.
Yeah, and then switch them up to backside. No takers on that one.
Nice drone shot of the dynamics of positioning for the wave. Zane Schweitzer.
Zane's looking like he's
going across, looking for that left-hander.
Looks like he's committing to this one right here. Yeah.
So we've got Tahitian Tehotu Wong. We got this guy from Maui, Zane Schweitzer, and just a fast-breaking wave that doesn't give him too much opportunity. Watch how Zane goes through that wave.
Yeah, that's one of the ways. One of the ways to get through it, but you see everything's right there by him, so I probably would have taken it on the head, but
yeah.
That's one way to get through it. You kick the board through, and then you're just dealing with the paddle.
I like that maneuver. I call it pull the rug out from under your maneuver. It's like somebody's like, you're standing on a area rug and somebody just yanks it right from under your feet, and you
send it
right through the lip. I want to say thank you to our sponsors right down the coast over here, Keiki Beach Bungalows. If you ever have a chance to come out to the North Shore and stay at a very unique spot right on the beach, that is a great option, Keiki Beach Bungalows. And also mahalo to Go Nuts Hawaii. Been around the North Shore for decades now, so mahalo to those two wonderful sponsors, and also Monster Energy, Sinaloa, and Athletic Brewing. And right now, we're going to take you down with our winner, our longboard champion, Mana Nalu Chandler.
Congrats.
And we are back with the youngest guy out there. You did amazing. You got so many amazing clean waves. How are you feeling right now?
Super good. I'm happy I got to surf with all my longboard idols at Pipe, and happy I got some waves, trying my best to, I don't know.
He's very humble, and I know that you broke a board there and you had to come run up, and you had to get another board, and you were no-leashing it for a little bit there. How was that?
I was scared. I was like, bro, I hope there's like no sets coming. I don't want to lose this board. And then the uncle on the ski gave me a leash, and I put it on out there and caught one more. So I was happy.
You got some amazing waves, super clean, super stylish. It was awesome.
Try my best. Thank you guys.
All right. So, Casey, thank you for that. And
Yes.
Mana, you see
Mana.
he's got some hardware.
He's got
around
some
his
hardware.
neck, bro.
He got
Looking
some
like
hardware.
Mr. T, bro.
Yeah. Very, very
Oh,
humble.
that was sick
Nice
right
backdoor. Mo Freitas, was that Mo?
No, I think that was
No, that's not
Sebastian
the normal.
Gomez.
Sebastian Gomez, not the normal green and. Oh, is he?
So here's Zane Schweitzer.
Schweitzer here on
And
the
Zane
pipe wave.
on a wave on the inside.
Yeah. Whacking it. So he's getting some maneuvers in there, trying to build up some points. Not your normal pipe, you know. Zane putting some maneuvers together to try and get a decent score.
Yeah, you know, surfing events here at Pipe Backdoor, it's all about the barrel.
Yeah.
So many of the big scores will come from
Like this
getting
one
barrels
here.
like that. That's Ban Road Digger on a replay. You see him going, that was a live action there. And so catching up with the waves that are being ridden currently, and that was Bant.
Pomai
And now this is
Hoapili right
Pomai.
here. Oh, he
that-
just navigated that thing pretty good, though. That's the
The
sandbar
elevator
right there.
drop right there.
You know, you'll hear us, the boys on the beach probably chanting sandbar.
Yeah,
Sandbar.
yeah. Watch that last step. It's a doozy.
It's a doozy. Yeah, Pomai Hoapili, born and raised out here, you know, at Paumalu,
Yeah.
Rocky Rights area. One of the boys on Hawaiian Water Patrol. And that would be his front side. He's goofy-footed, so for
Yep.
him, kind of like Rockwell here next to me, my
Yeah.
co-host here, goofy-footed, which would be front side at Pipe.
There's some
These
waves
guys-
approaching on the outside. We'll
Yeah,
see
you're
who's in the spot.
Sweeping the sidewalk, looking like somebody wants to be in position for this. Who's going to be? No takers. That thing looked like it swung a little wide, too. Wave selection is key for sure.
So our body surfers are in the water. You see all those heads waiting in the wings right there. That'll be Matt Solomon, Philip Kitamura, Keali'i Punley, Melkeave, Delori Gomez, Conrad Morgan, Ray Soto, and Barry Holt. And please forgive us in advance. We're going to say Ekalamai because identifying these body
Yeah,
surfers
it's close to impossible.
is going to be very difficult.
It looks
so
like just peppercorns floating in
we'll
the
just
water.
we'll show you the lineup of the names, and we'll do our best once that heat begins, and we'll check out some of the most organic form of wave riding.
Yeah,
is
exactly.
the body surfing.
The body.
Just you, arms and fins on your feet. Well, it looks like we got a couple Wahines in the mix too.
I think
also
there
want to say
is-
thank you. That's Casey Bolt down on the beach getting our interviews.
Oh,
So,
okay, okay.
Casey, thank you so
mahalo
much.
nui, Casey. Yep, stepping in, making it work.
Yeah, I think we were scheduled to have Pua Makamai de Soto, but she is
Schedules-
a busy
schedules change.
young person.
Yes.
So I'm sure has a
Chasing
lot
her
going on.
dreams, chasing her dreams. Yeah, we do have. Is it a couple females in this body surfing?
Yeah. So
final, right?
I did see some
Oh,
Wahines
Tehotu.
out there. Here's
Tehotu.
Tehotu Wong from Tahiti. See that sandbar starting to
Yeah,
really churn
close
up
out.
right there, and some mutants of waves sucking up on that shallow section.
You definitely want to kick out before that section, like Tehotu just did. Get back out to the lineup, and hopefully you can make something happen.
So this is our stand-up paddle final. Then we've got our body surfing final, and we're still on standby to see if we're going to be getting into the afternoon with the potential for the shortboard team surfing as we watch Mo Freitas on a replay, and Mo really sending one at backdoor, Zane Schweitzer, not as much coverage, but a nice carve, and then goes right back to the lip, showing his maneuverability with that big stand-up board. And then Tehotu Wong, just a beautiful shot, getting right in the lip line right there. Not super deep, but good positioning.
Very good positioning in a sense that you're dealing with a board that's larger than normal surfboards.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of tricky on this wave, like we talked about earlier. The size of the wave, surface, rails, you have everything that's you got to dial in. It looks like they're sweeping the streets right here, getting ready to.
The street sweepers
are out and about. Looks like Pomai is trying to get into a backdoor potential now. No, nobody.
Just being handed some Sinaloa. The
Sinaloa
surfboard chips. I love that idea.
Yeah. Little marketing action right there.
One of our longtime sponsors.
Sinaloa with the surfboards. I think they got a bodyboard in there too. Everybody who's in the ocean likes it.
Looks like we've got bodyboard, surfboard, skimboard.
Anything ocean oriented.
Fun shapes for these Sinaloa
surf
chips.
oriented.
And they're also very tasty. So next time you're in the supermarket,
favorite
grab
salsa.
Grab yourself some Sinaloa, and goes good with your homemade salsa. I stopped buying salsa already.
You just make your own.
Because it's so easy to make.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a lot of chopping, but you throw on some good background.
Yeah.
Like the Hui Backdoor Shootout broadcast replay.
Chips and some dips.
And then get the tomatoes, cilantro, onions.
Call me up. I got some
peppers,
avocados. You can make guacamole
some
for
avocados.
You
get plenty of avocados at Pupukea.
Pupukea avocados.
And a beautiful shot from the drone looking back across the lineup.
This is
into
home
the beach.
sweet home to us boys from the North Shore. Beautiful place to have been fortunate enough to grow up. We got there Mount Kaala over there in the backdrop.
Yeah.
The highest point on Oahu. So beautiful footage. These guys at Ocean Paddler TV put together at Kaena. It's an amazing shot if you are watching it at home.
I remember a company called Kaena Clothing way back in the day.
Vintage. Some vintage clothing, yeah.
Drop in some OG.
Yeah, some OG turned into all bus, but that's a whole nother show. So here we go. Guys is getting ready to take this one. It looks like it's a potential. Is that Pomai? No.
That's Band.
Band. Little Maui boy.
So able to go front side. See the leash on the front foot. He is a regular foot surfer by trade, but has been working on his
front
switch
side
stance skills.
choice.
Yeah.
Oh, is that somebody's deep?
A backdoor potential. I was looking at the left. He was super deep.
He was super deep. So like we were talking about earlier, not the normal stand-up paddle wave, but these guys are making the best of it. Very dangerous. We did have hopefully Kailani's all right, but we did have an injury already in the event.
Yeah. So we got a report that there was a head injury for Kailani. I think he was wearing a helmet and it got ripped off his head, and then he still got injured. And then Hawaiian Water Patrol did enlist the assistance of EMS. So we heard the ambulance arrive for Kailani, and we'll hope that he's okay enough to keep competing in the shortboard division. So he was going to paddle out for the stand-up paddle because he was in both divisions, but it is a single division only per entrant, and so he made the easy choice of wanting to stay in the shortboard division.
Yeah.
In
with the
stand-up
boys.
paddle, you might surf twice. There's some Sinaloa being enjoyed on the beach right there by some of our crowd that is on hand.
Right?
Yep, a little crunchy with some extra sand pebbles, but sand grains. Lots of flavor, though.
So these guys are going for it. Somebody's packing back door.
Oh, ban under the
Backdoor.
lip. Wow.
Oh, he's going to... Oh, I thought for sure he'd be able to doggy door that thing, but...
It was so close.
You see how fast that wave gets? Like, he had some speed, but just depends on the topography.
That drop was
ocean
just
floor there.
Right under the lip, as late as you can get. Right there, just is in the barrel from the takeoff.
Yeah. And right there, it just runs, you know. Pull my ops out of that one. They did split peak on that last one. You get a lot of that when the waves are pretty much this size and bigger. You'll get a sneaker through maybe if you can split it. You don't normally see the split peak, but it has to be the perfect storm in a sense.
Yeah, once it gets above a certain size, it kind of shifts to just more of pipeline, but this mid-range is more conducive to
doable,
having the both peaks being available, both ways, both directions. And on the backhand, Mo. Beautiful shot.
Oh, he gets pitched. That's kind of like a perfect shot for you folks at home to get to see exactly what goes down in that barrel. You know, you got to navigate a lot of different things there in the wave and on the wave, just like that little dig rail. It's just so hard to maneuver these boards comparative to the size of the wave as well, and the textures and all that good stuff that they got to navigate.
Yeah, when you look into the barrel and watch a guy like, Mo Freitas, who's amazingly talented.
Yeah.
And this wave can make the most talented person look like a total kook.
Right.
And it definitely exposes a lot of the human vulnerability.
Yeah.
Of
supplying kooks ever since, right?
Yeah. I mean, pipeline still rules.
Yeah,
there's Pomai looking nice and comfy for the moment. It hits that sandbar and jumps off. But that was just a crazy drop.
A couple of replays, you can see that wave just run on him, man. Not much you could have done there.
And then Mo gets a little high line and then gets totally pitched. So just about a minute remaining. See the time on the upper left there for this stand-up paddle final.
Stand-up paddle finals here. So Tehotu might be eyeing this one up, maybe. Doesn't look like much in the horizon. Just over a minute.
Well, I've seen quite a few good rides. It'll be hard to say. The last heat, it was pretty definitive that Mananalu got the best waves, even though there were some late charges in the heat from Dina Miranda and from Bonga Perkins.
A little different in this heat.
But this heat is kind of still, in my opinion, it's anybody's
this
game.
Looks like Pomai Ho'opili on the pipe. Another split peak, possibly. Oh, Pomai. Nice ride, bro.
Nice positioning there. Yeah, that was well done.
Nice positioning, nice ride. End of the heat. It's a decent wave for him, for sure.
And that was Zane Schweitzer at the back door. We'll see what he was able to do. We've got a couple different angles to work with from our great production team, Ocean Paddler TV.
Beautiful footage from these guys at Ocean Paddler, for sure.
And check out Zane at backdoor, grabbing the rail. Dragging that paddle perfectly alongside. And then Pomai was on the left. We saw that one live.
That was nice. Nice shots.
And so live action, stand-up paddle surfers are coming in, and the body surfing has just started. And as we watch our surfers come in, and we'll begin our body surf final, we're going to take a short commercial break, and then we'll be back with more action from the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Stay tuned. Snap two. Bring it back.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend. 20 to 60 foot faces and exposed platforms.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu, Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Okay, welcome back. The beautiful scenery at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. That is a live look at Pipeline, the north shore of Oahu, the legendary surf break. All that sand piling up towards the bottom left corner of your screen is what has been the tricky section
really,
at Pipeline right there.
Really nice shot to give you a view, bird's eye view of what we talk about when we're talking about a lot of sand still has to move and all that.
That's the husband of the Queen of Pipeline. That's Tehotu Wong, married to Moana Jones Wong.
Yeah, definitely. He probably, I would think that, these guys do charge, so they're probably hoping it was going to be a little bit bigger, but I mean, it's still, still pipe, still chargeable, still did a great job, showed up.
And so we got our body surf lineup right there. Matt Solomon, Philip Kitamura, Kayla E. Punley, Mel Keave, Delori Gomez, Conrad Morgan, Ray Soto, and Barry Holt. So a couple of Wahines in the mix of our body surf final. So just a one heat final, a chance for these. Normally when you're body surfing pipe, you got to navigate between the surfers and the other bodyboarders. And so it can be quite tricky to get a good wave when you got to compete with all those other board riders. But now we give these guys a chance to have pipe to themselves. And what an opportunity.
Yeah. Definitely an opportunity, and like you said, Rocky, it's extremely hard when you add surfers into this mix to even get a wave, let alone, these guys or guys and gals, I should say, are here today being able to just have free range of that lineup, which normally isn't the case when there's surfers in the mix, for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, you and I both have spent a lot of time in the water, swimming around, and the amount of energy that you expend, you're not floating on a board. You're not really able to rest at all.
You're moving constantly for sure.
So treading water, swimming across, trying to position yourself, swimming back out. It is a full body workout for sure. And that was an explosion.
Yeah, sandbar specials today over there. Well, that's a good thing I saw the beard because I saw the bun at first and almost,
It is confirmed a man bun.
And so that's, you just see the high five between him and Krista, one of the camera girls there. She is very unassuming, but she's been out here 10, 12 feet and just in a river kicking and swimming the whole time. She's just hammer. She's out there getting the shot today. Also is at the Eddy, this last
Yeah.
Eddy I call Big Wave. She was out there capturing the moment, and I just read an article with her in Hanaho magazine on Hawaiian Airlines.
So we got a little bit of a break in our body surfing action, and I believe Casey Bolts is down there standing by with Tehotu Wong. We'll hear from them right now.
All right, we're here with Teotu Wong, the husband of the Queen of Pipeline, of course, Moana Wong. And you just did great. How do you feel after getting those waves?
I feel really good to surf on Pipeline with only 6 guys out, and everybody in the water, they're all my friends, so it was pretty unique. And I want to thank Hui Ohenalu, the Hui, to put on this event, so we get to surf on Pipeline empty and only with our friends, which is super sick.
Amazing. So did you have a lot of fun out there?
Yeah, had a lot of fun, got some fun barrels, and then now it's time to watch my wife during the surf event, so I'm stoked.
And you are from Tahiti originally? So do you and Moana, do you guys go out and surf together a lot here?
Yeah, we do. We surf Pipeline here in the winter, and then when it's during the summertime, we go back to Tahiti, and then we used to go surf Te Ahupo, my home break. So, yeah.
Nice. Well, it definitely shows you did great today. So thank you.
Thanks.
Well done today.
Nice job in the water, and nice job on the beach. Obviously, being from Tahiti, speaking French as their first language, and Tahitian as well. But speaking very good English too.
Definitely, he's versed in those 3 different languages very well, for sure.
That's a pretty good life that he just kind of illustrated for us there.
Yeah.
Hang out on the North Shore during winter, in his wife's hometown, and he's been out here competing for some years, and that's how they met. So he's knows the North Shore well.
Also,
and
dives.
then summer.
Yeah.
Let's go back to my hometown.
Let's
go to Tahiti and surf chopes and hang out in beautiful ocean paradise, island paradise. So
island paradise for
quite
sure.
the setup you guys got going on.
Yeah,
and
definitely
happy
can't
for
complain,
the
right?
both of them as we see a huge elevator drop
body
right
womping
there.
Oh,
Body
yeah.
womp
Body
is right.
womping. So these folks that are in this competition, body surfers, they go to the various spots around our island, from Point Panics to Sandy's, you name it, Makapu'u, they're out there enjoying the ocean just by what you see here, surfing with using their body, It's pretty amazing to see how long the rides can actually be. A nice little long ride there.
Here we go, little replay of a nice technique. You saw the front, the lead hand kind of holding the line,
kind of planing,
and then the little elbow action from the back,
a rudder,
a little rudder,
action.
and doing some steering.
Yeah,
and kind of the whole key with body surfing is you want to have yourself stick into the wave.
Yeah,
you don't want to. Try to get airborne. You don't want to, slide down. You want to hold that line.
Ride that energy.
It's you're just dealing with so much less speed because you're not on a board, and you end up riding in the pocket of the wave so much more when you're body surfing.
Yeah.
So making it out ahead of the pocket is very tricky.
Very tricky. Very tricky. So right here is our body surfing event, and this is the final.
There's a wahine.
This is a wahine right there. She's getting her action in here at the pipeline as well. We're standing by for whatever else would come our way for the event after this, but we're getting some action here with the body surfing. That's pretty killer. But you can see this event, I think it's, as you can see, men and women surfing together. Body surfing together. It's pretty killer.
Yeah, I like the co-ed format.
Yeah, and we do have, or we don't have, I should say, some of the legends we normally would see, like Mark Cunningham and those guys that paved the way. That usually be surfing pretty good sized pipe. Actually, you've seen him out here, big waves, and they go long rides and put on clinics. But nonetheless, it's still pretty amazing to watch these guys and gals surf with just their bodies.
Yeah,
really hard to get in on the wave.
Not easy to do.
Definitely.
To kind of get yourself down the wave. And, I mean, you have to be obviously such a strong swimmer.
Yeah.
And, you know, a lot of our lifeguards kind of opt for the body surfing as a form of training, keeping yourself in shape and good swimming shape. So we've seen, like you mentioned, Mark Cunningham, a former lifeguard, and committed to the body surfing.
Committed to the body surfing. Very committed, for sure. Just about 13:40 left in the body surfing heat, so we're hoping that we see some sets come through, so these guys and gals can have opportunity to showcase their ability on a little bit bigger rides. Like, these waves are still decent size, really fun for not having to deal with surfers in the lineup, for sure.
Yeah, and we're still, you know, waiting for the full potential of that swell that is forecasted to build throughout the day. We've seen some of the waves come in that could be forerunners or indicators of it, but we haven't seen it really come up, you know, to its full size potential, where, you know, it would be a sure thing that our shortboarding would be on. We're kind of still on standby to see if that is going to be happening. We'll keep you updated as the day progresses and this heat goes through. I want to say mahalo to Mahina Chillingworth, doing all of the organizing and directing for this event.
Definitely not an easy task, for sure.
It is a lot going on, for sure.
And especially to make the call what we're going to do next. You know, they want to... So they kind of want to, they kind of want to, you want to run the shortboard too, but you know, the boys are salivating. They want to surf pipe at its best. And so they want the right call, which is not always easy to make, even though we have a few days of competition that we could run and stuff like that. They really want to make sure that it's good for the surfers.
Yeah, and we just got a list of the teams and the team names. So we've got Team Japan. They've always represented well.
Yeah, definitely.
And we've got New Earth Project.
That's with Kai Lenny and those guys.
Got a nice roster there. And then Nave. Nave is our Brazilian
team. Yeah, definitely coming all the way from Brazil to compete here on the pipeline.
And then Team 96712. That is our North Shore zip code. It's actually Haleiwa zip code. Believe it or not, when you live at Sunset Beach, your address is still Haleiwa.
Yeah.
When you live up Pupukea, your address is still Haleiwa. Yeah. When you live all the way down by the boat harbor, your address is Haleiwa. So that zip code might be one of the widest ranging zip codes.
Broad range, for sure.
Because, there's miles and miles of distance between.
Of 96712.
And then Team Snapped 5. The Snapped group always putting on a great show. North Shore Boys. I like that NSB
action.
And then Tubos Peru, our Peruvian team.
They always have a
the
good show. The
Groovin' Peruvians. We do like them a lot. They put on a great show. And Team Volcom,
which is always
also in the mix again.
This is kind of their spot. We're actually at the Volcom House running this broadcast and stuff like that. So these guys on Team Volcom, seasoned, they actually get to watch this spot on a daily, surf it on a daily.
Yeah.
So they're definitely
got the best real estate for being at Pipeline. You see those pukas in the reef right there from that drone footage. And sometimes the wave can stuff you in one of those holes and not let you out for a while. It's a
definitely very
scary
dangerous.
moments.
Definitely very dangerous. You see all the bubbles and stuff on the inside. It's all whitewash and stuff. That's another area. When it does get big, you can get detached from your board, lost in it. Like, there's all kinds of variables that can happen here at Pipe. It's definitely one of the most dangerous waves in the world, I believe.
Yeah, it's got, I think, the highest number of fatalities.
Yeah.
And we've seen there's a good technique right there. The wave just kind of ran away, but
these guys are kind of killing it on this
got
body
a
surfing.
nice tunnel vision, we call it.
H4. Yeah, so we do have a really good lineup here for round one for the men's shortboard division, which is strong potential they're going to run today.
Yeah, still confirming if that is on for sure. We'll stand by. So we will have a short break right after this body surfing heat, and have about maybe a 10 or 15 minute break, and then we'll get right into. We are going to go to round one, shortboard surfing. So stay tuned, folks. We've got the exciting team shortboard surfing coming up after this body surfing.
We hope the swell does fill in, and if it does, that's what the boys want to see, and they want to ride. And here's a couple of sets for the body surfers rolling through here. You can see them still having a blast with about 8 minutes left in their body surf heat. And then we'll roll into a break and then start the men's shortboard.
Well, talk about putting your body on the line. This pipeline body surfing is a big commitment, and every time you catch a wave, almost every time you're just getting pummeled and rolled and twisted and contorted, and there's nothing for you to grab onto to float and rest. You got to swim back out. So these guys are true wave warriors.
And, this is...
and going backdoor right there.
Yeah, backdoor action. I believe this is probably highly likely, because I wasn't around back then, but highly likely that this was the first form of surfing, using the body before you found anything else to ride, even if it wasn't a shoreline or short break.
Using your body. So we've got a little set coming through here, about 6:45 remaining, and nobody taking that one right there, kind of a closeout. But that was a pretty good little backdoor wave. We pulled off a spinner. Some of the maneuvers that these body surfers will do is that spin or that roll, and then obviously
Here
getting in the barrel is
a pipe one right here, and they're trying to stay on that face right there.
And I'm just getting a message from my cousin Krista, actually. There's a dead sperm whale at Marconi's right now.
So stay out of the water in the Marconi area.
Just a heads up, if you're heading east or, past the North Shore up, in the Kahuku area, there is a report of a dead whale. And what
is
goes for the dead whale carcass is our friends,
the mano,
the big fish, the mano, the sharks. So just be heads up.
Yeah.
If you're heading to that area, that's
towards the northern
an unofficial report we got, but we'll keep you posted.
It's the food chain, right? So we got a couple of sets rolling through here. Some people taking. These body surfers are working to stay in the position. Like we said earlier, it's a constant swimming when you're body surfing, especially here at Pipeline. The rip can suck you down the beach or out. So you kind of want to stay in the pocket there and wait for that set. Position yourselves. There's a lot going on there that we don't really see when you're out there.
And you see all these body surfers opting for some form of swim fin. Right. And, I have a favorite brand. The soft kicks with the rounded ends are some of my favorite. I don't like the real long blades. Yeah. I like the shorter, more compact. as we see our City County
Ocean
lifeguards doing
Safety's finest there.
daily duties of beach and ocean safety. Thank you very much.
Definitely. Ocean Safety lifeguards, day in and day out, they're at our beaches protecting not just the local people and those of us that come down to the beach, but also the folks that come to visit Hawaii. So
Yeah. Wow, that was pretty well done right
that
there.
was a pretty
Getting
nice little wave ridden right
nice
there.
extended left-hander.
Oh, back to back. He's getting barreled.
Oh, man. I thought he had a chance to come out. I mean, when you
Tricky.
can get an in and out
Yeah.
as a body surfer,
Yeah, that's.
I mean, that's one of the most gratifying feelings because it's so difficult.
Yeah, that's why scoring
And-
must be so tricky.
Yeah.
You know, how do you score it, right?
I'm glad I'm not
a judge today for
being
sure for this event.
a judge on this body surfing event. That is difficult navigating for sure. And we've got some viewers tuning in from all parts of the world. I want to give a shout out to a particular area. I know there's some folks watching in Jacksonville Beach, Florida.
Oh yes.
Yeah, there's about a 5-hour time difference from here to the East Coast. So it's late in the afternoon, and they're enjoying watching the action from this year's the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And sounds like we're going to get into the shortboard competition and feature.
Oh,
whoa! How was that?
back ride.
Upside down. Wow.
Oh,
That was some mean talent, and then length of ride too.
yeah, I was gonna
Well,
say
you can.
he's rode that one out really good.
He was doing the lazy boy
Yeah,
recliner.
reclined it, kicked back, took a little power nap, and then spun around and made it happen.
Yeah, he's like just looking up at the clouds
Yeah.
for a minute. That was impressive.
Very impressive.
Check out that right there, the full recline, and then was able to get around that section.
So you can
Just
kinda
loads
see,
of talent. It looks like he's like levitating.
Yeah, the ability there to go that long is pretty impressive for sure. And then you add the lazy boy to it,
Yeah.
and I guess we can patent that lazy boy in the body surf world. That's called the lazy boy.
Yeah, that's a really
Recline.
high skilled maneuver. And you got to kind of have, nerves
Sense.
of steel to
Yeah.
be just not looking where you're going.
Yeah, backwards. At pipe.
At
upside down,
pipeline, yeah.
with no mask or snorkel on.
Just about a minute 30 in
Winding
this
down
body
here.
surf event. The one heat final. Inviting some of Oahu's best body surfers to have pipeline to themselves for 25 minutes. Well worth the entry fee for sure.
Definitely worth it. Plus the bragging rights, the different events that we have at this competition is what makes it special as well. Honor of Duke.
And the
one of
water
best
is
watermen.
just
Yes,
beautiful.
look how beautiful that
So
shot is.
clear. It's almost like you're swimming around in a pool
Yeah.
with how clear the water is. The visibility must be amazing underwater as we're seeing it beautiful from above. You see that really
Right on the
defined
edge, on the
reef
edge of the sandbar.
to the
yeah.
sandbar.
Yeah,
And some of the last waves
last
of
waves
this
of the
body
heat here.
surfing heat being ridden.
These guys scored right in the end of the heat. They got some waves.
And, another brave part about body surfing is your lack of swimwear,
Yeah.
of coverage. You sometimes are going for the Speedo. I always body surf in board shorts.
Yeah.
That's just
Sometimes you go-
my within my comfort zone.
Or
but-
you can go with the Speedos, shave off some time.
Yeah. Get the extra speed.
Speed.
And so the body surfing
a wrap
heat
for
is
body
complete.
surfing. So we'll take a
So with that completion of the body surfing heat, we're going to take a commercial break, and we'll be back with more Backdoor Shootout and have the rest of the schedule set up for you. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned, gang.
E ihu mai pu. E ia kaha. Ma ke alo. Ko o leo mahalo.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 the Hui Backdoor Shootout, brought to you by Keiki Bungalows and Go Nuts Hawaii. We are here on the shores of Oahu's North Shore, Ehukai Beach Park, the Bonsai Pipeline. Going into our round number 1 of the men's shortboard division. We are going to get into it today. We just finished up longboard division, our stand-up paddle division, as well as our body surfing competition here. And so that was in honor of the Duke and what used to be the Ocean Fest. And so we're going to head up into the round 1 of the men's shortboard division today. So we're standing by right now for the start of the shortboard division. Round 1, we have Team Japan, Team New Earth Project. We got Nave, 96712, Snapped 5, the North Shore Boys, Turbos Peru, and Volcom. Those are the teams competing today. And the way it works is, which is what makes the Backdoor Shootout unique, is basically the way that the competition is run. You know, it's unlike most individual-focused events where we actually surf in teams. Our riders surf in teams of 5 competitors, and you basically accumulate points by waves ridden. And so you do have an individual portion where each individual is up for winning, as well as the teams. And so that's basically where we're at.
And that was the horn that started the heat. So Team Japan is out there. And so in a more conventional event, you're going to have elimination format where you'll be you'll be in a heat with 4 other guys, and then the top 2 advance, and you keep surfing to stay alive like that.
Right.
But in this format, it is you just get to surf rounds and try to get your best waves in any portion of the rounds, and then your scores added up after. So there's no elimination,
Right.
which is an awesome way to hold a surf event. I believe it's one of the best formats you could have.
100%. And this is one of the best competitions. It's actually pretty much like a competition for the surfers, right? Kind of geared up for the surfers, and they do have a say if the waves, they want to ride when it's decent, and they're out there every day surfing, so they kind of know what the waves are doing out there and when they should run it and stuff like that. So they do take heed to a lot of the surfers, especially the ones that do surf pipe every day.
And then our judging scale goes up to 12.
Right.
We go beyond the 10s.
Above and beyond.
And then our judging crew is a pretty well-experienced surf crew of Flynn Novak, Barton Lynch, Love Hodel, Joel Centeo. All have had many years of experience surfing here. And I'm Rocky Cannon. We got Cliff Botello. We got Isaiah Walker and Ezra Rodriguez also doing merry-go-rounding, our announcer. And then we've got this special guest. We got
Very
Makua
special.
Kai Rothman
Very
with us
special
in the
guest,
booth right now. Makua, good morning. Aloha, bra.
Makua Kai Rothman, it's like my little brother.
How's this trio? Watch out, gang.
It's pretty crazy when Japan touches the water. I swear, the waves start firing. The last years, they probably had the best waves in their heats, and right now, as soon as they touch the water, a set came. So I'm hoping they bring the swell in, because by this evening it's going to be pumping.
Maybe they brought that energy of that 7.4 they just had over there. Huh?
And the magic of Team Japan. We've seen perfect 12s go down with Keito Matsuoka in the past. Chargers, Gai Sato, Kenshin Matsunaga, Jin Suzuki, Ryaru Ito, and Sasuke Kawatani. Some of the newer Japanese names that are coming onto the scene. And these guys charge.
It's almost like every time I heard Ryaru Ito, the waves was a 10 or 11 or something. Every time he takes off, back door, front door, side door, it doesn't matter. When Ryaru Ito takes off, he's going to get a score.
Yeah, a kind of paper plastic door like they get in Japan, no matter.
A screen door. There's no more screen door.
Screen door and all.
the rice paper door.
Yeah. Coming from somebody like Makua Kai Rothman, too, that says a lot. Always keeping an eye on who's surfing what. Admiring certain surfers, coming from somebody like that who does charge, has been charging here since he's a young boy.
I tell you what, these Japanese surfers have something in their blood.
Yeah.
They absolutely charge, beyond charge.
They got the heart.
It just goes to show that a Japanese surfer has his own lineup at Pipeline.
Yeah.
In Takayuki Wakita. And the other day, he caught a wave that was, insane. And
still doing it, the guy.
Yeah, still doing it.
Still doing
he's
it.
Sending
like
it.
decades.
Doing it well, and showing these guys really taking the initiative to be the pioneer, I would say, of Japanese surfers out here. And his knowledge, and you can tell they sit where he sits.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them are sitting deep. A lot of them are charging super gnarly waves. And
a good
Wakita,
mentor.
if you're listening, mahalo for all the years that you gave in us, and you still continue to give us. Brother, you inspire us all, really.
Good mentoring, good mentoring for sure.
His son Tai Chi also, getting some great waves out here, and his daughter Sarah, she rips too. The whole family surfs. Yeah, they're just a great surfing ohana, and have made the move here to the North Shore. Been here for decades, and
Mom's in the water too.
Yeah, she's totally ripping.
His wife is out that VLAN
pulling into barrels.
It's good to see them integrate themselves into this North Shore community. Wakita's been here for a long time. He stayed here, raised his family here, and it's just beautiful to see other people coming from other places and integrating themselves.
100% what Makua just said. If you choose to call Hawaii home, welcome. But it's also, you have a kuleana responsibility too, and they like Makua said, Japanese, they really have a huge heart. They come here.
They're humble.
Very humble.
Culture.
Yeah.
Culturally
respectful,
culturally,
for sure.
Proper. In my eyes, they really have a lot of respect. They bow. The way that the Japanese do things, a lot of the time, really can be emulated in a lot of cultures because
we've got a lot to learn from their kind of culture for sure.
Yes.
For sure.
And you mentioned how hard they charge. And I tell you, it's that samurai warrior spirit that comes out, especially at a place like Pipe, where you got to have nerves of steel and ready to go, ready to die, basically.
Last year, I got hurt. Grace got really hurt.
Yeah.
My brother just got his face smashed. Kai Lenny surfs the biggest waves on planet Earth.
And let's not forget Kalani Chapman, too, right?
The thing about Pipeline is I believe it's much more dangerous on a day like this than any big day and any big wave spot, because most of the times when you surf big waves, people, oh my God, it's so crazy, but it's deep. It's pretty
deep water.
deep.
Yeah.
You know, every once in a while you get unlucky at the bottom, but Pipeline, it's not deep. If you look right now and they zoom in at Backdoor, a place called Aints, the reef sticking out of the water.
Guys are walking out.
Yeah, you could be in ankle-deep water coming out of a 10-foot barrel right now, and it just goes to show that samurai, that mentality you have to have, knowing you're putting it all on the line. And
the potential is
great
there,
risk, great reward as well.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, getting in one of these barrels and coming out, that's like you're on cloud 9.
Yeah.
And then the very next wave you take off, you could be injured, knocked out, in near death or worse. And it's just how quickly things can happen.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely. It's
and the extremes, right?
Yeah.
You know, the most amazing feeling ever, and
the
then
worst.
the worst ever.
Yeah.
I wonder if we have any replays from last year by any chance from the Japanese. Maybe we could get some of those waves from last year to show you what we're talking about. Right now, the ocean really not cooperating with the surfers at this moment, but should those waves arrive, it will be
the forecast is
a frenzy out
potential,
there.
Yeah, Surfline is calling for the swell to increase throughout the day. We've seen some little hints of the forerunners, but nothing really significant quite yet.
Well,
but we know it's on the way.
I think when the swell pushes, it's going to bring the tide. Excuse me.
Yeah.
When the tide comes up, it's going to push with the swell, and that's when it's going to start banging. And for me, I mean, to tell you the truth, I could really care less how the waves are right now because I want to surf till Heat 6.
Yeah.
And we pull the names out of a hat.
So,
and,
you did the numbers. So that's another cool part of the format. And Cliff mentioned it earlier of the surfers kind of this is an event for the surfers by the surfers in a way, to where the order of the team surfing is determined by pulling a number
out of the hat
or a name or team name out of the hat. So you put them all, you crumple up paper, Chomin Saiwan hat, and then you mix them up and you look and you blind grab, and then
well, I mean, I looked.
Yeah.
We know.
Well, I walked up to the bowl and I seen Heat 1, and I definitely wasn't picking that one.
Yeah.
And then I seen Heat 8 on the side. I definitely wasn't picking that one. So
kind
of closed my eyes after that and chose Heat 6. So,
yeah. We talked about writing the rules and changing
didn't it say on the Hui's thing, rules none, let's rock?
Yeah. So these are 30-minute heats with 8 heats. That gives us 4 hours of competition. And right now, in this format is non-elimination, so it's not like you got to scramble around looking for a score and eating a 2.5, whatever.
Cherry pick them.
Patience, picking the right waves, and a lot of opportunity for us to vala'au because they're just cruising.
Because we like to do that too, that's why.
With all this fancy forecasting, they're definitely wrong. Surf line, my line, your line, whatever line. It was seaweed, Hui weather, whatever you call it. Even
Magic
Hui
seaweed.
5101. This just goes to show that Mother Nature does what she wants.
Yeah.
And thank you very much for everybody for your support and giving us the opportunity to have those forecasts. But like Guy Hoggy would say, the waves is firing tomorrow.
Somewhere
just.
Yeah, but you know what's awesome about this contest is to surf pipeline regardless with 4 guys in the water, no one out. I mean,
100%.
And it's your friends.
And it's your friends.
Today could just be a what do you call?
Free surf.
Depends how the waves are. It could be an expression session day.
Yeah.
We have 3 more full days of competition.
Yeah.
That means 6 more rounds of surfing if we really want to.
Yeah.
We got a nice crowd assembling on the beach.
All the fans assembled here to watch some
my favorite phrase that I made up for a day like today, when you see the young kids with the old folks, the all-ager rager on the beach down there. All-ager rager.
All boss.
All boss rager.
All boss.
Okay.
So we got some nuggets coming now. So this is what we have to look forward to right there. Packing it.
Ooh, that was.
So this is what we were waiting for. It's hopefully going to start to pulse here. But that's the beauty of this competition, too, is it's for the surfers, by the surfers. So they don't really have to jump to any sort of emergency rush start and stuff like that. We want to kind of wait for the waves to come in.
Oh, yeah, we want the waves.
You know, one of my favorite events that used to happen, and I think that's where a lot of this contest kind of emanated from, as we watch a nice pipe wave right there on the backhand. Team Japan comes alive, and the crowd appreciates that. Make sure you guys go to dahui.com to check out the merchandise from this event and get it sent right to your doorstep as we watch a replay. Makua, the grab rail technique.
Yeah, just really setting his line. I mean, negotiating those bumps. You see how that wave is growing and shrinking.
Yeah,
and
it's like inhaling and exhaling.
Yeah, well, it's really kind of volatile out there, for lack of better words. The sandbar's still there.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a hill on the beach. There's a little bit of backwash in the water, as you can see. And right now, just perfectly navigating that barrel, putting himself in the most critical, deepest part as possible. And that's awesome because we get to have a scale. They're going to set the scale now.
Yeah.
There's a wave rating.
Yeah,
you can
exactly.
Tell, okay,
there's a barrel made.
Yeah.
And it'll really give the judges an opportunity
And that's
to start,
definitely not
thinking about scale right now.
Definitely not one job I'd want is to try and set the scale, especially in your first heat, because supposed to have a size come in. I mean, that's the hard part, right? Like, what do you give that?
It's kind of like we call it the guinea pig heat, right?
Yeah.
They go out and test
Heat
the
one.
conditions. You know, we've seen the longboarders, the paddle boarders, the stand-uppers. You know, that's a little bit different. Shortboarding, you know, you're approaching the wave in a total different perspective.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really hear anybody really complaining about size.
Yeah. And so when that score comes in, we'll see, you know, how far up the scale. There's still a lot of room in the scale, but you said, Makua, that wave was just like flexing and breathing, and to navigate through that backside in that barrel and make it out, that is some technical skill inside there.
The waves are just starting to try and come up. It's trying to figure itself out. It's
Yeah.
like the toddler walking. They're kind
The
of clumsy, kind
giraffe.
of getting their footing.
The baby
and it's
giraffe.
Like, you know, pipeline. It kind of does that, like morning sickness sometimes. And the waves could be, you know, up 10 to 12 feet, but until that sun hits it and the wind blows, it's funky. So pipeline goes through its moods, especially when the waves are coming up. And you see that line right there, Rocky, on your screen? That is supposed to be all reef. And right now, from a large
lot of
swell,
sand still.
we still have that very shallow sandbar. Look for that sandbar to come into effect.
We need the home plate umpire to come with his brush and brush off the home plate right there. Expose the reef a little bit more.
Guys are definitely going to have to not just negotiate the reef and the barrel, but when you come out, when it gets bigger and it starts running off into that sandbar, you're going to see some spectacular
dismounts.
Some carnage.
Simone Biles style.
Definite carnage. You know,
Triple
equipment's
gainer.
going to be tested. The body's going to be tested.
For sure.
We're
looking at some lines coming through here.
Who do we got right there in the line? Looks like Shinpei Horiguchi, team captain Shinpei. Looks like he's out the back in pole position.
Hey, but one of my favorite events when you mentioned the word expression session was the Hui Sunset expression session.
Oh my gosh.
That was so much fun. That was such a great.
we have a taker right here.
Super just non-judge event, like as good as it gets for just having the locals go out and enjoy the waves.
Exactly.
And then this event kind of born off of that idea, but then mixed in, the scoring and the team concept, but definitely feels more like an expression session than a surf contest.
I mean, there are so many great contests, from the Honolulu Shootout to the Sunset Shootout to the Backdoor Shootout here at Pipeline, and it's just awesome to see that people getting out there, not having to, it's awesome. This event is different, and it's good in a way that you don't see your favorite surfer lose. You can follow your surfer through the 4 days of competition. Just like right now, you could have one heat that maybe the waves aren't as good. The next 3 days it's firing.
Have that
but you don't get the
shocker,
surf because of one day. All of a sudden,
you can have an off day,
you get judged
on day.
on this type of wave. And it's awesome to see everybody getting multiple chances to surf and to show their skills and to show what they can do in any any conditions. And right now, just because it's like this in this heat, that doesn't mean that a Team Japan person couldn't win this event, no problem, in one of their next heats.
Yeah, exactly. No, well said, and that's why the format is such. It's for the surfers to be able to showcase your ability in a few days of surfing, you know, so it's not just set to your one heat wonder kind of a deal.
Yeah. In fact, it was one of our Team Japan guys in the past that got not only a perfect 12 in this event, but that was a Wave of the Winter winner.
That's right.
Oh, that
way
backside
back.
one?
Yeah, that bomb on the
a couple of
backhand.
Wave of
That
the
was
Winters.
just. And then I think your brother Koa was
he won
on a pipe perfect 12 that I
There's
don't
been a
even know
couple of
how
Wave
he
of the
came
Winters
out of
that
that
were biased
barrel.
Anyway, that was
but
you know, they
that's,
always talk about Wave of the Winter.
Yeah.
This guy has so many Wave of the Winters. We have
Yeah.
on screen James Duncan O'Brien.
James Duncan.
Mr. J.O.B. and up and riding on the back door.
Packing the
That
back
looks
door.
like
no way. Wow.
Screen door?
a
No more
very
screen door.
good chance at almost a perfect ride, honestly. I mean, he made it.
He made
all
it pretty
the way
far, yeah, for
to
sure.
the closeout at Aints.
Yeah. And he's probably thankful he's got his helmet on.
Yeah.
Shinpei Horaguchi, like I said, team captain, pole position. I knew it. He wasn't going to let that wave go by. And here we go on the replay, Rocky. I mean, look at this. Perfect positioning, in early, beautiful bottom turn. And just
the line was as good of a chance as he was going to get. There was just the wave not cooperating, but his line was perfect.
Even if there wasn't that crumble and it stayed open to the end and then closed out, he would have had a chance to doggy do it. But that chandelier kind of, this wind needs to blow. I'm telling you, if this wind blows and the tide pushes.
Little trade grooming,
The ocean just absolutely changes.
Sparkles.
Like, Cliff, being a first responder, ocean safety specialist, Hawaii Water Patrol, you know how conditions change out here in the lineup, especially at
100%.
Pipeline.
Yeah, 100%. The conditions mean everything, especially when you're talking about the wind. That direction is going to, like you said, holds it open, so that chandelier isn't going to be an issue. But everything kind of has to line up like a perfect storm kind of a deal.
I mean, you spent so many years out there in the lineup on the jet ski. How many times have you seen the conditions go from maybe not perfect to absolutely firing in like 100%. A matter of minutes?
And that's, I can't even count the amount of times, but that's kind of like one of the things we know here growing up on the North Shore, that it can be what you see right now to 10s and 12s in 30 minutes. You know, like that's just how many times we've seen that in our life is,
well,
can't
we would
even
like
count.
to see the 10s and 12s come in about 2 hours.
I see your timing.
Timing right around 2:45-ish.
Spot on over here.
Team North Shore
You
boys.
see all those cracks and pukas, those holes in the reef.
Yeah, stay away
It is
from
not
there.
like this perfectly flat area. There's definite contours. And like you said earlier, Cliff, the topography of what's below
is
affects
exactly
the shape of the wave. But also, man, it is
it doesn't
really,
get much better than this here.
Really dangerous once you get down there and you get forced into one of those cracks or those holes.
Man, should
it's
Shinpei have come
scary.
out of that barrel, that would have. It's on. I mean, it looks like it's coming. The forecast is there. We're just
these the drone shots and all the footage we're getting from Ocean Paddle TV is just incredible. You get Kaena there in the backdrop, Mount Kaala.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
man,
definite wish you were here type of setting and views of Team New Earth Project
we got
right
Carissa
there.
Moore there checking in with the beach marshals as well.
Yeah, so awesome to see the integration of our Wahine surfers. Moana Jones-Wong, she's also in this event. So she's coming off her most recent pipe victory at the Vans Pipe Masters is Moana Jones-Wong. And Carissa was in that final, and she's also going to be surfing with Team New Earth Project.
Yeah,
oh, it's awesome to see Carissa out here. It was forecasted to be really big and pipeline only, and she has an event coming up, so she was kind of like, I wonder. And the conditions are absolutely perfect, especially for her right now. She's been putting on such a clinic out here for the women, and it's so good to see, Carissa pushing women's levels of surfing as well, because there really aren't that many women who really want it out there. I was asked online about why isn't there more women and why this and that, and I said, hey, women are more than welcome to have a team.
Yeah.
And it's really, I don't think they understand, as you see on screen right here, Carissa Moore. I mean, she is an absolute animal.
Yeah,
You
and
know, there's only so many girls
that'll charge
on this planet that want it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's plenty of girls that'll charge here and there,
Right.
but to actually come back time and time again and
Yeah.
actually want it,
Yeah.
you know, it's very few, and those girls they deserve a lot of respect. They're
Definitely.
really on the forefront of something here, especially pushing women's athletic sports in extreme conditions to another
100%.
level, and being a 5-time world champion, is
Yeah,
it?
5-time.
At the same time,
Gold
and
medalist.
breaking out of that comfort zone of being able to, you know, surf a certain style of competition and wave to coming out here and really putting her titles on the line.
Yeah.
It really goes to show how much of a real, true
Yeah.
champion she
and,
actually
and,
is.
and her health on the line too. I mean, this is Pipe. You know, she's out there charging with the boys. I mean, it's
I really would like to see her wearing a helmet, tell you the truth. I mean,
Yeah.
that's just me. And Pipeline, if you notice,
Yeah.
you're going to get hurt a lot of the times on these smaller days
Yeah.
more than the big days.
Yeah, it's
Dusty
100%.
Payne, Mikey
Breaking over
Red,
shallow or
Joao Chianca, Kai Lenny just now. I mean, you name it.
Yeah.
My brother the other day. I mean,
Yeah.
it just goes across the books. I mean, back in the day when Uncle Terry was pulling people out of the water here on these kind of
before
days. You know?
when helmets were non-existent. I mean, they're here now, right? So that's one of the things is like technology. We use the computer, we use the iPhone, we use everything technologically advanced to be better. And so why wouldn't you? The helmet is there
Well, anything to protect
for
your
safety.
life. I
For
mean, it's
safety
like
first, right?
a lot of people, I can't this, I can't that. It's like, no, you just don't want to look a certain way.
Yeah.
It has a certain aesthetic, and I'll say it. I used to have
Yeah.
to wear a helmet no matter if I liked it or not. I was forced to wear a helmet
I
at a
remember
young
when
age,
you
and
had to wear
it
it,
saved
like,
my
at
life a lot
Disneyland,
of the
wherever,
time,
yeah.
and a lot of times I didn't get shots in the magazine, and it was kind of trippy that, because you got a helmet on, you weren't going to get a cover shot.
Yeah,
kind
it
of
was so
kooky,
weird.
to change the stereotype
Yeah.
of what people think is cool. Who gives a rip?
Like here we
what
got
people think
is that
cool?
Cor Smith with a
It's
helmet
about
on?
being smart, being safe. You don't see Tony Hawk skating those waves, skating those ramps, or Danny Way jumping the Great Wall of China without a helmet on.
Yeah, and especially here in we have Ohana to think about too, family we want to go home to and stuff. So there's no reason why you shouldn't. You're correct in that, as you know.
Especially at the world's deadliest wave, Pipeline.
Yeah, totally, 100%.
Just about a little over halfway through this first
heat
of our team surfing. Team
Of
Japan
round
getting
one.
us started. And, you know, some of the waves, it looks like you said, Mako Pipeline still trying to figure itself out a little bit. The surfers trying to figure out, you know, what's going to have more opportunity. Is it backdoor? Is it pipe? Really calm winds right now, just starting to pick up a little bit. You see a little texture
action
on the
going
ocean
on.
right there, and the coconut leaves are starting to move
Yeah,
as
I mean,
well.
like I said, you're going to feel that wind, that cool breeze on your neck. The
Yeah.
wind's blowing on your face here at Pipeline, you don't want that.
Yeah.
You want that cool breeze right in the back of your neck, maybe
Yeah.
your right ear, a
Yeah.
little more than your left ear.
Yeah.
And that is a nice southeasterly direction. And a south wind is not very, you know, we're
As
on the
long as
North
it's
Shore.
light.
People think, south winds, it's
You
a
want it
little
light.
different because the way that we're angled, we're on the
Yeah.
North Shore.
We're
but our
western
North Shore is
facing,
actually
yeah.
facing west.
Yeah.
Kind of because of the way that Oahu is shaped,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
downside
And
of
it
the
faces
triangle
like
on the top.
northwest, yeah.
So it's kind of like you know, the winds get a little bit tricky here. You figure east southeast would be a good wind, north northwest, west northwest, southwest.
We like the swells coming from that direction,
Yeah,
from the
but
northwest, and the
not the-
wind coming from the other
opposite,
direction,
yeah.
Southeast.
the east, yeah.
Yes.
Southeast, kind of almost
Ideally,
opposite. But that's why this
yeah.
place is so special, and that's why, I mean, all of us were born here, but not by choice. We just were lucky.
Yeah,
and
we're blessed for sure.
You know, over the decades, a lot of folks I entertain at Turtle Bay and I take, you know, out of the ocean, they're like, oh, you know, is it just because this waves are so big? I go, not only the waves big and the swells, but the wind direction is just perfect most of the time. That's why it's so good all the time. It just gets groomed. If the waves are big and it's blowing on shore, it's crap. Nobody's going to be out there. You know, they'll be like, oh, I want to watch surfers today. I go, well, feel this wind direction?
Yeah,
the
not gonna
swell's
happen.
here, but the wind's wrong.
Yeah.
And so they've always, that's kind of the, like the forgotten component, you know, is that wind direction's got to be just right.
The
too.
wind direction is everything because without the wind blowing out in the sea, you're not having a storm to put waves anyway.
Yeah, 100%.
You know,
It's
wind,
so important, and
it-
people forget about that a lot.
The thing is, the wind and the storm that blows, the way that the way the fetch is, and the way that the wind blows on top of the ocean to put that pressure and blow those swells to shore, has to come from that northwesterly direction. But hopefully, it brings southeasterly winds.
Winds,
Sometimes
yeah.
those storms are big and they suck the winds towards them.
Yeah.
or when they get
They come too close, yeah.
When the storm comes too close to the
brings the
island,
weather too,
it
yeah.
brings the weather. We want the storm to say,
just send the
from
energy.
that 1,500 to 500-mile radius and really push up and across.
Yeah.
Let that swell come down and
And just
hopefully
keep
the
the
winds
energy away,
counteract that and come from the opposite direction.
That's why you attach the word miracle to this coastline so much, because it is just perfectly situated.
It's a gem.
To have multiple days of epic conditions every winter.
Yeah,
and it's crazy how, I work at Ehukai Lifeguard Tower before. In July, we'd be sitting there, and people will come up,
where's the waves?
So I thought this was like the big surf spot. Where's the waves? Like, oh, buddy, wrong season.
6 months short.
Right. 6 months too soon.
Today's mask and snorkel.
Late or soon. However
They
you
do
like.
their research on everything else besides when the waves are going to be there.
And it's just the
we
funny
have,
encounters.
We have
you
seasons, right? We have seasons like everywhere else. It's just people think that the weather stays the same year round because Hawaii, but we have seasons just like everywhere else. We just
our seasons change in the ocean around here, so.
Weather
October, it starts to build, and you get the first swells, and then in the summer, as we see a backdoor opportunity.
Coming out, look at that.
Oh,
still going.
Yeah.
That's the shootout. Oh, he doggy
Yeah.
That was a 10 right there.
Wow, and that's why I don't want the judges' job right now, because that was, for the morning, a 10, 12-ish.
How do you not give that a 10-point ride? I know it's the second barrel of the contest, but I mean, you can't get any more barrel that back door.
Yeah,
you can get a bigger wave.
He was in this for so long.
Look at this.
Perfect line.
Pumps, gets that speed he needs.
Right there. He's gone.
Back into it again.
Oh, and then he doggy doors
man.
Handles.
Sometimes watching on a screen, it's hard to tell what the wave is doing further down the line.
Yeah.
So you're really like, okay, I'm not sure about it. It looks good so far, but at any moment, that wave could shut down because it's such a small window that you get when looking on a screen.
Like I said,
oh man, that was
somehow
amazing.
big or small, Japan will have
a good wave.
Score.
I don't care how
he
the
found
waves
the gem. That was
when
definitely
Team
the
Japan
gem.
hits the water, it's on.
Yeah. Definitely the gem.
On like popcorn, Team
popcorn.
Japan. I'm not exactly sure which surfer that was.
Yeah.
Pretty sure Guy Sato's goofy
It
foot,
was
so it
Team
wasn't
Japan,
him.
though.
but culturally, we're positive it's Japan.
That it was Japan.
Whether it was Sasuke Kawatani or Kenshin Matsunaga
or
Ryao Ito
or Jin Suzuki. Not sure.
That's the question, but
ultimately, because like I said, we don't have jerseys because we don't need. The judges do have a spotter, so the team sends a spotter up to the judges' tower to make sure they've got the right individual.
Well, that's an awesome thing about this event as well, is you wear your team's colors, you wear your sponsor stuff. You don't go out there and have some big old thing smeared across the front of your jersey that someone else is paying for and getting money for, and of course the surfers get nothing, like we've seen in the past for so many years. This contest, you're in, you wear your stuff, you want to wear a jersey, you don't want to wear one, you want to wear a certain a lot of the times back in the day, a lot of the companies would have their
team jerseys.
Well, they would have their marketing shoots because they'd only have 4 guys in the water at Pipeline. The waves would be firing, so they get all their shots with all their new stuff and everything.
No photo bombers. You got the lineup nice and clear.
During the shootout, and that's one of the awesome things about the shootout is we don't push, our stuff on anybody. We just let everybody go out there and express themselves.
Give them a platform.
Freely,
and there's an opportunity
wear
to
what
do
they
it.
wish. And I'm yet to see the. Once upon a time, guys like Kahea Hart, Brian Amona wear the Speedos out there.
Yeah,
100%. I wonder see if there's I had seen J.O.B. with his Speedo company, one of his merch items, and maybe he'll drop a line with his Speedos out there.
He'll be on a soft top with a Speedo.
Speedo step-offs.
Just taking it to
I wonder if
next
he has
levels.
any, like an impact vest. Does he have any floaties in the Speedos to make sure? Like I
Like
know he likes
impact
to wear
Speedo?
He's got his impact suit on, and
I think he was wearing a cup.
That guy has really changed the way content is created for the sport of surfing.
Yeah.
He hit 1 million followers. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, in the surf world, for an athlete to transition over from competitive surfing to really content creation and what he's done, really leading the charge.
Pioneered it in
our industry, in our discipline in sport. Mr. Jamie O'Brien really, showing the next generation how to monetize themselves.
Speaking of him,
through content creation.
Yeah, no, totally. And you hit the nail on the head with that, because guys did have to make adjustments, in order to make a living doing something they love doing. And so he definitely pioneered it. He's been very successful with it. And, kudos to him and for spearheading it for the next generation too. I watch your brother Cole guys and everybody traveling all over the world, surfing these waves and building up content, but basically enjoying their life, living their life. It's awesome.
Got some good information from our friend Mark Denzer chiming in. He's watching online and hearing us mention about the winds and the morning sickness, and he's spent a lot of time sailing around these islands and is kind of corroborating that phenomenon.
Yeah.
Talking
about chiming in online, it was so crazy because when I was announcing at the Vans Pipe Masters, there's somebody with a Makua Rothman official on the YouTube with the comments.
That's funny.
And, the comments weren't actually that bad. Like, he had some pretty cool stuff to say here and there, but I'm like, who is this person? The guys are like, I couldn't believe you. I seen your thing. And I'm like, I'm announcing.
That was
I'm
AI.
in the booth announcing. There's no chance I'm over there doing this thing, but it was
Chat GPT.
That's
at least
one
he
of
was
the
telling
crazy
guys straight, not
phenomenons.
following along the narrative. I like
that's
that.
how you got to do it. You got to stay in your lane, right?
Well, Team Japan, just a few minutes remaining, but they have made this first heat well worth it.
Yeah.
With a couple of nice rides. One in particular that at Backdoor was definitely the best wave we've seen the entire day.
We've seen
longboarders, stand-up paddlers, body surfers, all getting some nice waves. But, man, that Backdoor wave was the wave of the day so far.
Yeah.
And setting the bar.
Definitely
high right there.
Setting the bar. Our head
sure
judge,
what that
I don't know what he
score
called
was,
it, but
got to be breaking double digits, I think, maybe. Because we go up to 12, right? So
well, that's got to be a 10.
So
especially for a 10. How much
it's
more
gonna be,
long of a barrel are you going to get?
It's got to be,
excellent.
Excellent. Here we go. We're
got a
checking
little
out.
recap on the pipe barrel.
There we go. There's a pipe one.
That was the one we saw
A little bigger, but way shorter than this. This reminds me of Kelly Slater when he won his last Pipe Masters.
Pumps and picks his line
Look
really
at that.
well.
Another section.
Wow.
I mean,
the speed he got there
that was just beautiful.
Crazy. He's stoked for sure.
And he was very fortunate not to get lipped right in the head of the last part of it and get knocked off the board. So good.
I almost think the judges will probably give that around an 8.5. Let's see, 8.5 because of the size of the wave.
Just the size was a little bit smaller.
Because the waves are coming up today, somebody gets one that's twice the size, just as long.
So
they need the room in the scale to be able to get to that perfect score and then to that super perfect score.
Well, and we've, having all of this documented with video, we do have the chance, and in years past, we've used that to go back and adjust scores as appropriately needed because you want to make sure, especially if you have the chance to because seeing it one time through, it's hard to just write down a number right there. Sometimes it doesn't do it justice. Seeing it multiple times, comparing it to other waves, gives you a chance to really get that number as accurate as possible.
Correct, yeah.
Also having different angles of the wave, too.
Yeah.
Seeing, from the front side, how deep he actually was.
And which
so camera position is key, and I see the
Ocean,
waves kind of starting to come together
Ocean
a
Paddler
little closer.
TV really set the
It looks like it's kind of starting to double
cameras
up a
really
little
well.
bit, so I'm fairly confident, almost guaranteeing that by the end of the day it will be pumping.
By the time the North Shore Boys by North Shore Surf Shop team hits the water, that's what he's putting in the universe.
It's manifested and it will come.
He's manifesting it right now. Mokuokai has a way with
doing
that too, by the way.
The Japanese and how when they get in the water they score, and talk about there's the Team
Japan,
the real team captain there for Team Japan.
Monitoring, he's making sure they're doing the right thing.
Making sure his boys are not pulling back.
Yeah, his horses are running the full race right now. Little more than 30 seconds left in the heat.
30 seconds, huh? Looks like Team
He's
New
got some
Earth
lines
Project.
coming in, lines coming in. New Earth Project is making their way out there. That was the team with Kai Lenny, but I don't
Kai
think
Lenny did get hurt.
Yeah, he got hurt, so
waiting for the official word on what actually happened to him. And
so is Carissa Moore taking his spot? I wonder. Is that why we saw her getting ready?
Shaden Pocaro, Jamie O'Brien.
Yeah,
we've got a viewer tuning in from the UK right now.
Oh wow!
And want to shout out to Eli, the little ripper, and his mate Blast. They're shredding cold, dark waters of England. So shout out to our brothers over there.
Many awesome memories at Fistro Beach up there in Nuki.
Yeah, right on.
And right on, everybody out there in the United Kingdom.
UK.
What's going on? Aloha, guys. And hopefully see you guys over here one day.
Yeah. So that is the end of heat number 1. Team Japan got us started. Coming up next, it'll be Team New Earth Project.
Lenny's going to have Carissa Moore's going to get back in
So
for a Kailani's spot.
Carissa's going in for Kai. Jamie O'Brien, we saw on camera, is here and in the heat. And a pretty good lineup. Cole Smith, Shane Picaro, Matahi Jole.
Yeah, it's another, I would say stacked, not stacked, but.
And so we're going to take a short commercial break, and we'll be back with heat number 2. Stay tuned for more the Hui Backdoor Shootout, because there's going to be waves
just like this
coming up, and we'll see you on the other side.
Aloha.
Snap 2, bring it back.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu, Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Aloha and welcome back to this first day of the 2024 the Hui Backdoor Shootout. The crowd has filled in on the beach right there. We're into our shortboarding premier featured divisions of this backdoor shootout. I'm Rocky Cannon, now with Isaiah Walker, and this is Team New Earth Project. Isaiah.
Yeah, so exciting to see. I mean, these guys have a pretty star-studded team. We've got world champ Carissa Moore.
Yeah.
Jamie O'Brien, who's, I mean, one of the greatest out here at Pipeline.
For sure.
Koa Smith, Matahi Drole. Matahi from Tahiti, one of the best at Chopo in Tahiti. And Shaden Picaro from Big Island, Brother Rips out here at Pipeline.
Yeah. And, you know, he's made the move now to the North Shore, so he's a fellow resident of all of us that enjoy living here. And Shaden has put on so many good performances, not only here at Pipe, but he rips backside at Sunset.
Yeah.
He can surf Haleiwa. He's got all the game to go deep into a lot of conventional events. But I know he enjoys this format of, you know, pressure-free, non-elimination, surfing with your friends.
Yeah. And the waves look like they're getting way better. I was down there during my break and just watched the waves improve right before my eyes. Team Japan had a couple good. That backdoor wave, that was insane.
He was in there for so long. He went through a couple different sections. And I was telling Makua and Cliff, sometimes when we're looking on screen, you don't get to see it's so zoomed in. You can't tell what's happening down the wave.
Right.
So you're not sure. You're like, oh, it looks good right here, but there could be this closeout section or something. So I kept waiting for it to like shut down, and it never did, to our great pleasure to watch that. And fortunately for our Team Japan surfer, was able to make it all the way through.
Looks like there's a wave here. Our surfer's looking at this. Looks like Jamie O'Brien paddling for this one. Late drop, classic JOB, stalls, drags, behind the spit.
Yeah.
Comes out. Yee.
So, JOB, you know, he's got his surf experience over at Turtle Bay Resort. So we get to work together a lot, doing some ocean activities. And it's great to see Jamie still doing it. That grab rail technique, so signature. And as we just said, Isaiah, the waves improving by the minute.
Right. And I know the wind is a little, you know, it's not your typical Kamoa trade winds.
Okay.
But it's still holding out. There's a minute there, it looked like it was swirling. It was a little kind of uncertain, like what the winds were going to do. But so far, so good. Looks like the lineup's really clean. And love seeing Jamie do that. I mean, he's just got it so dialed the way that he does this. You see this was a replay. We missed this one.
That's Koa Smith, yeah. And Koa able to weave through nicely on the forehand. And then the one we just saw live, JOB, couple of little sections there. And the wave kind of like a double spit almost.
Amazing. You see how he ejected right at the sandbar?
Yeah.
Looks like he's going again, looking at this little backdoor inside one, stalls, pumping, controlling his speed, see if he can come out of this.
Oh, that was one where, like we said on the screen, it's a little bit of a zoomed in view, so you don't see the whole wave of what it's doing down the line. And that one looked similar to our Japanese surfer in the heat prior. For a few moments, it looked almost exactly the same, but then that was one that actually shut down on the end off screen, and then when he finally got there, you saw that closeout section.
Yeah, you could see that, you know, he's trying to control his speed here. He's slowing down, and then he looks forward. He sees, oh, my gosh, this wave's running, and he's trying to pump and get ahead of it, but it shuts down. You know, they say that at backdoor, especially, a lot of times waves that look like closeouts are the better ones, and so oftentimes it's good to stay. Here we have a rider up, getting barreled. I think that might have been Carissa. We'll see.
Yep, that was Carissa. And then, you know, the trickiest part after you surf your backdoor wave is that there's no channel. There's no, space to have the wave kind of taper off where you can make it out and around. It is having to power through that really dumpy section right there. And then sometimes you got to come all the way back around.
All right, here goes Jamie O'Brien finding another wave, keeping busy. Watch him stall. Nope, goes straight under the hood maybe. Yep, drags.
Beautifully done. And with that, we're going to take you down to the beach with an interview from our surfers from the last heat.
We're here with Kenshin Matsunaga, who just scored an epic wave. How do you feel right now after scoring that amazing barrel and coming out on the other side?
Yeah, that wave was so VI is so slow, but that wave came, yeah. And my friends gave me that wave. Yeah, I go to that wave, pumping, and pombo, and comes out. So stoked.
Awesome, so stoked. Yeah, and you pumped just right at the right time, and you got out of it. I know you were here last year, so is this the best wave you've ever gotten on pipeline? Best wave?
Best wave, backdoor. Yeah.
Best wave backdoor. Awesome, thank you. Great job.
All right, so that's confirmed. It was Kenshin Matsunaga. The suspect is identified. And, man, you heard him. It's like, I think that's the best backdoor wave I ever caught. What a time to do it live on TV in front of a great beach crowd during the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Yeah, what a treat, too. He looked like a pretty younger guy.
Yeah.
And to go out there with, just some of his fellow countrymen from Japan at, really good backdoor conditions and to score that wave. And it was kind of cool. He said, my friend gave me that wave.
Yeah.
So, a lot of camaraderie at this event. And I'll be making a mark here today at the Backdoor Shootout, this young Kenshin. Stoked for him.
Yeah, and I think, what we all enjoy having and being able to do at this event is highlight, some of our different countries and cultures that come and compete with us and surf alongside us here, and the camaraderie you mentioned. But also we get to highlight and talk about our Hawaiian culture as well. And you're a knowledgeable guy. Everybody knows that by now. You've got quite the reputation in the surf announcing world as the professor and a surfing one at that. And I've seen you out. You can rip, bruh. You got some moves, cuz. So he's credible, guys. He not only can talk, but this bugger can do the walk. He can shred. And in Hawaiian culture and surfing and the way it began, or the way it was performed, in the past, in ancient times, there was a lot of that, sharing of waves and just.
Yeah.
All the pictures you see is multiple surfers on the wave, party wave action.
Party wave. Well, it really depended, like today, how there's a lot of variety of forms of wave riding. I think that's something important to that our viewers understand, is that in ancient times, in old Hawaii, in Kawakahiko, how we call it, is that you had a lot of variety in surfing as well. So there are some breaks where it was cool to share waves. We see that, like, especially at the turn of the 20th century in Waikiki. There's a lot of shots of Duke and the Beach Boys and others, like, sharing waves. And that's how it was, in Kawakahiko in old times. Depending on the wave and the event, in old times there were also, like we have here today, there was competition. And so, certain times of the year, like right now we're in what's called Makahiki. And Makahiki season is a time period of in Hawaiian culture where there'd be a lot of competition. And in old Hawaii, prior to Western contact, we had surfing competitions like we're seeing here right now, Gaigini Barrel.
That's Carissa.
Oh, Carissa.
Also awesome. Hawaiian ethnicity.
And I'm glad that, this team has a female surfer or wahine in it, because in ancient times as well, women surfers were very prominent in the lineup. A lot of great legends of probably one of the most famous one. I've probably shared this story before, but of a female surfer named Kelea. And we know a lot of her because her story is a lengthier one.
Okay.
King David Kalakaua told a version of this story that got written down. And so Kelea is one of many, many female surfers that was known as really skilled and competitive and revered highly in the waves. Here we have
Shea
Shaden.
Pack packing a pipe barrel. So the brother from Big Island, FBI from Big Island, making it happen here on the North Shore, and is happy with that one. And it looks like
Matahi Drole from Tahiti.
Oh, the waves are turning on.
Yes,
wow.
Love it.
And so the more the swell builds, and it's got that westerly component, so it will continue to help kind of push that sand off of the reef. I mentioned it last heat. It's like we need the Keokua home plate umpire to come dust off home plate, and expose the reef a little more. Shaden Picaro gets the first wave of that set. Beautifully done on the forehand. And then Matahi Drole scores himself a nice pipe barrel.
Ooh. Yeah, it's a nice sign when you have back-to-back waves that are good like that. And in this heat, we've had several great scoring waves ridden so far from all of our competitors. Actually, have already gotten waves, and there's still 19 minutes left in this heat. So this is a good sign. We're seeing a lot of energy right now in the ocean. But yeah, so back to your question about surfing in Old Hawaii and Kauakahiko. Certainly there are a lot of different types of surfboards. Conditions that you would surf would vary. They did surf the North Shore as well. A lot of times people assume that surfing was only something that took place in isolated areas in Hawaii, but we have many stories and traditions of Hawaiians surfing on the North Shore and all around the state. In fact, many of the outer islands as well. A lot of great stories in what we call mo'olelo, or these histories that have been preserved through oral tradition. So most societies, before they had a written culture, written language, they would preserve their stories through song or chant, or whether it's Gregorian chants in Europe or in other places, but in Hawaii, likewise, a lot of our stories were first preserved through oral traditions of chanting. Here we have, it's like Shado again.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's from your neck of the woods over there on the Big Island.
Yeah, Shaden Picaro, awesome surfer from Hilo and Puna side. And I love his style.
Yeah.
So smooth. He's got a real cool technique to his surfing.
Yes.
And like you said earlier, Rocky, that applies to both small and bigger waves.
Yeah, and that one just got a little bit small on the end. And, along with what we were talking about earlier, we've got some really cool messages coming in. It's nsoghawaii@gmail. That's how you can that's a message to my inbox here. And folks know that from being on the beach at other events. And we got a nice comment and message from Susie Friedman, watching in Seattle, Washington.
Okay.
And you're one of her favorites, bro.
Oh,
and she purchased the Waves of Resistance, too, actually. So great support. And Susie, we thank you for tuning in. And we are excited to be once again bringing you the Hui Backdoor Shootout. She's been watching all the replays of previous years.
Oh, wow.
So we've become kind of familiar voices and faces to her. So, Susie, we thank you. And we are also hoping that this year the Eddie can run again, because that was so much fun this past January. And I can't believe it's already coming up on a year ago that happened. The year flew by, man.
Now, I mean, if anyone has questions about Hawaiian history or surfing history you'd like to ask, maybe you could send it to you.
Yeah, nsoghawaii@gmail. And, because this type of event we mentioned earlier, it's not like these surfers need scores and they're like, we got a bunch of information we got to get out because, there's time remaining, there's a score requirement. We have the freedom at this event to be much more candid and share a lot more deeper information than you would get at your regular conventional surfing event and broadcast. So we appreciate.
So we can be a little bit more Portuguese.
Yeah, we can. We can expand and make the expansion a little bit into other tangents, if you will, because the surfers are also being very selective. They know they have at least 2, 3, 4 more rounds possibly.
Right.
So they don't have to get all their scores like today in one round. And this being the first round, the atmosphere is very relaxed,
right,
and pressure free. So we do have the opportunity to expand. Send your emails nsoghawaii@gmail. We'll get it right here.
So I love the drone footage here. You can see the landscape, and in Hawaiian, the word for land is aina.
Okay.
And but interestingly, the aina also includes the shoreline and the ocean where the reefs and the waves are. So that's something important that also speaks to a unique perspective that Hawaiians and also most Pacific Islanders in general is that in most cultures the ocean or the beach is a barrier, right? So like people oftentimes talk about how they have like maybe island fever because oftentimes the ocean becomes something that is a void or a barrier or some sort of boundary. But in Hawaiian culture and in surfing cultures we see here today too, is that the ocean is not a separate space. It's an extension, as we see here.
Wow, that might be Matahi.
Oh, Matahi extending that barrel.
Oh, it is turning on. That was beautifully done.
So cool. I mean, this guy is a master at barrel riding. We've seen so many times a heavy chopo in Tahiti, and here at Pipeline, just slipping down the face, slowing himself down, out with the spit.
And he was totally disappeared. And also just getting a bit of information as it pertains to different ocean conditions we have. We have a dead sperm whale over at Marconi.
Oh.
So that is just a heads up. If you're up in that area, there is some carcass in the water and on the shoreline. You see a picture of it right there, Isaiah.
Wow. And we know what that means.
You know what follows those
Carcasses.
pieces of carcasses and the big fish up in that area. Thankfully, that's some miles from here, so we're not experiencing any immediate effect of that. But as just a kind of alert to our folks here on Oahu, that if you're up in that northeastern Kahuku area, there's a big old dead sperm whale on the beach, on the reef. So just be careful. But we've got nice conditions here. It has been, kind of that not super overcast, but just a little cloud cover. So it's not super bright, sunny, blue skies. It's got that kind of ominous little gray kind of flat lighting on it. I think it has kept the wind a little bit at bay
Right.
but the trade's now starting to fill in, and Pipeline does like a little bit of a offshore groom,
East,
if you will.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, so, I mean, any questions you have about Hawaiian history? And thankful to our viewer from Seattle who purchased Waves of Resistance. So Waves of Resistance is a book that I published about 10 years ago. And in there is a lot of the histories of surfing. But it's really, I think in many ways I've sort of tricked people. I don't want to say it in that way, but people think, I'm going to just learn about surfing.
Right.
But then after reading it, you're like, wow, I learned a lot about history with Hawaii and the Pacific.
And
And
surfing is the way you reel them in, right?
Right.
And
That's
then
it. Lure
you
you
get
in.
to really, get a deep dive, if you will, no pun intended, into some of the more historical content, which I think is really important to discuss. And we've got Captain Richard tuning in and Scott Crouch also. So you guys hanging out with us on our broadcast. We appreciate it. And, we got, looks like Clay Marzo's mom chiming in. And I saw his name on the roster somewhere. So
yeah, I've always felt that guy's a savant, one of the most natural talents. Here we go. Here's a wave. This might be Matahi, could be Shaden.
Right. They've got similar styles and similar approaches to these pipe waves. And their stature, too. Right. They got kind of same body type, so we'll
coloring.
And that, too, definite, similar melanin content, if you will. It's got some more viewers from UK tuning in. I don't know, what time is it over there, man? It's probably like the next day. It's probably tomorrow already.
Right. Dedicated.
Right on, Joe. Thank you for tuning in from the UK. And We've got a North Carolina viewer as 42 degrees over there as we watch that was Shaden Picaro squeak out of a pipe barrel. So it's late night in UK. 10:40 p.m. is what the word we're getting from our great crew here. Jamie O'Brien at Backdoor just gets a little washed out towards the end. All that turbulence from the wave prior just giving a kind of a whitewash wipeout.
He was close to coming out of that, though.
Richard Blaine in North Carolina kindly says, I'm hating you guys right now. It's 42 degrees, blowing gales. And
it was cold last week. It was like 62
I know,
over here.
Man. It
Freezing.
was like 67. I was getting my sweatpants out. But we know that we're very lucky and blessed, like we were saying with Cliff and Makua earlier, nobody gets to choose where they're born. That's
right.
That's one thing that's totally out of your control. And, being born in Hawaii or being able to, to come here, it's truly a very, very lucky thing and a blessed existence. So we're very thankful and like to share all that we can and encourage you guys to come and hang out with us and see us, see how we live and do the things that we get to do. It's fun to share for sure.
I was saying earlier, as we look at this drone shot, how like this concept of Aina extends out to the ocean, and it's something that is integral into that space. So this was something that when some of the first Western explorers came to the islands, Captain Cook and his crew and some of them that wrote, they were just blown away with how comfortable the islanders, especially here in Hawaii, were in the surf. In fact, they said in one place they were just blown away that there was a beach break where there were like over 100 people in this shore break that just looked really scary and treacherous. And he was like, in fact, he said like these humans are kind of like amphibious. Like they don't really have a distinction between living in the water and outside of the water. And I think, the surfers today, the surf culture and in our community here today, it's sort of similar, right? You see guys out there that seem really fearless surfing these waves. And so it's really cool that aspect of Hawaiian culture is part of the surfing story that we have here today. Just that concept of not seeing the ocean as something to be a divide or separate from your experience or something that you're afraid of, but something that you respect and is a part of your culture and community. And so very much so that's been an attribute, a cultural trait that we've had here for many, many generations.
Yeah, those early explorers, I'm sure, were just marveling at, where they would come from. It was like, don't go towards the waves. Get away from those dangerous things. And you come and see these Hawaiians just looking effortless and comfortable on whether it's body surfing, a certain size surfboard, a laya, a paipo, big olo, it is really a cool thing to imagine putting yourself back in that time and not only being a Hawaiian enjoying that, but also being like a fly on the boat to just see the expression on these explorers' faces when they were watching and see what they were like seeing. It was like they could not believe it. It was just a cool thing to think about of how amazed they probably were.
But it's something that you have to be raised in, right? So,
correct.
Like Eddie Aikau, there's a lot of stories of him rescuing people on the North Shore, many, many hundreds of people that he rescued. A lot of them, he said, were servicemen, people in the military that would come here, and you'd see some of these younger kids or local people like making it look really easy, like our Hawaiian Water Patrol. The timing, of knowing when to go out, when to slow down, when to do what, when to go under the wave. That's all stuff that's, you have to be raised in it. And so if you're not raised in it,
it has to come second nature.
Yeah, you have, you do want to be careful and mindful because like in Eddie Aikau's career as a lifeguard, he often would have to rescue people that just maybe were looking at locals and how comfortable they looked in the water, but they themselves didn't have that knowledge. In fact, we're celebrating at this event Duke Kahanamoku. Duke Pa'oa Kahanamoku, born in 1890 and in Honolulu in the Kingdom of Hawaii. at the age of 3 years old, he moved over to his mom's property from Honolulu, not too far away, but over to what's called Kalia, which is Waikiki, the kind of the western end of Waikiki.
Is it kind of right in front of Hilton Hawaiian Village, that area there?
Right, correct. And said that, these guys like the Kahanamokus, they learned to swim in many ways, in many times before they even learned to walk.
Right.
I mean, that's something that's a legend of one of Hawaii's most famous king, King Kamehameha I, was raised by a chief named Naiole. And Naiole said he taught him to swim before he taught him to walk.
That is so amazing and quite fitting for, and what our culture likes to practice today. And speaking of Duke, we have Kanila Chang chiming in from New England, so way over there on the East Coast. And her great-grandfather was a beach boy with Duke. So that's pretty cool connection to Hawaii. And,
very cool.
I hope you're doing well in New England. I'm sure, coming back to Hawaii when you can. And Darren Collins in Fresno, thank you for tuning in. And we love sharing with you guys. And
now, with
from
Beach Boys,
Spain, we got a viewer from Spain. That's so cool.
Awesome. Yeah, Beach Boys. We're not talking about the California musical group, the Beach Boys.
Yeah.
Although those were fun too. But Waikiki Beach Boys in Waikiki is really that generation of Duke Kahanamoku, his brothers and cousins and friends, and those guys were so awesome.
And we're going to check out, with just a few minutes remaining in this heat, some of the highlights. We see Koa Smith doing well, pumping through a pipe barrel. Jamie O'Brien, one of the most dynamic pipeline surfers on that wave right there, and was able to nicely position himself perfectly. Not the biggest wave, but really good technical placement there.
Right, we had Shaden Picaro on this one. Nice barrel. Bigger wave, and right behind him was Matahi Drole from Tahiti.
Oh.
Yorana.
Yeah. And Matahi got another one. And so this heat has been really productive for these guys. And we've got questions coming in from Ireland. How far back do records go of surfing? Gosh.
Well, that's a great question. When we're talking written records, and like I mentioned earlier, that Hawaiian society didn't have a written language until after Westerners arrived. And interestingly, Hawaii became one of the most literate societies. So in other words, once reading and writing became a thing in Hawaii, almost everyone learned how to read, and a lot of that was because the chiefs really wanted to promote it. And but written records, we know that the first Westerners came to Hawaii in 1778, 1779. They wrote about it, but as a scholar of Hawaii and as a native scholar, we got to be careful to overprivilege written text, because most of our culture and our history comes from oral traditions, and those trace us way back, hundreds of years back. Oh, look at this one, Matahi couldn't get into that one.
Just about 2 minutes remaining. And I know you guys have been checking out thehui.com. There's shirts and posters and stuff. These hats, though, they are limited edition.
Right.
And I don't think that they are for sale. I haven't known them to be prior to, but Darren had a question of, when are the hats going to be available? And to answer that, in short, I'm not sure if they're going to be. These collector items right here, as we watch Jamie O'Brien with a little picture-in-picture frame. Me and Isaiah, Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker giving you guys play-by-play for this heat number 2. Also got Cliff Botello, Ezra Rodriguez, Makua Rothman jumped in for a bit. I know he's preparing for a heat later today, so we'll see if he'll join us again. But we're enjoying bringing you all this action.
That was an amazing wave, and just the subtle variations to tube riding. And you see guys like Jamie O'Brien, where on this one, see, look, he doesn't grab the rail. He chooses not to.
Wow, he was deep. That straight-on angle was really the true perspective of how deep he was. He was disappeared for a good while.
And judges who are savvy, which our judges, of course, are will pick up on those subtle differences because not grabbing the rail adds to the difficulty level, which should increase the score as well.
Yeah, those nuances that to the untrained eye can be missed or overlooked quite easily. But we've got Barton Lynch, Flynn Novak, Love Hodel, Joel Centeo, all very accomplished North Shore and in particular pipeline surfers. They know what they're looking at.
Well, that was an amazing heat.
Yeah, that was a good follow-up to Team Japan, a New Earth project, putting in some good scores. Up next will be our Brazilian team, Nave. They'll be hitting the water and getting started very shortly. We're going to take a short commercial break, and we'll be back with more the Hui Backdoor Shootout as we'll be back with Team Brazil. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend. We need a 60-foot face at an exposed spot.
Oh my goodness. Woo!
Yeah, buddy!
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Right, welcome back to 2024 Backdoor Shootout here live at Pipeline, where we're celebrating surfing today and history and Duke Hanamoku. There we have Jamie O'Brien. Had a stellar heat. He had like 3 good waves in that heat.
Yeah.
A variety of different techniques from dragging pig dog, stalling, grabbing rail, to that last one he just had where he did the no grab.
That was
Came
impressive.
out right before the sandbar imploded and broke on him. But we're seeing the waves improve throughout the day, just as forecasted by Surfline. So we have the chance to watch it before our very eyes. And that's something cool about the North Shore, is that you can see the waves rise right before your eyes. So this swell is supposed to peak tonight, and it's been improving. We saw that last heat with the New Earth project. Lot of waves ridden and a lot of good waves, keeper scores, and so we're glad to be here today. It's beautiful Hawaii Nei, and who's up in our next heat, Rock?
Well, it's Team Nave, and it's Bruno Santos. Got a good showing at the Vans Pipe Masters last month. Guilherme, Johan Peter, Ian Gouveia, Kona Oliveira, and Lucas Silveira.
Right on. Yeah, definitely we have a mixture of local Brazilians and also Brazilians from Brazil. Here we have a rider up. Beautiful ride.
Also got some viewers right down the road in Wailua. And, wants to keep us aware and informed of all of the different things that are being used in forms of chemicals on your food. So make sure you guys are well aware, read your labels, and just be cautious out there. Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate it.
Now, there was a question earlier. I don't think I sufficiently answered it yet. It was like, how far back
So
is
how
there
far
evidence?
back is surfing traced? Or, we'll get the specific.
Yeah,
Here
so
it is.
I
From
start-
Ireland is what are some of the earliest stories of surfing, or how far back did the records go?
Right. And there's been a lot of interesting theorizing of this, and more we're seeing that we have some scholars that are showing that there's evidence of people riding waves in countries in Africa along the coast there, in Peru and a variety of other places. Here we have a replay of that one. Just got under the curtain.
I think that was Ian Govea.
Backdoors look like Kona Oliveira.
And that's Kona, correct. So we'll try to get IDs on these guys. Some of the names are I have not met Guilherme Johan Peter. Like I said, I've seen Bruno in the previous Vans Pipe Masters. Ian Govea has been around for a while. He's the son of the Brazilian surf legend Fabio Govea.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And then Kona Oliveira actually lives, born and raised North Shore, with Brazilian roots and ties. His dad, Caesar, and I believe he's also our sponsor, Go Nuts Hawaii,
nice.
has been here for decades, and one of the first Brazilian migrants that set up shop here in Hawaii on the North Shore, and has been doing great ever since. And Kona, now, I remember when he was just a little boy, and has grown into a fine young man.
Right.
And Lucas Silvetta, we've seen him competing on the World Surf League stage for the last several years. The regular footer, Lucas, in this heat as well.
Right. So yeah, there's been a lot of other academics and scholars that have been talking about how surfing or riding waves, I should say, existed in a lot of other societies. However, most of those, like in Peru, for example, they'd ride on these large, almost like little kayaks that were made out of these wreaths and reeds.
I've seen pictures of those. It's pretty wild.
But in all honesty, like in ancient times in Hawaii and throughout Polynesia, we're talking hundreds, if not thousands, of years of riding waves on specialized equipment designed for specific types of waves. So we see evidence of that. The Polynesians or Pacific Islanders come from, linguists call the Austronesian, tracing the language patterns. They say, well, these people refer to as Austronesians because their languages are similar. Goes back to like ancient Taiwan, not Chinese Taiwan, but native Taiwans that lived there before the Han Chinese moved out into these regions. And so we're talking thousands of years ago.
Wow.
Where you had voyagers that were traveling. Now, to what extent and exact dates of when those Austronesian, the ancestors to the Hawaiians, were first riding on surfboards standing, we don't know the exact answer to it, but we do know that they've been riding waves throughout these islands as they've made their way from Taiwan out to, places like Papua New Fiji and into what's sometimes called Melanesia, and then spreading out to Samoa and Tonga, which is kind of the cradle, the heart of Polynesia, and then throughout Marquesas, Tahiti, Hawaii, Aotearoa, New Zealand, all of these places were inhabited by ocean-going people that traveled there thousands of years earlier on these epic voyages on double-hulled canoes.
Yeah.
And then these were, the ancestors to our surfers. So these were the originators of surfing. And by the time we get to Hawaii, Hawaiian society and culture is known for really developing it to the next level. Really specialized. A lot of different types of boards, a lot of different type of waves. We have in our histories stories of even the first, in Hawaii, you have these four primary deities, these gods, Kane, Lono, Ku, and Kanaloa. And Lono is one of the first gods that in those legends it talks about him coming to Earth so he could surf. And so we're talking about like the origins of surfing. It's deeply embedded within our history that goes back hundreds, if not thousands of years. So it's kind of cool that it is a very old sport. And like I was saying earlier, Rocky, we're in makahiki season right now.
Mm-hmm.
And what that is in traditional Hawaiian times, this was a time period when war was outlawed and certain kapus or taboos and laws and restrictions were also loosened.
Okay.
And it was also a time of competition. So surfing in ancient Hawaii was something that was a social pastime that you do for fun, but it was also a competitive arena where they would compete and even gamble over. And sometimes there's some stories like the story of Umi Aliloa. He surfs against a guy, and they're competing for their bones, which is basically their lives.
Wow.
Here we have a rider up.
Oh, grabbing the rail nicely, and then just goes over the handlebars. Not sure exactly what happened there. He looked solid in position for shaping up for a clean exit, and then all of a sudden, I mean, that's at pipe in the barrel. I mean, things just go south on a dime,
Looked like
and he went right over the handlebars.
Gymnastics in the barrel.
You watch him, pretty solid right there, and then we got the front angle. He was fully disappeared. When we looked into that barrel side angle, you could see his feet literally hitting the top of the wave, the roof or the ceiling, if you will, of that barrel, and just did a tumble right over. Thankfully, he's okay. And there's team
Mr. JJ
96712.
Oh, no. Stacking the heats with the Florences. I didn't know John was going to be here.
So, yeah, he might be in place of Cole Rothman, who got a scary injury hitting his face on the reef.
Imagine having all three Florence brothers in your heat.
Yeah, so that was actually the lineup for the Vans Pipe Masters. It has an adapted format from the shootout format, and it was all three Florences surfing together as we watch Team Brazil drop into pipeline. Nave is the team name. Nave. And, yeah, if you go to dahui.com, you can check out the event T-shirts and other merchandise there. The Backdoor Shootout hats, however, I think are going to remain just a limited edition item. But I also have a little fun logo that I made up. And I've got hats available.
I love it.
It's nsogdesigns.com. And the E-Zebra, the E with the zebra, is what I came up with last year, and finally have all my stuff available online. But if you need one of those hats, you can get one of those hats.
Bro, the first time I saw you wearing that, it was at the Eddie.
Yeah.
Commentating, and it took me a second. You know when you see like a license plate,
right?
And you got to figure out what it's trying to say.
Exactly.
But then it didn't take me long. I was like, all I had to do was say it out loud. Zebra.
Yeah. You bug us. What's the fun part about it is it's not totally like obvious right off the bat.
Yeah.
Even because it's a pidgin phrase, so even for us fluent pidgin speakers, it's still like, okay, wait, I got to figure this out. And I got so many comments. But anyway, we do have those hats available, and we have dahui.com, obviously, is where you get all your backdoor shootout gear.
Oh, my gosh.
And then there's the lineup for the next heat, 96712. That is our postal zip code for this entire coastline. Like we said earlier, if you live in Haleiwa by the boat harbor, it's 96712. If you live Pupukea, way over there, it's 96712. If you live over here by Ted's Bakery in VLAN, where I live, it's still 96712. It's got to be one of the longest stretched out zip codes.
Awesome.
But we've got a lot of that, in this island culture with, very, very extended coverage of areas per zip code.
Well, send us some questions. We got a couple so far.
Yeah, it's nsoghawaii@gmail.
nsoghawaii@gmail.com.
And I got a question about sharks, having to clear the water at pipe because of sharks like you would at J-Bay or something. And fortunately, they don't generally seem to come in this area. We're going to knock on wood for that. But,
right.
I think the craziest thing I seen was a picture of the humpback whale and her calf kind of riding in a second reef pipe wave where it's deeper. But other than that, I think the animals kind of know this place is dangerous. You never hardly see any turtles cruising out here. You don't see any dolphins coming through. Hawaiian monk seal, I saw one the other 2 nights ago, paddling my canoe at Cavella Bay. I took my daughters and their friends out, and this juvenile seal came right next to the boat. It was pretty cool. Kind of stuck his head up, looked at us, and was like, "Hey, what are you guys doing?"
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Yet us humans are dumb enough to try and surf out here.
The animals know better.
I mean, I've seen sharks on the North Shore. Now that you say this, though, it's interesting because you're right. I've never seen one at Pipe. I have seen at Rocky Point, which is not too far away.
Yeah. You get them, coming in like near Waimea Bay, down the coast, Lania Kea, Chun's Reef. We've had some encounters
definitely over there. Closer you get to Haleiwa.
Yeah, that deep channel, the boat harbor, kind of a little bit more of a hot spot for seeing those guys. But, they're part of our ecosystem. We're in their world when we get in there, and definitely need those animals. And they're quite revered in Hawaiian culture.
Right. I mean, in Hawaii we have what's called aumakua, and we sometimes get a little, we romanticize the mano or the shark. Everybody wants to be like, oh, that's my aumakua.
Yeah, that's like, I don't want to be the gecko. What are you talking about? I want to be the shark.
So aumakua are basically kind of like spirit deities that
in animal form. Yeah.
Yes, that you see as sort of a protector for you. And interestingly, it's not like generally all sharks. Oftentimes, or all turtles or whatever it is, your aumakua. But oftentimes it could be a specific one that would kind of be known to fall. Interestingly, I thought of the concept of aumakua, not just when you're talking about looking at this heat. There's a guy named Jose Angel in here. And I'm not too sure if he's related to the Jose Angel from our surf history past, but there's a story that Clyde Aikau tells, and I think it's published in Stuart Holm Coleman's book on Eddie Aikau. In the end of the story is basically when Clyde Aikau wins the first Eddie Aikau event. He attributes it to these turtles, and he says one of them was Jose Angel, and the other turtle he felt was Eddie Aikau. So like that concept of it's a what you call that these this morphic, like these in Hawaiian culture you have anthropomorphic is the term, where like animals can also take on kind of human spirit in the kind of like a cosmic sort of way. And it's interesting because Clyde Aikau says that he saw these two turtles and he felt like they were calling him to come sit by me, come over here. And he said the turtles were way out past the boil and outside the peak. He said, sure enough, the wave of the day came to him and he caught it right there by those turtles. So this, that's interesting because it may seem kind of hokey to some, but that connection that you have, with nature. And look at this barrel. Somebody's connecting with nature there.
Oh, yeah.
But it is something that still is applicable today, that people draw, mana from, that they interpret lived experience through. And I think it's really cool that Clyde Aikau did that. Here's a replay of that one.
Yeah, that's a nice backdoor positioning. Good line being drawn, but just the wave racing away was the only prevention of that surfer not able to come out. Nalu Medeiros is posing a question. Is the backdoor shootout the replacement of the old school Duke Kahanamoku Surfing Classic? From Maui. Thank you, Nalu. And not necessarily. I know the Duke Classic was held at Sunset Beach and was more of your traditional format of surfing and advancement elimination style format. But we do honor Duke Kahanamoku himself in the name of this event, as in a memory of. So we will be talking quite a bit about Duke and his legacy. Obviously, we've got the Duke's Ocean Fest during the summertime, but this is a nice time in winter where we get to talk about, the Kahanamoku legacy and what Duke has done for surfing and for Hawaii in general. And South Carolina tuning in. Brother Joe, right on the East Coast time there. And got a shout out from Tyler to Benny on a new baby boy. And which of the three Florence brothers grows the meanest beard. Well, we got to line them all up and look. But I'd say, Ivan's got a pretty good one going
right now,
or has had one. Yeah, and he's the youngest. So when was Hawaii first settled is one. Evidence they stopped at other islands, Tahiti and all that. Kyle from Toronto is tuning in. 33 degrees in the water. Woo! That is freezing, my friend. I give you cold water surfers so much props. And got some orders coming in on my NSOG designs, you guys. I appreciate that so much. I was reading to my daughter. Z is for zebra. I got to the end of the book, and I'm like,
"Oh, this is where the inspiration."
Yeah,
comes
I'm like, "There's something there," and I kept repeating it. Zebra. Z is for zebra. Zebra. And I go, and my daughter's looking at me. She's like 4 years old. She's like, "Dad, what are you doing?" And I'm like, "Hold on, honey. You're seeing the gears turning right now." Yeah. And then I go, "Oh, I'll put an E in front of the zebra," and then that's like I drew it on my crossword puzzle book, and then I sent a picture of it to like Cliff and Kavika, some of the boys that kind of bounce stuff off of, and like, what do you think of this? And they're like, oh, that's pretty hilarious, bro. So that's where it was born. But we've got a lot of questions coming in. The book that was mentioned, Eddie, is Waves of Resistance by Isaiah Walker. That's a really good read. It's historical, good stories, and Waves of Resistance is what it's called.
Yeah, you can find it on Amazon. You check it out there, or any other books you find online.
Yeah, we got another Ireland viewer, and top 5 watermen or women. Obviously Duke has to be up there somewhere. Duke and Eddie are like our two huge, well-known,
icons,
world famous icons, watermen. I gotta put the Keolanas up there. Uncle Buff. And even our North Shore's own Uncle Terry Hui. Definitely, when we see the Water Patrol, we talk a little bit about that, right. And we talk about the improvements of surfing and the ancient times. You said the equipment Hawaiians are making, or we're just getting better and better. The knowledge of the waves.
Right.
It's so cool to see Hawaiians to this day, like in more recent times, like in the 80s,
right,
using the jet ski and inventing those techniques and having that boogie board on the back as a way to serve as kind of the connection from the ski to the water, because it's not like you can pull somebody up onto the seat, especially if they're unconscious.
Yep.
You need some kind of a stretcher or, platform to stage that. So that contraption that you're seeing right there, the jet ski with that rescue sled and all those handles, was Hawaiians, again,
innovation.
Still inventing and innovating. It's so awesome.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Terry Hui and Brian Keolana, kind of known as the innovators, Uncle Mel and others that they started off with just like a bully board. If you don't know, that's a makaha-sized boogie board.
Yeah. And
then they just realized, like, if we make this even a little bigger, add these straps onto it, and then it became like, now it's the textbook literally that they teach ocean rescue safety. Is that style of saving with the sled that came out of these guys. Training and innovation on their own. So awesome. I mean, you're talking about it's really hard when people say, who's your top 5, because there's so many people. But what came to my mind was Rel Sun.
Oh yes,
I mean,
for sure.
You're talking about not just skill and talent, but also community impact.
Big heart,
a big
lifesaver.
In fact, a lot of the top surfers we're seeing today, a lot of them benefited from her generosity and her support at Jamie O'Brien was definitely close with Auntie Rel, and benefited from the Menehune contest they did, and so there's a lot of really influential and impactful surfers. I mean, the ones that we've mentioned are ones also that have passed away.
Right.
So oftentimes we memorialize people when they've passed. So guys like Eddie Aikau, Rel's son, Auntie Rel, who had a battle with cancer for many years.
Right.
And these are people in our community that are, revered for the commitment of fulfilling kuleana. So kuleana is a Hawaiian word that means like your stewardship, or something that you take on is like your, stewardship, I guess is the right word.
Yeah, I've heard it defined, using the word responsibility as well, but I do like the word stewardship.
And people like Auntie Rel and Duke and Eddie, that's what they embodied, was this sense of like giving of themselves to the community and to the surf community and to the younger generation of keiki, or young children. And I think that's really what, in my mind, makes somebody, iconic.
Yeah.
Somebody that is not about themselves, but somebody that gives of themselves. We're seeing David Stant over here.
Oh, yeah. There's a great waterman, too. He's a big wave charger. One of, the founding families,
right,
of the Hui Nalu, and the crew that we're honoring with this event and putting on the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And we got our Pablo from Spain. He's asking about surf spots in Europe prior and mentioned Mundaka. That's a classic, really amazing wave. I've never been to the European region. That's definitely on my bucket list, if you will. But Pablo also asks, how deep is the reef here, or how shallow? I mean, where these waves are breaking, literally, you could probably stand, and it's about waist deep. So we're talking 3.5, maybe 4 feet deep. And when these waves crash very tall on that shallow of a reef, the physics are not in your favor, as they say. And so that is the depth of water. I don't know how deep you want to get with this, Isaiah, and give too much away, but for you, it says, what's your favorite east side break during a clean east swell and variable wind? So I don't know if there's going to be too much
I would get lickings
too much
if
discovery,
I answered that question.
too much mentioning.
I'll say Diamond Head.
Okay. So, Colin, we appreciate it, but there are some things we're going to keep under wraps. And then we got some New Zealand viewers. Johnny from New Zealand is
Kia ora.
And it's the Polynesian land of Hawaii, the Hawaiian Islands. And did the Maori come from Hawaii? Have there ever been any Kiwi surfers in this event? As we watch a replay of Team Brazil just getting lit up right there, kind of was at that same spot we mentioned earlier where Turtle from North Shore says, when the waves break here, don't be there or you're going to get drilled. And that surfer was right there.
Yeah, it's interesting, that term Hawaii. Oftentimes, so Hawaii is a term that you'll hear often throughout the Pacific, and it's personally, and from some of the scholarship that I've read and so forth, it doesn't seem like it's one place. Hawaii is often referred. Look at this one. Stroking into it. Watch this beautiful wave barrel. Classic pipeline. Somebody did go backdoor, stalling for this, pulling into the barrel. Still going. Yes,
nicely done. Oh, wow. It gets a nice applause from the crowd live here on the beach. Check it out. I think that's Ian Govea in a beast, navigating nicely. The wave starting to pick up. You can feel the swell approaching, the little bit louder crashing of waves, the noise, the rumble is growing.
Look, he's standing up right there. You asked earlier.
Yeah, and fortunately, he's way on the end here where there is a lot of sand.
Yeah.
So he's standing on sand there, but it is just that shallow also when you're over where the reef is, and that is where it gets really, really dangerous.
Look at this one. This is that backdoor barrel. I was surprised he came out of this, not to, undermine, but it looked like he wasn't going to come out, but he somehow manhandles his way out of this, just forces it like, no, I'm not going to fall. Doggy door. So this is the Govea wave.
Yeah.
Trying to get deep here, but it was a bit frothy, and frothy is like that foam on the surface of the water from the previous wave, which makes it a little more challenging for your fins or your skags to engage.
Yeah, and your rail too.
And it's so kind of foamy, and you can't really. It's a little more challenging.
So it seems like when I go to the beach announcing, Mike, I might have to leave my phone for you guys.
Okay.
Because
wait, I was in the middle of saying we was talking about something. I cannot remember.
The Hawaii.
Oh yeah, Hawaii. So Hawaii is often, I think it's best answer this. Hawaii is like the homeland, and often it's like the place you came from.
Okay.
So if you look at most of the islands, you have places that are similar. Say Hawaii, Savaii, Hawaii. These are all similar words that sometimes people are like, oh, it was named after this one place. But I think in a lot of the genealogies, Hawaii is also just sort of a homeland that you came from. And it is sort of referenced as the homeland. I think that's one of the, an answer. But for sure, I mean, when we talk about in Aotearoa, New Zealand, you have these legend of these canoes. And I believe there's 7 of them, 7 or 9. Sorry, I apologize. And they all have names, Tamanui, and they all have these names of these canoes, and that's where kind of the ancestors, they trace back each of those tribes to those canoes. And it is possible it came from Hawaii. Interestingly, when you look linguistically at languages, some Pacific Islands languages are a little closer than others.
Yeah.
So, like, really Hawaii and New Zealand, Cook Island Maori,
Tahiti, I feel
Tahiti
like.
has there's a lot more similarities in those languages. Like in Hawaii, there's a community in Niihau, and they still speak Hawaiian like in a dialect that's really fast.
Okay.
And they use a lot of T's and they pronounce it. Some people say, like, I've had friends from Cook Islands and from Tahiti be like, wow, those people, I can actually understand them.
Okay.
So yeah, interestingly, even though Hawaii and New Zealand are some of the furthest islands apart from each other, culturally and linguistically are quite similar.
Yeah, I noticed that when I went there. There are so
Look at
many
this.
similarities. Check out that grab rail technique. Ian Gouveia at backdoor with 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining for Team Brazil, Team Nave, and putting a nice score on the board for his team. So I like this concept of you have your individual effort and your individual awards. We'll be awarding the top 4 at the end of the event with an award ceremony. But you also have the team concept. And the points that you're gathering for your team are what you're trying to do is not only get some waves for yourself, because surfing, I call it the most narcissistic sport in existence. I mean, there's no other sport where it is all about you. When you're out, even just in a regular recreational session, it's like, how many waves can I catch?
Right.
I've got a 1 hour break or whatever. I got to get mine. And it's just naturally has this really me kind of approach. And this event obviously has that part of it where you're getting your own scores. But the fact that you're adding your scores together as a team also is a little bit different than what we're used to watching.
Yep, and we have this next team sitting there in the channel, and those guys could rack up a few points with all those Florences and Eli Olsen and Jose Angel. That's an interesting one. Maybe he's a descendant or a friend.
Just am seeing that name there. I know Jose the original Jose Angel, the surfer from way back. His son, Johnny Angel, still an active North Shore lifeguard.
Okay.
So Johnny Angel, been around, now for a while, and one of the veterans on the North Shore lifeguard staff.
Oh, look at this.
Oh,
looks
beautiful.
like Kona Oliveira. Pig Dog slows down. Come on, pump it on the foam ball, trying to.
Oh, man, that was so
wrestle
close.
it.
What a beautiful shot, looking straight in there. Good camera work, jet ski work. Zone Media and Ocean Paddler TV just putting together a really nice broadcast for all of us, so we appreciate that very much. And it's so cool to be able to see in the barrel.
As you were talking, really kind of made my heart skip a little, just thinking of Larry Haynes, who's been doing this for so many years. In 2023, we lost Larry, but aloha's to his family, and he was the best at getting those water shots.
The pioneer of that for sure. Having the artistic eye to get those shots, and then the physical ability. A lot of times, even before there was regular use of jet skis, he was swimming for hours upon hours
There's a replay.
I would watch him just inhale a spam musubi while treading water and pound a bottle of water and just stay out to get the shots. I mean, talk about dedication, pioneering, and commitment. And I think I did see a shot of Larry's daughter on the beach down there, so we want to definitely say aloha and good thoughts and memories of brother Larry.
So there are something also to remember too is that there wasn't in throughout the Pacific Islands, which Hawaii is a part of, and where our history of surfing really its birthplace is in the Pacific amongst these peoples. But there wasn't just one voyage. You had multiple. We have a lot of stories, from Hawaii Loa or many others who sailed back and forth throughout the Pacific. So they would stay at an island but then move. Like, for example, recently archaeologists discovered Hawaiian petroglyphs in Tonga.
Wow.
Kind of cool. I don't remember this a few years back when the beach washed away over here.
Yeah.
They found a bunch of petroglyphs in the reef over
here.
Yeah,
the reef. That was I got to see those one day working as a lifeguard. I heard they were exposed. I rode the ATV over there and I got to see firsthand. It was it really sent some chills through your body of just like, how old that is, and just getting a word from one of our viewers, Ruben Sanchez in Puerto Rico, that Jose Angel Morales is a last name.
Okay.
So he's a son of Che Morales from Puerto Rico. So getting a shot to compete here at the Backdoor Shootout. And cool. Thank you for that piece of information. We appreciate that very much. So that heat has ended. So Team Nave, Team Brazil, has exited the water. And standing by to start is heat number 4, Team 96712. And we've got commentary from Japan. So we got all kinds of viewers. We're going to be right back with you guys, taking a short commercial break. Stay tuned for more the Hui Backdoor Shootout on the other side.
Chee-hee.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu, Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Aloha kako. Welcome back to the Backdoor Shootout 2024. Hope you're enjoying this new year of 2024 live from Pipeline. We are here in the Volcom House looking out over this lanai. These beautiful waves. We're watching a rising swell just as Surfline has forecasted. We're seeing some awesome surfing right now in our teams division. We're right now in the water. We have team 96712, which is a zip code. I don't know if it's a Florence zip code specifically because there's three Florence brothers in the heat here. I'm Dr. Isaiah Walker here with Ezra.
Aloha, gang.
We're stoked to be here with you. Check that out, 96712. Eli Olsen, who is kind of, I guess, like an adopted Florence child.
Yep.
Ivan Florence, John Florence, Nate Florence, Jose Angel, who is also, I guess, Morena. Morea.
Sound cliche, but they are a North Shore clique. These guys came from Groms, and now they're a generation of their own. And what a heavy hitter team. Koa Rothman was in this, but he got previously on that last swell. He's still having a little bit of dizzy spells, so it's the most safe because, you know, here in, you know, he can be gun-ho, gun-shy, but, you know, Koa's a smart enough athlete to know when he's not 100%, and that kid charges like a beast. So
for
look
sure.
at that beautiful drone footage.
Yeah, as you can see, it's a little overcast today.
Yeah,
which is nice. And we got right in the background there, you have Kaena Point, which is the furthest western tip of the island of Oahu. And we're spanning around here, seeing Ehukai Beach Park. This is where we're at here on the shoreline. And as you can see the sand here, interestingly, Rockin was talking a lot about the sand and how the swells move that sand around. You know, it's pretty amazing. I don't know of many other beaches in the world that can change and shift so quickly.
Within days.
Yeah, within a period of one swell, that beach will be someplace completely different. We sometimes have lots of sand on the beach, and even to the point where there's like these ponds, like these where the water will come up and form like these ponds of in the middle of the sand, and other times where the sand is completely gone and the water is right up under these houses on the beach. So
you get the creeks too. They call it, you know,
right?
all kinds of nicknames, Beaver Creek, you know. But the beach is definitely filling up. So come out to the North Shore and come join us.
So beautiful day here at Pipeline. If you're just joining us, welcome. We are in the team division. This is heat number 4 of round number 1. And the format at the Backdoor Shootout is pretty unique in that they're not competing against each other. They're just trying to accrue the best top scores. So I think it's top 3 or 4 waves, depending on the conditions. And as they surf through 2 or 3 rounds, then at the end, the surfers with the highest points will advance into a final. And so it's a really cool format. It is pretty family friendly, as you can see in the heat in the water right now. Most of them are related to each other. So we're just looking for the sets to come in to see the Florences split this peak and get some nice tube rides. We've seen some amazing barrels in the last few heats. In the New Earth Project heat, Jamie O'Brien got 3 really good barrels.
He was on. Team Japan also, Guy Sato, 2 amazing ones.
Oh, and Kenshin Matsunaga got like probably one of the best waves.
One of the best ones, that's what they were discussing upstairs. And then going right into here, Shaden Picaro's beautiful left.
Shaden got a couple good ones, as did Matahi Drole. So that, I mean, we've seen a lot of action. That last heat was a little slower than some of the others, but we did see Ian Govea get a barrel on the left and on the right at backdoor. Kono Oliveira got some good ones. We saw some great waves ridden.
So here on our sheet, Koa Rothman isn't surfing in this heat. He is replaced by Mr. John Florence himself.
Right, you can see on the screen there.
Yeah, so exciting.
So I believe John's the oldest, then Nathan is second, and Ivan the youngest.
You know, last year Ivan came really close to winning.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He was on fire.
He was on fire. The Florence brothers, they're all different. They raised together. They're brothers by blood, but they're all different characters. They're very interesting, everyone being entertaining. And Eli, you know, adopted into that talented group. You know, he's a black belt, Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, and he is a name very well known, as his dad was a photographer over up here since I was a little boy. So
his dad was a good surfer too.
Yeah, and he's a great surfer. Yeah,
he used to surf in all the Hassa events, and
he'd surf with Uncle Brian Surratt, all kinds of guys. I mean, legacies. Them. I just hope they get some waves. I know these guys are frothing at the bit. And, you know, team-based competition, unlike most individual-focused surfing contests, the Hui Backdoor Shootout follows a team format. The surfers are divided into 8 teams, typically representing different surfboard brands or local communities. This format fosters a sense of camaraderie, teamwork, and community spirit among participants, but also individually they are surfing in an environment that's comfortable for them, but it also gets them comfortable to elevate, as these surfers will be surfing, like you said, 4 to 5 times.
Right.
And what contests, there is no contest like it because all the corpocracy and whatnot, but this contest, it just honors the surfing heritage, the Hawaiian culture, more surfing, more of our favorite athletes getting more bang for their buck, and they're going for a huge prize purse in the next few days.
Well, they're still waiting to have a wave ridden in this heat. I do hope we get some action coming up here soon. We've had some questions earlier. People were asking questions, sending questions to Rocky about some questions Hawaiian history.
On his email, yes.
Okay. So maybe I can look at some more of those questions and answer some of those for you. But I think first we have Pua on the beach who's got some surfers from Brazil.
Amazing
from
athlete.
Team Neve. I'm gonna shoot it down to them real quick.
Yeah, Pua. Go ahead.
Aloha, guys. How are the waves out there, and how are you guys feeling?
Waves are super sick. It's picking up right now. It's getting better as each minute seems like each set that comes in is better and better. But it was sick to get to share some waves with the boys out there, and we had a super good time.
How are you feeling out there?
I'm feeling in the moon right now, you know. It's been a lot of years coming to Hawaii and dreaming to be one day in this event, and this year it happened. Gotta thank Kona, his dad Cesar, Go Nuts Hawaii, Guilherme, John, Peter, Uncle Eddie, and all the locals to give us this opportunity. It means a lot to all the guys that is in this team. And it's I don't know, it's one of the best feeling ever to be able to do this event. So many history, and to be the first Brazilians doing it, it's pretty special.
Awesome. What does it mean for you both to be in this event and to be here at such a historical event?
I mean, like he was saying, it's one of the it's probably the best event. Let's be real. You know, it's probably the best event. The waves are always amazing. You know, we get seems like every time there's this happens, the swell always hits. So, I mean, it's my favorite event. It's definitely a special one. And like you were saying, you know, being the first Brazilian team, and I was born and raised here, but being able to bring the boys on and have our first team of Brazilians surfing it and getting to share it with, you know, living legends like him and a few others, can't think of a better crew to share it with.
Oh, well, it's amazing to see it. Good job, guys. See you guys in the next round.
Thank you, guys.
Team Nave, man, so stoked to have you guys this year. And definitely some heavy hitters up in that team. Kona, Oliveira, man, awesome stuff.
Cool, too. The Gouveia family is, you know, like what we've talked about today, how there's families, and that it seems like certain DNA really
from the
does
day
well.
of ASP.
Right, his dad was
Flavio Pateras.
Gouveia.
Gouveia, yeah.
And so kind of cool to have that legacy of surfers and passed down from parent to child. We were talking earlier about I mean,
My,
so many.
he's
The
grown
whole
up.
family.
Mhm.
I have a lot of. I mean, even Kala Grace is part of that whole family, and Mason, of course, and others who are in this event. Makoa we saw this morning in the longboard. So it's really cool how we do have a lot of family that this event celebrates and be part of that community vibe.
Yeah, and they definitely, they put in time over here.
There was
and everyone's watching, so when they get invited, man, they're ready to go.
For sure. There was a question earlier. We asked a question about the book Waves of Resistance. So that's a book that I published. Initially, it was my PhD dissertation, which already I'm sure some people sound bored once I said that. But
go check it out, guys. It's a great book.
Evolved into a book that was published by UH Press. And one of the questions was like, what were some of the key things of the book? I think for me, when writing Waves of Resistance, it was really about celebrating surfing, but in a historical context. So like I said earlier, it really is focused on history, because my PhD, I got it from UC Santa Barbara in the history department there. And it was interesting because, when I would explain to people what my final dissertation is, basically your final project that's like a 300 to 500 page paper, basically. And I would explain to people that I was writing about Hawaii and surfing, and you'd often get like the raised eyebrow, like, well, is that really an academic topic? But I was really...
No, it is.
Yeah, so it was kind of my mission, I suppose, to prove that you could really make something academic out of surfing, because there's so much culture and history to celebrate and to analyze. So, and I also wanted to clarify that, because I personally, was able to identify some inaccuracies in some of the previous work that had been done. And so, for example, a lot of times there were some ideas that were promoted that like surfing died in Hawaii at the end of the 1800s, and then it was later resurrected by a guy named Alexander Hume Ford, and that, I mean, it was simply incorrect. Like, I knew that guys like Prince Jonah Kuhio and his brothers David and Edward were surfing not only in Hawaii at that time when it was supposedly extinct, but also in like Santa Cruz,
gave
California.
Truth to all the the hoopla around it. Your book writes the story. And
yes. So that was one of the motivating factors for me, was to do a better job historically of presenting the story of surfing in Hawaii in a way that could break through some of those myths, because a lot of those myths also kind of contributed to a narrative that wasn't so favorable to Hawaiians. The idea of Hawaiians sort of becoming extinct, so to speak, which I knew wasn't correct. And so by in my book, I like to celebrate surfers that were less known, guys like Kealoha Kai'o, who was surfing the North Shore the same time as Greg Knoll. But we knew more about Greg Knoll than guys like Kealoha Kai'o and others. And then, of course, getting into talking about Duka Hanamoku and many others. But yeah, so that, to answer the question, that was some of the Waves of Resistance. Some of the key themes was just trying to celebrate the history of surfing, the history of Hawaii, and also to make sure to clarify some of the misconceptions that were being promoted that I knew were inaccurate. And so anyway,
a lot of inaccuracy, and that's why I love Waves of Resistance. Your book puts it into perspective, the real truth. There's a lot of stuff going on in the surf industry. Try to mimic and recreate what is real before the cell phone era. So yeah. Don't get fooled. You guys know what is what. And these guys have been sitting so far.
Right.
And the whole beach is excited to watch these guys go.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about the ocean, it's just... And they say this a lot about Pipeline in particular, that Pipeline chooses the surfer. And I think we've seen that at many different years over the years here at the Backdoor Shootout. We've had standouts where individuals, the wave just came to them. One that comes to mind, of course, Keito Makutsuoka, who caught like the 12-point ride. This was a few years back. Just a heavy, heavy wave that came right to him. We've also seen Moana Jones last year. The wave that they came to her, unfortunately, it was like seconds after the horn
Right.
blew. Well, of course, Cole Rothman had, I think he had one of the waves of the day of the event last year. So it's interesting how, like, you know, there's not much you can do if
Yeah.
the ocean is not coming
Can't
alive
rush
for
her,
you.
but she definitely rushes us to get to her.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, wow, 3 teams already been in their first round. Team Japan, Team New Earth Project, and Team Nave. And now you're watching 96712, and that is the local North Shore boys. And then coming up following them would be Snapped 5. So Eli Olsen out in the water with Ivan Florence, John Florence, Jose Angel, and Nate Florence. Nate was very entertaining this year, winning Surfer of the Year, but also taking us around the world with his GoPro.
Right.
And we were getting barreled at where he was getting barreled. And that's something that we're offering through the Ocean Paddler. If any surfer or athlete, here we go.
Rider up, grabbing rail, slowing down, getting in the tube. That is Eli Olsen.
Eli.
With the kickflip at the end.
Mr. Olsen. This guy had a killer wave earlier on in the season. He also charged into a heavy one after his heat at the Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational. But it didn't count, but he had a massive one. Here we go. Beautiful backside technique. Drags his arm, his knee, and his butt, the 3-prong drag. And he hits the eject button. But plenty time left in the heat. 15:05 remaining.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe the tide is playing into these lulls right now because it's
You know what
bottoming
all
out.
the guys from over here say? There's that 35 to 45. I'll give it 48-minute lulls at times, and then packs of waves come in. So we'll see what happens as they're getting into position.
Beautiful.
Nothing out the back, but there are a couple little dark blue Pacific ribs out the back, but we'll see if those things generate as they move yards towards our surfers.
They sure are sitting comfy and cozy next to each other.
Oh,
there.
yeah, they're brothers, but wait till the waves come in. We'll see who gets the choice of waves, because in this amazing cultural event in the format, there is no priority.
Well, you wonder, too, is that, you know, they know the wave so good that they have their exact spot that they sit.
And they're all in
and
the
they're all
same
in
spot.
the same spot.
And then whoever goes into that, you know, they're just going to, they're right on that hole, their favorite.
They know
their favorite sitting spot.
They know which ones to get.
There's
Team
Team Snap, last year's champions.
Man.
Clay, Benji, the
Marzo,
single champion of the shortboard.
Seth Moniz.
Oh, yeah, the Moniz family
Like
legacy.
getting coached here by Brother Makua. Mason
got a
Hall.
team.
Oh, my goodness.
North Shore boys, third to the last heat of the first round. And he'll be coming up. I see Makua Rotman waxing up his board. He prepares early.
Dang. Sort of reminds me, I mean, Rocky likes to make some references to that movie North Shore.
Yeah.
You know, about if the waves here, don't be there. But this also reminds me of that final scene in North Shore when they're out there in the water and the ocean goes flat, right?
Mhm.
And then there's no waves. And then right at the end, the wave comes and they got the leash pull.
Oh,
from
yeah, with Lance Burkhart,
Lance
Mr.
Burkhart.
Laird Hamilton. You know, it doesn't matter how many times we watch that movie. It's a classic.
Here we go.
you
Turn
know?
around, Rick.
Yep, turn around, Rick. You're going to pull in on a shortboard, but kick out Goofy Foot on a longboard.
There we go. Oh, is this a Florence brother?
Beautiful. And guess what? He's got a GoPro in his mouth. I'm not sure if it's one of our GoPros, but each surfer is asked if they want to have a GoPro in their mouth. We can switch live right into their live barrel, which I've been talking to Jake Mockey.
Right.
Jake Mockey is
Yeah, I know
definitely
Jake.
game. I was talking to him. He's like, wow, he's sweeping the steps, saying, that's pretty good.
Let's
I
watch
really
this.
want to do that.
Let's watch this replay. And this is Nathan Florence. Slows down, pulls into the barrel deep, comes out
Beautiful.
clean.
Seamless, not untouched. Nice narrow stance, nice crouch. Nathan Florence, man.
Yeah, and I think most of these guys these days, a lot of them have their own like YouTube channels where you can watch this.
That's his own GoPro.
I know him and Cole
getting
Rothman each
visions
have
for
their
us.
own.
Yeah, Nate, amazing year, brother. Congratulations on everything.
I saw a video of them way out at Himalayas, just charging some of the bigger swells that came early this season.
Mad talented, man. That guy's always pondering his next move, and he's a frothy guy just hunting barrels. So that was a beautiful score on the board. As you guys know, in the backdoor shootout, we aim to please 4 to 5 times these surfers will surf during our waiting period. And we'll be picking it apart along with our amazing judging panel. Barton Lynch, Flynn Novak, Joel Centeo, and Love Hodel. Are you kidding me? Those guys could win the event.
So far in this heat, we just have Nate and Eli with scores, but they're decent scores.
Yeah, awesome.
But, yeah, pretty slow start to this heat, unfortunately. You know, this is probably highly anticipated with the surfers that are in the water. And the next heat, too, has some star-studded surfers on that roster.
Reigning champ, Snap 2 with the champion, Benji Brand. Very exciting.
Benji, originally from South Africa, but has lived in Hawaii for many years since he was a teenager, I believe. And, man, he has a relationship with pipe that, I mean, is definitely really cool. If you watch some of the Snap movies, I mean, that guy.
Did you see his barrel the other day at Backdoor Mini Snapper Rock? I mean, there was more like that too. I didn't see all the
amazing
footage.
how he's like slipping down the face. Even Seth Moniz had a similar one. He had the airdrop and was just disengaged from his board and somehow
engaged, but made it that far. Like these guys traveled football fields. Billy and Makua Rothman the other day.
And you have to have like nerves of steel to like, because you have to think like, all right, there's like thousands of pounds of water that's about to annihilate me, but I'm just gonna focus on what's in front of me. While my fins are out of the water, I got to think, okay, I got to re-engage this, and in the split second. And if if you even stop to question or to ponder of what's about to annihilate you, most humans would that would be enough to want to hit the eject button. But
they make it look so easy.
So cool to watch the confidence of surfers like our competitors here today that are able to just finish the job of making that drop and bottom turning right before the heaviest
and
barrel.
then traveling all those yards through the tube. You know, there's ribs inside there, little creases that they negotiate. They go toe to heel edge, real sensitive stuff. Tube riding is. I mean, these guys come off the bottom and just, like for the goofy footers, I really love that deep bottom turn like Tommy Carroll, and as they hook it up underneath the lip. We've seen some of our longboarders earlier today. They had that time because they get in early. They come up off the bottom and they get to do a little turn underneath the lip, but they got to set up that 9-foot rail. So,
I mean, and it is death-defying too, right? Like we've seen the Brazilian surfer called Chumbino. Hit his head, knocked out, and had to be revived on the beach.
Castillo is still recovering.
So, I mean, it's a real deal. It's pretty serious. And so these athletes are warriors.
Big time. And if you guys don't know what the 96712 is, that's the North Shore area code. Similar to mine in Ainahaina, 96821.
All right.
I think I said that when I introduced them at the ceremony and had to do a quick real switch with the numbers. Super close in numbers, but these boys are frothing.
96717 in Hauula, H-Town.
17. And these guys, they surf it all. They can grovel 1-foot slop, and they can go all the way to 25 feet easy.
I mean, look at that sandbank there. It's just
I wanted to talk to you about it. How's the layout of the beach? How's the full-on nook right over there by Gumball's right? That is some stuff.
And as we get bigger west swells, it'll push that out, and you'll get, you won't get that sandbar section that closes out so much. And I think we've already kind of seen it move a bit today as the wave's been coming up.
It's going to be day 3. We're going to look off the balcony, and that little nook is going to be gone.
Right. All right, here we go. Let's see if we got any surfers going for this wave. Well, you can see some lines out there, but this heat has been slow. I think probably the tide has something to do with it because it's changing. It's bottomed out at low tide, and as the tide comes up, usually you get like this high tide push, they sometimes call it, where it comes in with the incoming swell. So hopefully we'll see that happen soon because there's only 6 minutes and 15 seconds left in this heat.
Yeah, mahalo, Jeff, and the guys at Surfline Crew. I know me and you worked together with brother Jeff at the Magnitude.
Right.
And that's awesome stuff. Hopefully they get some real big swells so we could do that again this winter. And, yeah. Ocean Paddler TV, man. You see all that amazing drone footage. They're the pioneers of that. They were the first to do it. And that's what we want to do today. We want to go live as me, Rocky, or Isaiah, or Clifton Botello are talking about the surfer. We can go right into the barrel with the surfer. So you're going to see that coming up a little later. It's up to the surfer. But I think some of them want to get some scores underneath their belt.
A little bit of movement here. Eli Olsen hoping for an insider, but doesn't.
Guys taking a look. 5:22 remaining.
Doesn't quite materialize.
Yeah, so. Also, Huio Heinalu. Just like to thank all the members, Richard Stevens, the president, Mahina Chillingworth, and Jerome Marks, the board of directors. And, the founders in attendance, Uncle Eddie Rockman, Terry Ahui, Kavika Stant Jr., along with Uncle Byron Almona. And, thank you guys. Huio Heinalu. Huio Heinalu, Inc. is a nonprofit organization that educates and coordinates, preserves, and provides assistance to facilitate the advancement of Hawaiian activities and culture. So,
awesome.
You guys, look how you guys can help out.
Looks like some movement here. Hopefully this bump turns into a barrel.
Oh, beautiful drone to land camera at the house.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go.
Florence.
Ivan. Oh, he had me and you going last year. He had some huge depth-defying bombs bottoming out. Didn't come out of some, but definitely was on his way.
Yeah, that wave, I mean, even though the camera was looking in toward the barrel, he's stalling, controls his speed. He's gone.
He's gone. Disappeared.
Completely gone.
The foam monster had his fins, but didn't even ricochet him one bit. He just kicked out with confidence.
And in a surfing competition, especially a barrel riding one, like at Pipeline, that's what you want. You want to have that wow factor where it's like, well, I don't know if they're in there anymore or not. It looks like they might not make this.
No,
and then when they come out, it's like, whoa.
Well, we got it covered.
Flare.
3D angles. That was awesome.
Was a good one, Ivan Florence. So 2 of the 3 Florence brothers have gotten barrels in this heat. There's only 3 minutes left. Hopefully we can get the third brother on a wave here in this last dying moments of the heat.
Yeah, they went shopping. It was a little bit of a slow one, but they're picking it off. 9-6-7-1-2. North Shore team. Oh, all these guys, they can charge huge waves, surf medium waves. They're absolute pipe specialists, but, on 1 foot choppy mush, these guys are amazing aerialists too. They cover so much ground with their talent.
We're like in their backyard though, kind of, right? When they were kids, they grew up right here on the beach.
I watched them. I watched them
over.
sit on the beach and ponder, and then they just went,
Yeah. Yeah, I'll never forget the first time I saw John surf. It was at Pipe. I was in the lineup, And he looked like he was 4 years old. He probably was more like 6 or 7, but I could not believe that he was in the water, and it wasn't a huge day, but it was still intimidating enough to.
He's forged by the surf gods to be who he is today, the Florence legacy.
Here we go. Somebody paddling for this. This looks like maybe Jose Angel. Woo!
Jose Angel gets ejected right off that crease. He got stuck behind that berm to get over.
Angel Morales, Puerto Rican surfer.
All right, Puerto Rico in the house. Aloha, Puerto Rico. That's a band of amazing brothers and sisters. They know how to have a good time.
This looks like it could be Eli Olsen.
Eli again, yes. Riding his own orange-covered
looking
Darren
to an aerial.
Hanley's.
Shove it.
Whoa. Pop shove it.
Oh, my goodness. There he is, JJF.
Here he is. You guys been waiting.
The last minute of the heat gets a sick one.
Yeah, right at the 50 seconds. Still got time. If there was a bunch of Pacific ribs.
50 seconds.
You never know what if
Never
he got
know.
that
It's
little.
possible.
I mean, you know, John is no shoulder hopper.
Right.
But if he's got to go and accumulate some points, this guy is 3-time world champion.
It is possible. That's the cool thing about pipe. You can get right back out. Like we're seeing John. He's almost right back in the lineup. Maybe we'll get a replay of that one for you, but that was a well-ridden wave. Well-ridden wave by John.
Yeah, we'll see that replay coming up. As this heat ends, we're going to do a quick heat recap.
There's that replay of John. Classic stalling, pumping, controlling his speed. Comes
Beautiful.
out right before it shuts down on that sandbar section.
Wow. Okay, gang. Well, that was awesome. We're going to move on into Snap 5. But before, we're going to go to a commercial break. This is Isaiah Walker and Mr. Ezra Rodriguez. We're going to see you soon, so stay tuned. Go grab a snack and come right back. Aloha.
Aloha.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the Hawaiian Islands this weekend. 40 to 60-foot faces and exposed platforms.
Yeah, buddy.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
All right, aloha and welcome back to the 2024 Hui Backdoor Shootout. Cliff Botello back here on the microphone with Ezra Rodriguez.
Yeah, brother Cliff. It's been a
Yes,
long
sir.
time. So
Yes,
good
sir.
to spend the new year
Yes,
with
sir.
you, my friend.
Haole
As you're-
makahiki ho, my brother.
Yeah, as you're a North Shore legacy, also Hawaiian Water Patrol. You guys, amazing what you do with Uncle Terry Hui. And thank you for all the years being raised, coming up here from town, taking care, watching my back. If you guys
Trying.
don't know Cliff Botello, he's part of our team.
We're trying. So we got the recap going on here of some of the events we had today. This is the stand-up surfing. Zane and the boys here making the best of what we had to offer this morning here at Pipeline with the stand-up paddle. Heats.
These guys were killing it.
We also had the
Amazing.
longboard.
Mo Freitas. Here we go in the body surfing. We had Tom Sales
And the
out
recliner,
there.
yeah.
Wow, I hear he's out here all the time. It's
Yeah.
like a Grom. He took some bombs.
He's definitely a regular for sure.
Here we go, Team Japan. When we started up the shortboard, this guy's got some drainers. Me and Makua Rothman were joking. Every time they were a little late for their first heat, but every
Yeah.
time they touch the sand, it just goes off.
Yeah,
for
definitely,
them.
Definitely,
Feeds them.
They do bring the heat.
Mm-hmm.
That's for sure.
That was Nate on that last heat here. And wow, that one looked like it hurt.
Yeah, Team 96712. And then we roll right into heat number 5 we are in with Snapped 5 here with Benji Brand, Clay Marzo, Josh Moniz, Mason Ho, and Parker Coffin. So this should be
should be an awesome
An
heat.
awesome
if you
heat,
get
yeah.
some waves to come through. You guys
Yeah.
know how pipeline and backdoor act. Oh, and we're going to go head down to Pua de Soto. She's got John Florence. Hi, Pua. How you doing? Aloha.
It's a little bit slow out there today, but how are the waves, the conditions, and how you feeling?
I feel good, yeah. Conditions are amazing. The wind is as good as it gets, just light offshores. And that heat was a little slow. The swell's still filling in a lot. I bet the kind of end heats of the day are going to be amazing.
It's a beautiful event and such a historical event. So what is this? You obviously do a lot of events around the world. What does this event mean to you?
Yeah, it's just a special event because it's a lot of people from here that are doing it. And, I get to team up with my brothers, and we all get to surf together. And it has that different format to it, so you're not competing each heat. You're kind of just surfing together, and you're on a leaderboard against everyone. And so that makes it fun and different and way more relaxed. Like, we can go into a heat like that last one, and you're kind of stoked for one person to get away. Not like, no, I want to win.
Yeah, obviously this event is in honor of Duke Kahanamoku. So, what has he had an impact on your life? Has he inspired you at all? And what's one word that you would describe him in?
Wow. Oh, my gosh. Wow. Yeah, Duke, he inspires me so much, just being the waterman that he was, taking surfing and bringing it around the world, and being the swimmer he was in the Olympics. I mean, competing in the Olympics and winning the Olympics, like, from my one experience I've had so far, it's so hard and it's so challenging. And so for him to go and do that, it's amazing to me.
Awesome. Good job out there, and have a beautiful day.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, he hit the nail on the head with that one, John.
Yeah, thank you, Pua. Good interview. John, he's a champion for a significant reason.
Yeah,
the guy
definitely.
is bad A.
Yeah, exactly. And he did talk about the format for this event. It's surfers friendly. It's you just get out there with your friends, 5 of your closest friends, and you guys get to surf together, accumulating points. You do have individual best as well as team best. So
Yeah, they get to surf in a team format where they are comfortable, whether it's a brand they ride for or a bunch of brothers that just make a team. They make a team. They're comfortable surfing in that team, but it also elevates all our favorite athletes. They get
Exactly.
more time to surf, less rubbing elbows. It's at these local events, it's not about anything. It's the way we connect with the ocean.
Yeah.
And a lot of people got to know Kanaka He'i Nalu is not just getting wet, surfing competition, getting sponsors, making money. It's the connection with the kai,
Yeah.
Mauka to Makai, land
100%.
and sea. These guys put in their time, and they are unbelievable surfers.
yeah, and I mean the surf is just turning on. This is what we were waiting for all morning.
Oh, with a huge air, but
we're
not
waiting-
landed, Benji
waiting,
Brand.
Benji Brand.
Last year's champ.
Exactly.
Unreal.
So he's back. You see how he's standing up on the sandbar there.
Josh, that was
Moniz.
Josh earlier. What a huge
Back
curtain.
door, and he comes out.
Wow, Cliff.
Wow.
That's going down on the scorecard. That was massive.
Definitely.
Head tilted back.
Speaking of shootout,
The beach
right?
is going wild. That was a
Yeah,
shootout.
That's a shootout. That's the back door right there. He just showed how you're supposed
And
to do
don't
it.
forget, I'm not saying that's a 12, but we throw down 12s when it just can't be a 10.
Yeah. And this swell is
Can't be an 11.
Swell is filling in. Judges got the work cut out for them for sure.
Very nice.
Very nice for sure.
And now Josh has got to negotiate getting back out of Aints. A lot of sand, a lot of differentials over there.
He looks like he's going to come back in and around, which
Smart.
is probably the better choice.
You got to watch the champ last year and Snap 5. You were looking into the barrel
Into the
at
barrel.
them.
It's definitely a different vantage point, but that's why I appreciate Ocean Paddler TV and the cameras they got set up. We got drones.
Yeah, look at this.
Look at this replay right here.
Very seamless. Benji Brand.
With the little air at the end there.
These guys have been having a lot of fun at Sandbar Backdoor.
Yeah.
Putting on a
100%.
lot of great free surfing.
Look, that drone shot we talked about, Ocean Paddler TV. They got the drone up. They got different angles. We got a ski camera.
They're first to do it.
Yeah.
First to introduce the drone with this crew. Zone Media. Better
awesome.
known as Hawaiian Extreme Sports, OC16
Yeah.
in the house. And we're on channel 1020.
Spectrum Hawaii Surf Channel and surfline.com.
Yeah. Just where an event of this caliber should be, on live TV, baby. The best of the best. We got a
Best.
lot of amazing teams.
Best in the world.
Yeah.
As well as the best and most dangerous wave in the world.
Yep.
So definitely have a lot of action going to be happening here, especially in these heats. You can see the swell start to fill in. Winds are perfect today. These guys are antsy, and they just want to surf pipe with a handful of their closest friends. Make a good day
But
of
there's
it.
a lot to go into it. As when you're working on the ski with your brothers, there's
Yeah, exactly.
a lot of responsibility. There's a lot of movement. There's some carnage at times that us as spectators don't get to see what you guys go through.
Right, and
you
all
know
the
what I mean?
all the seasoned guys that are working with the Hawaiian Water Patrol, you know, a lot of them come from ocean safety or have ocean safety
Right.
background, and so they see emergencies every day. They know what to look for. We got a solid crew, you know, this year, guys from North Shore as well as the West Side. You know, we got Nolan Keolana and Brandon Martin and those guys.
Yep.
Makani Froy said just to name a
Wild
few.
Keone every now and
Keone
then.
every now and then. You got him.
Good stuff.
Got him on, but yeah, definitely a very solid crew of guys, and it makes for a safer environment
Well,
for
you
the
guys are true
competitors.
cowboys. You guys are wild watermen cowboys. I know when you guys are down the beach. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Getting
totally.
your skis ready. These guys are heavy next level.
Yeah, I
And
can't
there's our
complain.
beach. That's where you can go get your $25 T-shirts. You can also see us online at thehui.com. There's Hilton Alves.
yeah.
Look at where his painting came from.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it came from just the backboard. Look at what he's doing. He's just emulating pipe at its best. Here he goes, adding the little
Yeah.
bit of sheer Ehukai spray.
Yeah, definitely. One of the most talented artists.
Here's
for sure.
Josh. That was a beautiful wave.
Wow, just so
he
deep.
traveled through a 10 to 20 yard curtain right there. Disappeared.
Yeah.
Benji, that was warbly
Pipeline
than
action,
I thought.
yeah.
Huh? That thing had a couple.
Yeah, it does take some skill for sure to handle this wave. These guys are the best of the best.
Best.
Just like the event itself.
Oh, I love it.
Every year, it never ceases to amaze me that there's waves every year, and it's usually just firing the best that pipe and backdoor have to offer.
The year before Benji Brand's win, and it was Mason Hose.
Yeah.
That was a heavy year.
Another heavy
Darker,
year.
brackish water.
Yeah.
Amazing footage. That was big.
That was
Team
big.
Peru, Tubos.
It's these guys like to max out pipe.
And when you got 35 minutes and something's coming to you, these guys
Yeah.
are the real deal.
They're gonna
Anybody
send it.
would just go, oh, man,
Yeah.
I don't want this one.
These guys send it for
Yeah.
sure.
Snap 5, baby. If you never tuned in to they got some of the best surf videos out right now. Snap 5, baby. Their team is coming. Reigning champions of last year. They also got the single champion out there. Made all the big bread last year, Mr. Benji.
Yeah, and you just saw that one of their team riders, Josh Moniz, absolutely shooting it out at backdoor.
Josh and Seth and just the whole Moniz family, man.
100%.
Water Legacy. Kalia, Sister Moniz, my hat's off to you. You know, everything that's going on in the industry, you're an awesome Mana Wahine, world champion longboard surfer. Good for you, Kalia. Good for you.
Yeah, definitely. Congratulations.
You know, she's a leader of a lot of young girls admire her, look up to her, and her leaving that brand, that's a good thing. You know, you can't recreate what's real. You know what I mean? Her and her friends and all of us all growing up together. None of these brands can recreate the real.
Yeah, 100%.
It's before the cell phone came out. You know, you push a couple buttons, they're right over there, oversaturation.
Totally.
Don't do
We
that.
talked about it earlier. You know, that's pretty much what's going on now is the technology and these surfers creating their own YouTube channels and things like that, and just living their best lives, surfing all over the world. And
a lot of stuff.
Creating content, right? That's where it's at nowadays, I guess.
But it's all about respect, too. Like, if I'm going to get into pickleball next week, I ain't going to enter the court like I'm macho man. I know what I'm doing. I'm going to have the best gear, but I'm going to respect what came before me. You know
and
what I mean?
those who have come before us, right?
Yeah, exactly. Even though that's a new thing, you know?
Yeah, totally.
I don't totally understand it, but, when I hit the tennis court and stuff, it's just mad respect for that discipline. Let's go. Know who's who and what's what. Respect the best and learn.
Exactly.
Absorb
knowledge. Absorb knowledge, which is why this event's so special. You know, Duke has paved the way for a lot of young surfers, and here we have a shot from pipe. Benji Brand kicks out of that one, but
he's got a unique knock knee style. Real. I don't know. There's a couple things that he looks Luke Egan-esque sometimes on his backhand, but the way he pulls in, there's some CJ. Hobgood. You know what I mean? How him and Damien get low and straighten out that front leg. I love it. And then get into those pipe cones.
Ready
wild.
to drive.
Benji's his own thing. I was just saying there's a little similarities, and he charges like those boys, too. So awesome. Backdoor shootout, baby. Here we go. Replay. Look at how he contorts. He's looking, but he knows that's no good. Very experienced.
Get out of there.
Why waste energy?
They still got a little over 20 minutes left in their heat, so there is a lot of time for these guys to pick and choose the nuggets. Like the format, you know, you're not really surfing against one another. You're surfing with each other. So
we're with each other. You're surfing against everybody, but in this format, it's like less pressure, more elevation of your own skill and tube riding technique.
Exactly.
Yeah, I didn't see any discrepancies today, even though they don't have priority. But as we get into, like, their third and fourth surfs, surfers are very intelligent down here in these yards. They're going to know that what they need to win, and there might be a little bit, taking a little bit of control.
There's always going to be pride, right?
Oh, yeah. You can never, you can never let go of the pride. There's a bunch of characters over here. Plenty gorilla pride.
Welcome to the north side.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, what an event. Good to be here.
Yeah,
First day of competition, and what a great start.
Great start. I was going to say great start. Great start to the new year. 2024.
Yeah.
Playing for prosperity, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get to not be in the wood shop today. Aloha to all my state buddies, brother Andrew, Efren, everybody watching.
Aloha
Thanks
and
for
a
letting me
shout-out,
go
definitely.
today.
Yeah, exactly, right. Yeah, thanks
Come
for
do my lifestyle. I love surfing, so that's what I'm all about.
It's definitely a lifestyle.
I'm simple. Surfboard, surf shorts, waves, let's go.
Yeah, rinse off the salt water. Good enough.
You got it. Wow, and Howzy's awesome. We got the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Yeah, the koozies.
Flying Bullet.
Coasters, I mean.
Coasters, cork coasters. Good job on the Wahine that made all of our displays and stuff. Just mean.
Exactly. For this 2024 the Hui Backdoor Shootout, brought to you by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Want to mahalo them for making this all possible as well.
Yeah, Elon, Happy New Year's from Keiki Beach Bungalows. If you guys never stayed there. You've ever stayed there? Bro, that place is next level, man.
Level for sure.
Woo.
Definitely get to know it. This time of year, you want to be mindful. If the sand is wet, the waves come high over there for sure.
Gotcha. They're also booked to the teeth, most of the time.
So here we got some action.
Beautiful. What is this, Josh Moniz?
Oh.
It is Moniz. Moniz, you acting up again. I love it.
Going left, right, center.
Yeah. He knows how to go everywhere. Watch these kids grow up in Waikiki in 92, maybe 91, 92. Yeah, awesome family.
Definitely an awesome family.
Moniz family surf. And,
Uncle
if
Tony,
you guys are...
definitely
Yeah,
One
if
of
you
the
guys don't
greats.
know Tony Moniz,
Yeah.
me and you admired that, man.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
To this day.
hammer time.
He's got some more opuna now, so grandchildren to take care of. So he's a little bit more, laxed, but definitely one of the forces to be reckoned with back in his
He is
prime.
a good
for sure.
granddaddy.
Yeah,
I mean,
100%. Good role
all
model.
his hard work, and now he's just living his best life with his grandkids.
Yeah. Definitely one of the
Man.
better role models to look up to here, especially as a native Hawaiian in a surf industry.
Mhm.
Easy to choose the wrong path. He's definitely kept it all together for
Mhm.
his ohana.
Oh, those guys were wild.
Definitely appreciate it.
That
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
clique, bro. It's easy to go get lost
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
hole.
exactly. But this is the swell we've been waiting for all morning. It's starting to fill in, and thankful that we do have the footage that we're getting to watch, especially for you folks around the world viewing here on either the Spectrum Hawaii Surf Channel 1020 or surfline.com.
Yeah, aloha,
You get
all
to-
our friends from around the world. Thank you for joining in.
Check out what we've been seeing all morning long here.
Yeah, you know what time it is.
Yeah.
And then when I got my brother Cliff Botello, if you guys, he's got hypnotized waterman eyes, man. He knows what's going on. You know what's going on out in the lineup. But yeah, we got some regurgitating little sandbar waves on the inside as the pack snap 5.
Heat number 5 with Snap 5.
They're looking to harness the energy of the ocean and get absolutely piped or spit out of the back door.
Back door. That's normally the goal.
Yep.
Today's swell, it's hit or miss.
Mhm.
You got to pick those gems if and when you can. Little monster energy. Ezra's going to take a little.
Oh, yeah. Good stuff.
Pick up.
Thank you, Freak Show. Keala Ewohi always coming in along with Sinaloa.
Sinaloa.
Ships from 1992, Hana Pepe, Kauai. Go check them out. And our title sponsors, Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Mahalo to you guys.
Mahalo nui for
Two
sure.
Thumbs Tattoos, Haleiwa Juice, Waiakea Water. Brother Aaron Kim and the Odom Corporation Hawaii. Go check them out. Amazing brothers. And yeah, man, we're here doing it up. And this
Yeah,
is just the
definitely.
first surf.
First day, first surf of the new year.
Huh, exciting.
Definitely exciting. And the waves are starting to fill in, make it enjoyable for those who have decided to come down and watch this live. Our beach goers are, you can see right here as the drone pans through. You got some folks up there. It's kind of like in the bleachers, watching it live.
Just over, not hours, but I've been noticing now it's starting to make a slight 22-degree hill on the
Yeah.
beach. Things are going to change.
Yeah, things are
Just
gonna change.
off this little pickup of the swell, it's
Exactly.
already making a hill when it was
Yeah,
flat
it was
as
flat
day
earlier.
yesterday.
And that's kind of like what happens every year. The ocean will come alive and the sand makes its migration throughout.
What would you say
areas.
that big nook on Gums Right is going to be completely
I would say
abolished by tomorrow?
Yeah, I would give it a strong possibility for sure.
Being a surfer is so awesome. There's so many elements. There's so many things. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? You always got to remind yourself. When you see a super athlete from the NFL not even paddle out 10 yards past the wall, and then they give you a couple grand for take them back in. Hey, it makes you hey.
Yeah,
so
totally.
proud for being a surfer.
Yeah, and you mentioned elements, and that's part of what surfing. It's a big part of surfing is the element. We're dealing with them all here. Ocean. You're dealing with the wind. Dealing with a lot of different energies. You're dealing with ourselves. It's a pretty cool individual sport.
And some things that you guys train with Uncle Terry Hui, it's hard for a regular human to absorb the
Yeah.
kind of levels that you guys are on. It ain't no joke what you guys do.
And it's a lot of it, is just being around the ocean and being around each other, especially knowing each other's mannerisms. Like, we're a pretty tight crew.
I love how you guys finish up over here during a busy North Shore season doing all the events, and then you guys shoot over to Makaha
Head
and
out
join
west.
us at the Uncle's
Uncle
events,
Buff's,
and then you
and Uncle
guys
Mel's.
take over the skis. That stuff is just hard to find.
When-
Like, everybody needs to grab onto that ohana. Those values, those core values.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Ohana
like
over
Uncle
everything.
Brian and Uncle Buff teach all the time.
And Uncle Buff's and Uncle Mel's events, they have so much different things that people are competing with, everything from big boy, bully board, stand-up, canoe surf.
Hope
so
to see you there this year.
Yeah, we'll be there if
Okay.
if it's allowed, depending on the contest out here. That's another good spot for us to go out there, and not only do we get to help out, but we get reps.
Yep.
That's where a lot of the training
Oh,
happens.
I've watched you guys come at the end of the day, the last 4 heats. You and Uncle Terry just move every.
Yeah.
Hey, come in,
Yeah.
get off the ski.
Yeah,
We're going to
yeah.
take over for now.
Yeah.
Wait, you guys just get. We don't.
Yeah.
No, it's Ohana time, baby.
Hey,
Hey,
yeah,
Ayala
yeah,
Stewart. I
yeah,
like that
Ayala.
kid.
Yeah, definitely
So humble.
making his way over. He'll
Man.
be in Heat 6. Yep, and he'll be.
His father, he'd be so proud of you, Kaneala and Lala Luan. Amazing stuff.
He's part of the North Shore Boys
Mm-hmm.
by North Shore Surf Shop. There,
Nice.
that's going to be another heat that's got some pretty killer riders. Everybody from Kalal, Greece. You just saw Ella Stewart, Legend Chandler, Mackay McNamara, and Makuakai Rothman
Yeah.
are all set to take the water up next.
Under another pipe surfer, North Shore Surf Shops, Liam McNamara and Luis. Huh?
Exactly. So
Right on, you guys. Aloha.
it's going to be interesting. And the swell filling in and everything hopefully makes for a good time for these guys. Surf together 5 of the
4 to 5 times they might be surfing, and
Yeah.
that's what sets this thing apart from other events.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we're not even striving to be the best. It's just the way the format is. You get more of your favorite surfers and athletes
And it's
surfing together.
surf friendly,
5
right?
times. There's Pua D.
Surf friendly. Puddy's on the beach there talking story,
Mm-hmm.
making small talk, waiting for her
Interviews. Thanks for taking over the interviews downstairs, Pua de Soto.
And you can see all those spectators coming and going there. And if you haven't been able to make your way down here to Ehukai,
Yeah.
go ahead and
Shaka,
check
bro.
out thehui.com. You can go ahead and order your Backdoor Shootout 2024 T-shirts.
And if you're watching live from your phone, right over there by the 3 monster tents and the red Huio He'enalu tents, go check out the Antis. They got $25 shirts and $5 posters.
Yep, and the posters actually, while Hilton is down there, you can actually
Yep.
get them autographed.
Mean. Go get them, gang. It goes towards an amazing cause.
Definitely an amazing cause. 10
So-
minutes left here.
The Huio He'enalu nonprofit. Huio He'enalu Inc. is a nonprofit organization that educates, coordinates, preserves, and provides assistance to facilitate the advancement of Hawaiian activities and Hawaiian culture and just doing our thing.
Malamai kekai, we, maukatumakai, you want to push ourselves into the direction of being
Yeah.
a lot more cultural. And so, yeah, the Hui, I've been around it for a while since I was young,
Big time.
growing up out here. And so I'm thankful for being able
Past
to grow
and
up
present
like that.
uncles, man.
Oh, just getting barreled.
Clay Marzo.
At Pipeline.
Yep. So stoked he's been in the Snap team for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
He's definitely a surfer I really love to watch. He gets me pumped to surf. This guy, when he touches the ocean, things happen.
Definitely just happened for him right there.
They know Josh got 2 of the best waves. Benji Brand got 1 of them, but now they're just adjusting. Here we go. Mason Ho, Brother Cliff.
Mason on the backside, and
wow, he slowed down real quick.
Yeah,
huh?
he's one of my favorites to watch, and his attitude out there is just so amazing and unreal. Always positive,
Yeah, he
Kid is
exuberates
unreal.
this.
Yeah.
This,
the
he
aura.
makes me feel like a Grom.
He's just got a glow about him. I really appreciate. Every time you see Mason, there's a smile on his face.
I like the way he looks like his dad when he ends the wave.
Yeah.
Dude, that's so
Exactly.
funny.
Creating his own little.
And
Mason
then
Ho
his
style.
dad surfed and snapped last year too. I'm sure you were watching that heat on the ski.
Yeah.
Water safety, mental, man.
Mental.
He pumped through a mental backdoor. He also did, we were honoring Duke Kahanamoku, always in memory, and Duke Kahanamoku specialty events with the longboard, the stand-up, and the body surfing. But doing the Duke's Ocean Fest down in Waikiki, Michael Host showed up and rode one of my longboards.
Yeah,
it was
no.
awesome. He rode my Thunderbolt, and I was super proud.
I was gonna say I've done that a few times, rode your surfboards.
Oh, yeah, no, but I was like, yeah, Uncle Mike,
Yeah.
anytime.
No,
and the
it's-
guy get action.
Oh, he has action.
And then he made the finals, and his team won. And then 5 minutes, he paddles over. He could have caught another wave. Now he just volley out with
Yeah.
us by the buoy. It was
Yeah,
so
no, he's
awesome.
living
I
his
call
best
him
life.
2 Pops, Shakur. He's an absolute legend.
Here we got a little pipe action right here.
Clay again.
Clay Marceau. This is a
Whoa.
laid-back style. Oh, totally went on the sandbar.
Oh,
on
what
that
if he
one.
got that double gumball?
double
Oh,
banger.
I love those ones when they come out right at the gums left, but he was a bit.
That's sand.
That's not actually gums. That's just
sandbar,
sand.
Yeah, that's that sandbar section. Just the sand hasn't moved yet, and there's reef covering that. I mean, sand covering the reef there. Normally, you'd be able to get that little last section, but that sand is just creating a little.
How much
closeout.
sand do you think is over that reef? I mean,
Oh,
just
man.
by feet, not the metric.
Just by feet?
Yeah, like how deep you think
of
the sand is
Oh, like
until
at
we
least
touch the
probably like
the
3
rock.
or 4 feet of sand. It's buried pretty good. Oh, wow! He made that drop nice and
Whoa.
deep. Does he come out? He does come out with a little bunny
Whoa,
hop.
with a little bunny hop at the end.
Wow.
Benji brand.
Benji
huh?
brand on that one.
Oh, bro, what brand you ride
What
for?
brand? Benji. And look, he's
Oh,
standing
bro.
up. That's how shallow it is. If you
Oh,
take
yeah.
a look at where he's standing, he's standing up.
And you know all that warble, I see it catch into certain sets of the waves. It just comes right into the curtain of the wave,
Yeah.
and that's how you get that warbly ones.
Yeah.
They pick them anyways. They take them sometimes.
And that's why they're where they're at, because they charge. They have. It takes talent to ride this wave. You know, you can't just paddle out any old place and
Hell no.
take off. So these guys, we like to say that's why they make the big bucks. But a lot of them, this is where their heart is. And you can see the Hawaiian Water Patrol ski there in the backdrop. We want to mahalo those guys for keeping our competitors safe.
Big time. Like I was saying earlier on the beach microphone, bro, they're watching the surfers, they're watching the photographers, they're watching
Yeah.
your kid run down the beach
Yeah.
past the Ehukai Tower.
Yeah.
The Kanaka peripheral
Yeah.
vision of the Hawaiian Water Patrol
Yeah,
is
they just-
ridiculous. You
just
guys are Pono. Thank you.
We're accustomed to being able to keep our eyes on the ocean. That's what we're always taught. Never face your back to the ocean. Eyes are always on the water for sure.
Yeah, you guys know, as a background being lifeguards, the most famous thing is they come to the beach, you lube up your kid, you put the water wings on, you sit in your chair, open up the book, the kid goes in, and
Yeah, wings come off.
off they go. Everybody watches for that. Being a local on the shores, we all watch.
Definitely. And here we got
How's
the North
these
Shore
brought
Boys.
us?
North Shore Boys getting ready here
Mhm.
by North Shore Surf Shop. It's Kala Grace, Makai
And,
McNamara,
McNamara.
just to name a few. Good to see Kala back out there. Oh, a little
Big time. He's
Real
going to
digger.
face his fears once again.
Yeah,
I mean,
100%.
even though these guys are so good, pipe specialists, they always are going to go out. There's other things
Yeah.
that they battle with,
Push
the
the limits.
preparation.
Oh, backdoor. Mason rifling through that. He's going to come out.
Beautiful click up high,
man, yeah.
but I don't think he
I
set
thought-
back down. It's really interesting as it goes through backdoor. It bottoms out, then it goes up high, it goes a little soft, and then it drops down into the guts again.
I thought he had the right line and
too.
the speed to make that one, but
He probably did this
anything's
underwater when he
possible.
ate it.
Yeah.
You know how you just try to shake it off, huh?
And you can see him paddling
Yeah.
back in and around. It's the fastest way back out.
He knows how to win.
So you're not
He won
right
in
the
22.
impact zone. Yeah, for sure. Mason's definitely going to push the limits. And it is the backdoor shootout, so, he's
I
gonna
like
try
how
to
he
catch one
rides
there.
bigger boards
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
It's good when you get to know how to ride a little bit bigger foam. I mean, I come from a longboard background, but when some of these athletes know how to ride their bigger boards, it does help them.
Yeah.
Like I love watching Kelly Slater ride a 6.0 and
Yeah.
a 6.2.
And paddling in.
I love the small stuff, but it's a little different. Here we go with the recap.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, he just that line, I thought he had it right there. Got the speed. Oh, he did have it. This is
Yeah,
from
that
earlier.
was
Yeah, this is from
Josh's earlier.
Yeah.
Benji's first one.
Benji's first one.
And that one had a weird lip line, and he made it out. Josh again.
Just double barrel.
Wow.
Look how deep that is, huh?
Love that one. He lost it. He was like, what?
Experience pays off.
Big time. Here we go. Mason Ho.
Mason sitting
Three-prong
down on it,
stance.
and then-
Knee, hand, and butt. Perfect. Textbook. Yeah, what you see in Mason is a bunch of surfers raised in the North Shore. It's all in his
one.
surfing. Yeah.
Consolidated.
Coco Ho's brother.
Yeah.
And Makoa Ho making his debut in the longboarding this year, making it to the final. Proud of you, brother, if you're watching. Good job. Pat yourself on the back. Let's go.
Yeah, there we got the camera ski out there. Capturing the shot as well. Different vantage point.
Yeah, I'd just like to say Zone Media, Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports, amazing job this year. We're doing it. And just to talk about that GoPro offer, Jake Maki was sweeping the steps at the Volcom House B, and he was thinking about it. He's definitely thinking about it.
Yeah.
I know how surfers are. Everybody prepares different, real superstitious. Nothing wants to hinder their focus. But I think in the next couple of rounds, as people start getting comfortable,
Yeah.
there's going to – I really want to be
Might be a
talking with
taker
you and then
and
go
watching it.
into the barrel.
Yeah.
All three of us in the barrel together.
Pretty-
Yes,
yeah.
and we're going to do that again tomorrow.
Pretty sure
1:22 on the clock.
we wouldn't be the only ones that want to see that shot.
Oh man, you know Nate
all over the world.
earlier.
Yeah.
Nate, he got Surfer of the Year. He took us around the world.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. You look at these barrels; they look perfect. If you get to see the guy on the shoulder, that wave is huge.
Yeah, totally. 1 minute left in this heat for sure. That vantage point is a different one. You see them in the barrel, and what goes on in there is a next level of what they got to deal with to actually make it look easy when they do.
Mean. Oh yeah, so the ocean has calmed down some. It's definitely changing again.
Yeah, with the swell settling in, I think it's
With
going to
your
be some
read
really
on an
good.
upcoming swell, there you guys know, as being locals and you watching the athletes in the water so much, there are those big lulls. What do you guys call them? 45 minutes, 38 minutes at times.
Between swells? Or
Sometimes
between
there's
sets?
lulls
Yeah,
in between
yeah.
heats. Like you guys know, as locals over here, things can pan out.
They can change, but yeah, definitely they do take 20 to 30 minutes. You never know, which is why some heats it looks like they have more action than others.
Gotcha.
So you try to make your heats accordingly. That's why the heat minutes here at the shootout.
Yeah,
is-
Uncle gave them 35. Okay. There's the merch
There's the
tent.
merchandise.
Go check them out. And Snap 5 has just ended their heat. You guys, stay tuned. My name is Ezra Rodriguez. Cliff Botello and
here.
Moonwalker will be right back with you guys. Thanks for having me, gang. And aloha.
Aloha.
Stay tuned, gang.
Stay
Come
tuned.
right back. Good show, guys. Am I up? Who's up? I don't even remember. Huh? I'm up, or you just came? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, gotcha. I'm up. Yeah. Sorry. Oh, I never even smoked pot today, and I forgot. I'm just having an awesome time. That's why. 2:30. The lights are bright. Yeah. Huh? No, it's hard to see. I'm gonna ask how.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui Ohe'enalu. Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Aloha kakaiaka. We're here at the 2024 Backdoor Shootout, and we've had some awesome action thus far. We started off today with our longboard, went into stand-up, into body surf, and for the rest of the day we've been into our team division. We're now into heat number 6. North Shore boys, Ayala Stewart, Kala Grace, Legend Chandler, Makai McNamara, Makua Rothman, and they just started their heat, so they have 30 minutes to try and get as barreled as humanly possible. We've seen some great barrels. That last heat, I saw the Moniz boys. Seth, I think, got a sick backdoor wave. So they are out there, and we also have been dealing with a slowly rising swell today. The winds have been just right, nice and clean as we're looking into that one. Kind of close out on us, but beautiful day.
Yeah, I believe the swell's starting to fill in. Winds are favorable now, so these later rounds, these later heats, I should say, looks like it's going to be some good surf action.
Bruh, how was that last heat? Team Snap 5, Seth Moniz.
Oh, man.
Les Ankles Moniz, I've been calling him.
So that was Seth.
Oh, that brother was barreled at backdoor. And looking forward to the waves getting, a little more clean, a little more groomed with the trade winds, and having a lot of fun watching these guys get barreled. The crowd on the beach, they're loving it. I know you folks watching online and on the broadcast have been chiming in and enjoying the action as well. So want to give a shout out to, Jay Lane tuning in. And when you wipe out here, the water is shallow. It's only about 3 to 4 feet. And so that was one of the common questions that we've been getting is like, how shallow really is it? And it's, like I've been saying, the physics are not in your favor.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Rocky, Seth was a standout in that last heat. And I think we have Pua Makamai down there with him on the beach right now.
All right.
You got 2 amazing backdoor waves out there. How are the waves? How are you feeling?
Yeah, it was crazy, like back-to-back waves I just had. Honestly, it wasn't really looking right before that heat. I was kind of just wanted a pipe wave, and those 2 waves kind of just came to me. It's kind of gifted, I feel like. It definitely was like a slow day, and I know the waves are supposed to get better today, so I think during that heat it just started turning on.
Awesome. Yeah, this is a historical event, so, obviously you do a lot of events around the world. What is special about this event and being in it?
I think just special to be like surfing on a team format. It's the only event that's kind of like that, and to really have that camaraderie out there with the boys. My brother and then 3 really good friends. So it's just a really good time, and it's really relaxing out there.
Awesome. And this event is in honor of Duke. What impact does Duke have on your life, and what is one word you would describe him as?
I mean, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing right now. So all thanks to him. I grew up on the beach that he taught surfing to everyone that came to Hawaii, so it's just like, I feel like, I've spent my early days as a little kid learning how to surf in Waikiki and kind of just embodying the Duke spirit, so yeah, definitely carrying his legacy around the world.
Awesome, thank you. Good luck in the next round.
Interview questions from Pua DeSoto, asking about Duke Hanamoku, asking about those waves. Oh, we got a set on the outside. But yeah, I like that he said, interesting, and we were talking about this earlier, Ezra and I, that oftentimes, and we've mentioned this many times before, that Pipeline often chooses the rider. And I mean, that's Seth said I wasn't even looking for a backdoor wave, and
Yeah.
2 of them came to me back to back.
Yeah. And when you hear him speak and his humbleness, I mean, So no wonder why it comes to him, It's like the wave whisperer. Kelly Slater has that ability too, right?
Yeah. Well, and, Seth has a big event coming up later this month at the Yeti Pro Pipeline. He's one of our World Surf League Championship Tour Hawaiian representatives.
Correct.
And, we talked about the reps as we watch a replay. I think that's
Makua Kai.
I think that's Makua. Yeah, he was up here talking story with us earlier, and he was hoping by the time he went out into his seat, the waves would be picking up a little bit. So I think he's getting what he was bargaining for.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you can see some lines out the back, so indication of like the swell rising, hopefully. And it has been slowly rising throughout the day. Nothing too dramatic, but it definitely was a lot smaller this morning during our longboard and stand-up divisions.
Yeah, I think it all kind of worked out for the better time of the day for these shortboarders to be out here surfing, and I think they're very thankful as well. The swell is making its way to the island now. We got some guys in this heat and the previous few heats that if anybody could surf these waves, these are the ones to do it. And you can kind of see them scratching over to try and see if they can get a look at this wave here. But no takers.
Now, we've been celebrating Duke Kahanamoku at this event, and there's a lot of things that you can celebrate about his life. First of all, surfing, of course, seen as the father of modern-day surfing. And of course, with Olympics, as we see a paddler here. Holy smokes, this is a bomb.
It's a gem right here.
It's like Mackay McNamara.
No way. Oh, man. That looked like almost like a guarantee.
Almost. You can just see that water and froth on the sandbar right there.
Yeah, he was parked in that thing. Look at this drop. Just grabbing the rail. Good dragging of the elemu.
Nice
on the backside right there, and then it just foam ball swat. Oh, I don't know if that exit would have been tough. That was like a three-step drop right there.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and you wonder, you don't want to use the word greedy, but we sometimes refer to that when you're in the barrel and you're like, I can stay in a little longer. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to come out of that one, but that was a good-sized wave for today. That was a nice one.
That was one of the bigger ones we've seen so far.
Well, good to see he's okay. He's smiling but shaking his head and explaining to
I should have come
Water
out of that
Patrol
one.
of what was going on in there.
A lot goes on in there that we can't see, but that camera ski really gives us a better vantage point to see what the surfers are going through, where you could see that foam ball just engulf him.
Yeah, so I was talking about with Duke Kahanamoku, there's a lot of things you can celebrate him in his life as Olympian or the swimmer. He's a sprinter mostly, and then as a surfer. But then the other one also is him as a lifesaver rescuer. Kind of pioneered, working with the Red Cross even, where in his time there weren't really that many organized, skilled lifeguards. And they actually hired him, the Red Cross hired him to travel across the United States and elsewhere to teach people how to save people. And it's interesting because it's not just Duke. You have a lot of there's a Hawaiian guy that preceded Duke. He was a little bit older than Duke. His name was George Freeth. And he grew up in Hawaii, but then he ended up moving to Huntington Beach and into Southern California, and he started a lot of this ocean rescue programs as well. So it's really cool. I mean, we've been talking earlier, Rocky, you and I were talking about how the innovation with rescue and life-saving in modern times is just something that we still see here in Hawaii amongst Hawaiian watermen. And so, I mean, I did have a question for Cliff, because Cliff has been definitely in the center of working with the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Usually, you'd be out there with these guys. Maybe you tell us a little bit what's going on when you're out there with these surfers and on the ski. We've seen some. I mean, last year, unfortunately, but fortunately, we had some rescues that happened. I mean, just from your experience, what's it like being in the water during these events with the water patrol?
Or especially this event, because we'll see what Ayala's got on this wave real quick.
Oh.
Yeah, so we
that was Ayala.
So I definitely, especially this event, they like to run it in larger surf. It is a surfers event, and the boys want to charge. So this event, we're heightened. Not like we're not heightened on each event, but when it gets big like this, or bigger, and it's pipeline. It's the most dangerous wave in the world, and so we're just on all alert. Every wave, every time a surfer like you see here, Ayala taking off, all eyes are on him right now. And then you're gonna look and see what happened here. You're gonna see if he kicked out the back, if he got pounded, and we can kind of recognize a pretty critical wipeout. And then we're gonna respond 100%. And we have a grabber on the back. We're all trained for we prepare for the worst case scenario, and we pray for the best.
Awesome.
You definitely are kind of always on the edge of your seat, because at pipe, even if it doesn't, looks kind of routine, but you don't know when that one is going to be the one where, okay, he's not coming back up. And, from sitting on the jet ski to sitting in the lifeguard tower, it's like you're always just on edge, knowing that any wave could be the one that somebody's not going to come back up.
And that's a great point that Rocky makes, because it's not always the wave that they're on or riding that they get hurt on. A lot of times it's the next one or the one after. We've had some that actually were the ones that caused the damage. And so you basically, until that person paddles back past you, you're kind of watching to make sure, especially when it gets bigger,
Yeah, it's like, no, you're not out of the
12
woods
feet.
yet.
Yeah. Once they paddle past us, then we can kind of focus on the next.
Wow, that's a good point, because with Kala Grace last year, it wasn't the wave he was riding.
Correct.
It was the ones after.
So that's where it kind of, for us, is like, they paddle past us, smiling and talking about the wave. Okay, you're in a safe spot,
Well, there was a very well-known incident now. Speaking of Duke Kahanamoku and rescuing, but here's Makuakai Rothman in the barrel.
Oh. And a little bunny
nice
hop.
Positioning. He just got catapulted like a human cannonball up over that backwash. That was catching air.
And look, seek and you shall find. He just put it in the universe that he wanted the waves to start turning on, right?
Nice technique, grabbing the rail, looking solid right there. Gets just under the hook, feels the spit, straightens out, and then this was just a huge explosion.
And it looks like he
timed it perfectly.
And he definitely knows what he's doing. He's jumped away from his board, right? You don't want to be by those skegs or by anything that's going to hurt you. So he punted right there, which is very smart.
He also jumped a little bit before the backwash actually hit, so it didn't shoot him 100 feet in the air.
And so that's what we look for right there when we're talking about it. Smiling, talking to us at the ski.
Yeah.
Makua's in a good spot right there.
But the rescue that Duke performed, I think it was in California.
Yeah, Newport.
When that fishing boat had capsized.
Right.
It was quite a ways offshore, and he had his surfboard, and that was also part of the pioneering or the use of a surfboard to help rescue people. And I think he was able to get almost all of them, and then was feeling really, really bad. He couldn't save everybody.
Yeah.
And I recommend anybody out there listening to watch the Waterman film.
Yeah,
the one you invited me to the premiere, Isaiah,
Definitely
over at
one,
BYU Hawaii, and that was a really well done documentary about Duke Kahanamoku.
Yeah, really cool. And that story that you're telling, that's kind of the real poignant part of the documentary, where it shows, Duke's abilities to rescue, but at the same time, the hardship that comes with not being able to, save everyone. And, there were more than 13 people on the boat, and that it capsized. And by himself, he went back and forth and rescued. But unfortunately, not everyone survived. So the film, I think, does a really good job of conveying the emotion that goes into rescue. And, and I could see where, even at these events and so forth, you have friends that are in the water putting their lives on the line, 100%. And there's an emotional attachment.
There's definitely a connection, and not that each life, like, the way we react. Oh, we got a little backdoor action going here. Eala, a little too deep. Is he coming? No doggy door. But it's friends. You watch these guys every day surf, and you're around them. Some of them have families. And it's not that we don't take each and every person's life serious. But it adds a different element when it's somebody you actually know. We had Kalani Chapman one year. Kala Grace. I mean, Makua has been injured. It's just you want to put your best foot forward for everybody, but it just adds an element when it's friends. For sure.
Yeah, Ayala Stewart pulling into this one. It just raced way ahead of him and shut down.
Couldn't make that doggy door.
Another deep one. That looked like Kalag race.
Waves are starting to pick up and fire. See, now you can see it's a lot different from this drone shot. More turbulent, a lot more movement. Than the stand-up and longboard.
That's not easy. Also, trying to duck dive under some of these huge exploding waves. And, for one, there's a lot of power in these waves, and there's not a lot of room below.
Shallow.
So there are times, when I was surfing out here regularly, and you get caught inside, and, people a lot of times ask, like, do you open your eyes underwater or whatever? Like, yeah, if there's big waves, definitely. Duck diving, small waves, close the eyes, it's okay. But when you're surfing waves like this, and Kala Grace getting a closeout right there, but you get under and you bail your board and you look, and like the wave is tumbling over the reef, and there's nowhere to go. So you're just like laying flat on the reef, like hoping for the best. And not having a lot of room under there really adds to the risk, the danger, kind of your strategy. I'm, pretty light, skinny guy, so I tend to get blown up and floated. Not really, a lot of times driven down to the reef. But I've been in these waves where it's like you fall off and they feel like there's no water, and you go right through this air pocket, and thankfully
elbows,
nothing in my upper extremities, but elbows, knees, shoulders just smashing into the reef.
Right.
So definitely a degree of danger is at a very high level here at Pipeline. And there we are. Rocky Cannon, Cliff Botello, Isaiah Walker. And we thank you guys so much for joining us online for the broadcast. We've been getting a lot of nice comments, some good questions coming in at nsoghawaii@gmail. And we've been very fortunate to have great conditions to start day number one. Always good when you can get a first day right away, get going.
Most definitely, and the waves actually start to turn on for this shortboard round one. Really important for the surfers to be able to surf some high caliber, high quality waves, and so it's perfect timing.
We're talking about the documentaries and so forth. I recently was blessed to be a part of another documentary on the history of the shaka.
Oh, cool.
And it's going to be a real good one. It's coming out soon. I've already seen
I saw that on the news.
Yeah.
It was coming out, and looks really cool.
But, I mean, you see in Hawaii a lot of the shaka that happens. And, I mean, the film does a really good job of tracing, like, the origins and also the varieties and how it evolved over time. Not to spoil it or anything, but it has, origins in a Hawaiian waterman from Laie known as Hamana Kalili. And so he, back over 100 years ago, he worked on the sugarcane plantations and lost these 3 middle fingers.
Okay.
And then he became, he was kind of like a, really respected kupuna there on this side of the island, and was a part of the Hukilau before the Polynesian Culture Center, they had this Hukilau performance and so forth. And he became really kind of popular. He was a really big dude, like 6'5", and they said he would often model as Kamehameha in the parades and stuff.
Wow.
But he would wave, and he only had those 2 fingers. And so the shaka was kind of born out of that. And then it got a lot more popularity as, over time with surfing. And surfing was one of the big vehicles for dispersing, the shaka from here on the North Shore out throughout the world. And then also you had, some celebrities that started to pick it up. One of the first was Elvis Presley.
Okay.
When he came to Hawaii, he was filming at the Polynesian Cultural Center. Probably got into the shaka from the kids there who knew, Hamana Kalili. And then we see it just kind of being proliferated all around the world. And so anyway, kind of a cool documentary to look forward to. But the shaka, you see there's a lot in Hawaii. But interesting, the word shaka has a sort of a separate history that comes in a little later.
I was going to say, we don't know about SH
yeah.
in the Hawaiian language.
So apparently there was a comedian in Hawaii that sold cars. His name was Lipia Spinda. And he would have these car commercials, and he would throw the sign of the shaka, but he was the one sort of attributed to like naming it that.
Okay.
And I guess in these old Japanese films and that would come to Hawaii, and like whether it was like samurai movies or whatever, there was a Buddha that comes out of Japan called the Oshaka. And so in a lot of these movies, you'd have these guys doing a different sign but saying Oshaka. Anyway, I don't want to give it away too much, but it's a real cool documentary that traces like where this shaka and how influential it is. But it becomes also a symbol of aloha, so it's more than just the sign that you're flipping.
I've mentioned just in my own, not having seen the documentary or anything like that, but that it is basically aloha in a hand gesture.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. You say that, Isaiah, but how global it's become.
Right.
And you see like total like non-Hawaii people, non-surfers somewhere, and they're like, and then there's, as we watch, side slipping,
tail spin.
His board was doing the shaka on that one.
Totally. And then
Kala.
We've got Kala Grace.
Come on.
Packing one at pipe.
Nice.
So that's the angle we talked about right there. That's pretty killer.
That is just
right in
money.
the pipe.
Wow. More
this guy's
action.
A wave machine.
Woo. Makai McNamara
on a deep one.
Come on, let's go.
No.
Almost.
Just too dredged on that one. Yeah. These waves are just
even,
turning on now.
The shaka's made it onto the emojis. So that thing is totally going around the world.
T-shirts. You see it on T-shirts, hats, koozies.
And it's, I've heard the term the hang loose.
Yeah.
Kind of a casual.
It's called the varieties, right, of shaka.
You get the baby shaka.
Baby shaka.
Kalau Papa shaka.
You ever seen somebody shaka with their feet? Some people can do them with their toes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a replay of
Kala's shack attack.
Getting a shacker
instead
of a shaka.
Look at that.
Oh, I think
angle.
that's Makai.
Makai's pitch.
Super deep.
Just got up a little too high in there.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout has a lot of shakas, but not a lot of shockers.
Yeah.
So you don't have to have that kind of heat where, in a typical elimination heat or style event, the format where if you get third or fourth, you're out of the contest.
Yeah.
You could have a 25 minutes of just having a bad luck, wrong positioning, out of place, out of sync. No shockers.
No shockers.
At the shootout. Only shakas.
Only shakas. Definitely a plus for this event.
Some people like to shake the shaka. What? One
the
thing
reverse outside lades or the inside.
Yeah. The loose ones.
The super loose, yeah.
The high ones.
The low ones.
So 8 minutes, 30 seconds for the North Shore boys. They're got a couple of scores that they'll probably consider keepers for today. But, in this round one, as we've been saying, you don't have to get any of your scores from any particular round. They are just added together, the best ones from whatever day they might be. But if you're one of the teams like Snapped, where you had Seth Moniz and Benji Brandt, Seth with the upper hand, the backdoor wave was really, those two waves were pretty top-notch. You got to feel pretty good.
Yep.
If you're getting those kind of scores today, and knowing, tomorrow could be even better, could be bigger. The sand might move a little bit more off of Pipeline and to start to open that up even more today. But Team Japan got that early start, Kenshin Matsunaga, that nice backdoor long barrel. So there's been some pretty amazing standout moments. And the teams that were able to find those couple of nice, really high scores are in a good spot.
I had a question maybe you could answer. So in the next round, do they pick the same way? Draw out of the hat? We've seen it done a couple different ways, to where you just reverse the order. Got it.
But also, the middle heats, they'll still be surfing at technically the same time. You want to give everybody a chance to surf at different times of the day, because we know, sometimes the very first heat might be not as good as maybe the mid-morning heat and the different conditions. So we'll see the flags really starting to move right now too. That breeze kicking up the trade wind direction, grooming it out nicely. I've seen it also picked out of the hat again. So
just luck of the draw.
It'll be luck of the draw and picking the right numbers.
Just picking one right here.
I think that was Legend.
That looked like Legend Chandler. His brother Mananalu, our longboard champion today. The young 15-year-old.
Which one's older? Who's older? Who's younger?
I think Mananalu is younger. I think. I'll have to stand by for confirmation on that. But both very talented.
Young man for sure.
Young man for sure.
Let's see. He was looking at the barrel, but had to straighten out because it was just closing out right there on the sandbar.
He's heading back out.
So celebrating Duke Hanamoku at this backdoor shootout. I love that. I love that we do that because a lot of times, people just think of Duke as a Waikiki figure. But brother was from Hawaii, and he would come out here to the North Shore. Rabbit Kekai said that they would come and surf Haleiwa and surf on the North Shore. And, so sometimes we assume that he never left Waikiki when he was surfing. But, of course, we know that Duke spread surfing throughout the world, places like Australia and the East Coast of the United States. And like I said earlier, he would went over to California. But California, you had Prince Jonah Kuhio and Edward and David Koananakoa, who years earlier had been surfing in Santa Cruz. And then again, also, as I mentioned earlier, George Freeth was from Waikiki, moved to Huntington and surfed there. So a lot of great history of surfing that has roots in, these surfers like Duke Hanamoku, who went around the world to share that aloha. But cool that we can celebrate it here at the Backdoor Shootout, because Duke loved big waves too. People don't really talk much about that, but here we go.
Kala Grace.
Rider up.
Kala Grace up, getting barreled. It's another nice wave ridden by him.
Yeah, Kala, we talked about earlier the surfing in general, but also, kind of magnified at Pipeline, the ultimate high you can be on after getting a wave that is just amazing, riding in the barrel, being able to come out, and then experiencing the other end of that, of just the worst day of your life ever, getting pounded, getting injured. So last year, Kala had the very horrific, scary injury and incident where he smashed his face on the reef. Nolan Keolana was able to jump in and, pull him out, and he was revived, recovered in the hospital. But the year prior, he had that 12-point crazy pipe barrel during the shootout, which, a lot of times we said, in the same session it could happen, but a year separated of the ultimate getting a 12-point ride during the backdoor shootout. I mean, there's not many humans that have that
pull that off,
that have that claim, or that you might have got a great wave some other time, but to do it during the event is so special.
Right.
And to get better than a 10. To get a 12.
That's 12.
That's even
That's the
a
ultimate
notch
high
better,
right there, yeah.
So, and then, then the very next year, he's fighting for his life.
Yeah.
It's just the
That's-
crazy highs and lows.
And that's just this wave,
Shakas.
Yeah,
Everybody was
that's
just talking
Anton
about it.
And Magnolia and our Mr. Zone Media himself, brother Alex. Thank you so much. Great production. The drone shots have been just outstanding. The angles from the ski looking into the barrel.
Yeah, it's just
very,
amazing.
very one-of-a-kind shots there. So good job to the team.
Yeah. Mahalo nui, because this stuff is seen all over the world if you tune in.
Yeah.
And so the technology, you got a drone flying. Hopefully we had a taker on the GoPro on the helmet, but that'll be
I
something
think everybody's
to see.
just kind of getting their feet wet, feeling it out for this year's shootout. Maybe in the later rounds we could have an opportunity where, hey, show me some pocket change.
Yeah.
Try to get one for you guys. Surfing with a clear lineup is like, man, that is like
unheard of.
Red carpet treatment, bro.
Minute 30 left in this heat, so counting it down. This is North Shore Boys by North Shore Surf Shop. And
NSB.
Definitely getting some nugs here at Pipeline.
North Shore Nuggets. Yeah, a couple of good waves that have been ridden, but nothing super deep and dynamic, compared to the other heats, but definitely something for the North Shore boys to build on and look forward to in the next round 2, which could be as soon as tomorrow. We'll have the official call in the morning, so tune in to our morning broadcast, and we'll try to get that out to you, and also follow the Hui.com. Go get yourself a T-shirt. You can get it delivered right to your doorstep. That'll be a nice gift, a nice present, a nice way to remember this awesome event for 2024.
Yeah, beautiful drone shots. Really make you feel like you're there in the water.
Yeah, totally.
That is what you see. That's the beauty of being out in the ocean. You have a different perspective of land, what it looks like. You can see the valleys and the coastline. It's very beautiful here in Hawaii. May sound like our horns put an end to this heat.
Yeah, it'll be the end of the heat for the North Shore boys, and the Groovin' Peruvians will be up next.
All right, as we see this heat wrap up, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll meet you in a moment.
Right back
Stay
with
tuned.
you, folks. Stay tuned. Aloha.
Snap two, bring it back.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu, Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa tortillas, Odom water, Waiakea water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Kaha, ma ke alo, ko o leo mahalo.
Aloha awina la. Good afternoon. It is just approaching the latter portion of day number 1 of the 2024 the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker giving you this play-by-play and some talk story time for this heat number 7, the Tubos Peru. So our Peruvians, they had a historic heat a couple of years ago.
Oh, yeah.
When it just went on fire. There you see the lineup. Alonso Correa, Sebastian Correa, Gabriel Villaron, Cristobal de Cole, and Billy Kemper joining Team Peru.
Yeah, Billy Kemper got a little Hanai action.
Yeah, right.
Somehow got adopted with our Peruvians, but
yeah,
exciting to see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they were quite receptive to have Billy join the team.
Oh, here we have a rider up. Cristobal de Cole pulls into this one.
Oh, man, that's a beautiful vision. And looking into the crystal ball. And able to thread through that pipe wave and make it out very nicely.
Looked into the crystal ball. I like that. Oh, yeah. What was that, 2 or 3 years ago when they had that heat and it was just on fire, just nonstop.
It was like
pumping.
It was, kind of average. It was okay leading up to it. And their heat, I mean, it's like we talked about it earlier of how quickly the conditions can change, for better or for worse in some cases. But in this case, man, it went from like, oh, it's okay, there's a couple to like every wave, every set, left, right. I mean, I think they racked up like 10 or 12 excellent scores in a span of like 20 minutes. It was one of the most memorable quality pipe heats that we've seen.
Coveted.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody went backdoor too on this set.
Yeah, one of our Peruvian competitors. That might have been Gabriel Villaron.
Yeah, this event has some great, memorable, historic highlights and several, wave of the winters that came out of the backdoor shootout. So it's kind of cool. I mean, we've even heard, I think it was Kono Oliveira on the beach during an interview. He says, yeah, I know this is the best because every time the shootout runs, they get the best waves.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been producing waves of the winter more than any other event. And then the fact that we've got this, no competition jersey style surfing going on. I think it just really kind of lends more to that expression session, not as much pressure kind of style.
Right.
The surfers respond to it, and whether you believe it or not, I think the ocean responds to it.
Yeah. Yeah, one of my favorite waves was from last year with Moana Jones-Wong, but unfortunately it was like seconds after the horn, like
That's
1 second.
right. Yeah, they had the Wahine Heat of all the women surfers, and yeah, the heat had just ended. The wave was coming. Yeah, you're right. It was like the craziest non-counting 12-point ride.
Oh, yeah. I was hoping, I was like, well, yeah, the backdoor shootout, sometimes we bend rules a little
yeah,
bit.
Exactly. Especially, for the Wahine that are out there, give them like tons of credit. It is not an easy wave, an easy atmosphere to be in. It's so competitive on a day-to-day basis. Guys are just, kind of grinding out their surf careers. They need a shot today,
Right.
to put some food on the table tomorrow. And so you get a lot of heavy competition, and plus the danger of the wave kind of adds to everybody's anxiety and level of energy out there. So definitely a lot of the boys are, exuding that really excited energy.
Yeah.
And the Wahine, the women got to kind of mix it up and get in there and really commit.
What's cool about this event too is oftentimes it's it's not segregated by gender. So like we had Carissa Moore surfing earlier in the New Earth team or New Earth project.
Yep.
And we've seen Moana Jones-Wong surf with other teams as well. So kind of cool that we have a mixed gendered teams out here at the Backdoor Shootout.
Yeah, good look at our beach shot there with folks that have made it down to watch this day number one on a beautiful Thursday. The sun has come out a little more than it had been earlier, but breeze starting to fill in as well and looking like just a very typical pipeline winter day in January on the North Shore. The sandbars down the way, just so much fun to get some rides over there without the threat of banging your head on the reef.
Yeah, it's a trip how much the sand moves around. It looks like there's a little point break out there at Eukai.
Yeah, it is the coast of the shifting sands here.
Right. Yep, so celebrating, so many milestones in surfing history. Duke Hanamoku is a great person to hone in on as an ambassador for the sport and for Hawaii. And, he did some amazing things surfing. Speaking of, some barriers, we talked a little bit about having Carissa Moore in the heat. When he went to Australia, he surfed with a local female Australian that was there, and that was a unique moment because there weren't women weren't surfing. In fact, most people there weren't many people surfing at all in Australia at that time, and just to have Duke break some of those barriers that may have existed. He was incredible at doing that, and I think it's because of his aloha. Look at this one. Oof.
Oh.
Ops out of that one.
Yeah, looking over the ledge, couldn't quite get into it, and probably a good idea to just kind of back off of that one and not force it.
Here goes another.
You don't want to be forcing
backdoor wave.
Pipe, and that's a beautiful drop. I think
Stalling.
A lot of spit coming out there. Didn't get really too deep, but nice positioning. I think that was Gabriel Villaran for Team Peru. The groovin' Peruvians. Tubos, Peru.
It's a
See a replay. Did a good job. The fins kind of came disconnected right there and was able to hold the line, but didn't get super deep. Pretty cool to feel that pressure washer style spit come out of the barrel and sting your skin a little bit.
Speaking of pressure washer, Keito Matsuoka's wave a few years back, a 12-point ride.
Yep.
That thing fire hosed all over him.
How he was able to keep standing was one of the most amazing rides we've seen.
Yeah, but back to Duke Hanamoku, he did have this uncanny ability to break some of these boundaries, and it's interesting because he was a very soft-spoken person. Like,
okay,
in some ways, like people, said that he was, I don't know if shy is the word, or just didn't talk much. Interestingly, people say the similar thing about Eddie Aikau, that he wasn't very vocal, didn't really, follow the spotlight per se. Wasn't the type of guy, like, for example, Eddie's brother, Clyde, you give him a microphone, he's pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
Whereas guys like Duke and Eddie were more very humble Hawaiians, quiet, soft-spoken. But Duke somehow, despite that kind of soft, kind of humble nature of his, that he was still able to break a lot of boundaries in sports, in sports history. He was during a time that even preceded some of the breaking of color lines with Jackie Robinson and others who were kind of pressing the boundaries of some of these color lines in sports, and Duke was like able to really navigate that successfully in a way that was non-threatening, but at the same time, he did make some changes, and so definitely he's an icon, not just because of his surfing prowess, but also because of his demeanor, his aloha, and his soft-spoken warriorness, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
I mean, he's also, his life, he lived through various, governments in Hawaii. He's born in the Kingdom of Hawaii, territory of Hawaii, even the provisional government. Look at this one.
Oh, man, hits the eject button. Look at that wave just peel off right to the camera. Pipeline perfection was on offer right there. But unfortunately, as we see so many times, that beyond vertical drop will just be such a doozy. And look at it here. It gets hung up and does not have a chance. But, man, the way that wave just peeled towards the camera just was looking like an opportunity that had a big score potentially written all over it, but not able to convert. And, we've even said in the past heats, Pipeline has the ability to make some of the most talented, skilled surfers look like total Barneys. That's that's the wave, and that's the challenge of Pipe, and that's what you have to be ready for. It's very humbling,
right,
to say the least. All right, so we have Pua Makamai DeSoto standing by with Makua Kai Rothman. Take it away, Pua.
Amazing performance out there. How are the waves? How are you feeling?
The waves are beautiful. I'm feeling great. It's almost been a year to the date, 10 days short of a year since I've surfed out here, proper Pipeline, and I just feel so good to be back where I belong.
Awesome. It's awesome to see you back as well. Obviously, this is a very historic event that your dad has helped put on over the years. And what does it mean to be in this event and just be around?
Oh, can we watch this wave real quick? Oh, my gosh. So, I mean, this event is just, it's not just my dad. My dad is, the founder of, this event. But it's our club's event, the Hui Backdoor, and it's each and every one of us that are part of our club. You, your Ohana, our Ohana, and everybody that comes together to make this happen, our ancestors, and everybody that came before us. And I really believe that's why, the waves are always there for us, because this is who we are, this is where we came from, and it's just our way of perpetuating our aloha and our culture to the world.
Awesome. And last thing, obviously this event is in honor of Duke. What impact has Duke had on your life?
Well, Duke Kahanamoku has had a profound effect on life, period. All life, especially here in Hawaii, and everybody that's came, before and after him. And I think that he would be very happy to see us kanaka out there and our club, the Hui Backdoor, perpetuating our surfing, our ancestral rights. to the world, and I think he'd be very happy. So thank you very much, Duke, and every Hawaiian waterman that came before us. Mahalo nui loa for showing us the way.
Awesome. Mahalo.
All right, thank you, Pua. And the perpetuation of culture, the legacy of Duke Kahanamoku, and his impact, not only with the sport of surfing, but as a Hawaiian person, as a Hawaiian individual. As we saw Zoko Alonzo Correa get a nice pipe wave and try to squeeze one more out of it, but was unable to make that second one. I believe that's Gabriel Villaran over there at Backdoor. Just a bit of a frothy kind of bumpy wave, but was able to find quick little amount of tube time. But, and what Duke just did as a person, as you said, super humble, spoke a lot with his actions. And we're, glad to honor him with this event and look forward to
I think
many more.
What was cool about Duke too is that he had real influential friends.
Yeah.
And maybe part of it is because he put the United States on the map when it came to swimming in the Olympics. Prior to that, Australia dominated and other countries, but the United States didn't really have a strong presence in swimming in the Olympics prior to Duke. And so we see that in the Olympics. 1912 is the first Olympics. Interestingly enough, on land in the other sports in the Olympics, Jim Thorpe, who was Native American, was dominating there. So you had two indigenous peoples in the Olympics for the United States, kind of, making a mark for the United States. So that kind of has a profound impact on sporting history. But also just, Duke had influential people that wanted to hang out with him. I think because he kind of had this cool vibe, right?
Yeah.
Even though he was a quiet guy, just the fact that he surfed, and if you've never really seen surfing before and you have this tall, dark, handsome, muscular Hawaiian guy comes to your town and has an exhibit. That's what he would have, these exhibitions where there'd be hundreds and sometimes thousands of people on the beach, and they would advertise these things, and he would show up and go surfing, and people were just
basically, it's
blown
see
away.
The great Houdini, but of surfing, and you go out and perform, and obviously he's the only one surfing, so all eyes are fixed on every maneuver, every movement.
And a lot of the ladies loved him too, and the whole Beach Boy vibe. When this is when tourism was pretty small time, but you did have the Lurleen, which is a cruise liner that would come to Honolulu and bring a limited number of tourists, but they would come and they really were attracted to this vibe of Waikiki Beach. Jack London, one of the most famous writers at the time, wrote about surfing and wrote about these Hawaiian surfers. So there was a kind of romantic vibe about them and a kind of freeness to it. And ever since, surfing has really worked to emulate that spirit that Duke really, was just sort of his behavior. And you can see it in Hollywood movies, like Gidget, for example, the story of this young girl learns to surf in Malibu, but on the beach, they're borrowing a lot of Hawaiian symbols, right, of the plain ukulele and the aloha shirt and the grass shack. It's all just trying to emulate what Duke already embodied.
Yep.
And so much of the surf culture is influenced by this Hawaiian man who really was such a cool cat.
And earlier I mentioned surfing being, one of the most, just by nature, narcissistic sports, but it's also in the same breath one of the coolest sports.
Right.
You think of the definition of what cool is, and you just have an image of a surfer, of a guy on a board, riding or walking down the beach carrying a surfboard. Yeah, and it's just it does have this aura of this cool factor that is off the charts compared to any other sport.
Yeah. So Duke. So one one of his most influential friends was one of the wealthiest women in the world, Doris Duke, who is the heir of this this family fortune, and she built this Shangri-La, this huge mansion at Black Point. She'd hang out with Duke and his brothers and went surfing with them. And so, I mean, and then eventually there's all these other people who just want to hang out with him. Celebrities, movie stars. Duke himself ends up in Hollywood where he's in several films. He's not the star of those films, but he's cameoed in them, and eventually get, John F. Kennedy and, influential politicians and Babe Ruth and so many others who come to Hawaii and just to see Duke and just to kind of have him take them surfing or whatever and cruise with them. And so that's why, I mean, he's such a famous person because, everyone wanted to hang out with him, and hopefully his coolness would rub off on those that he was hanging out with.
Yeah, and he does have that personality where you could imagine just everybody who was near him kind of felt some vibe or almost like a palpable energy,
mana.
A mana that is really infectious. There's our lineup for Team Volcom coming up next, and Moana Jones-Wong, the queen of Pipeline, will be right in the mix there. Mike Kai Burdine, Noah Dean, Makana Pang, Balaram Stack. Nice looking lineup there for Team Volcom.
In the building seat, Balaram just kind of waiting for his heat. I think his mom's down there with him, and he's just kind of like, okay, what heat is this? When's it my turn? So kind of cool to see the competitors itching to get out there to have their turn, hoping the conditions are good during their heat.
Yeah, Balaram became the first New Yorker to win the Pipe Masters last year. So he's made a name for himself here and has, worked his way up the ranks for sure. I mean, coming, from outside of Hawaii, a lot of times it's a tough nut to crack, if you will, to get in here. But, you got a sponsor like Volcom owning 2 houses right here, beachfront at Pipeline.
That helps.
It helps. It gives you a little tool to start to break open that shell, and you start, doing the laundry, sweeping the porch, washing the dishes, all of the grunt work. And then you hope to get a couple of nods to go on some waves out at Pipe. You got Kaimana Henry and Ty Van Dyke and Dave Wassel, all the guys that have been longtime Volcom team riders and kind of quote-unquote property managers around here, not only managing the houses themselves, but, the team of who's coming, where they're from, how they rank on the, the scale of what level are you going to be at the house? You're going to be staying on the couch downstairs, or you're going to be in the master bedroom on the 3rd level. There's so many different, the hierarchy is very, very apparent. And Balaram has been one of those guys that also, speaking of humility and letting his actions speak, has been one of those guys that really has come a long way in a short time, but through nothing was just handed over. It was a really diligent, committed, hard work. There you see the screen. That's Isaiah's shaka right up there on the 2nd floor of the Volcom House. You see where we rank. We're not top level yet. We're still mid-level, but we're super
ocean front though.
Super grateful, to be on the beach, giving you guys all the info and the play-by-play as the Hui Backdoor Shootout kicks off another year, 2024. Woo. And it's one of our regular foot competitors in this team Peru. Tubos, Peru, to be exact. I was talking earlier about Doris Duke's Shangri-La.
think she donated that to a museum, the Honolulu Academy, the Honolulu Museum of Art used to be called the Academy of Art. You can take tours of it. It's kind of a trippy place because it's got all like these Middle Eastern kind of decor.
Yeah.
And pretty cool stuff.
Well, there's a broken board right there. Hawaiian Water Patrol getting one of our Peruvian team riders back to the beach. And hopefully he'll be able to grab another board and head back out. Still got 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. It's going to be cutting it kind of close, being able to get your leash on, get to the proper paddle out spot, and make it all the way back out there for another wave. But, you know, if there's any event that you can probably pull that off in this amount of time, it's this kind of event where you're surfing with your friends that aren't trying to get scores to take you out.
Right.
Much more camaraderie.
You know, Duke Hanamoku made his own surfboards. I think a lot of surfers back in those days made their own boards. Even throughout the 60s and 70s, you had a lot of folks who would make their own boards. Mark Richards, Jerry Lopez. So a lot of them have like a brand, but I think it was just more common for surfers to make their own boards. But Duke was definitely known for everywhere he'd go. He wouldn't bring a board with him. He would go to the local lumber shop, get a plank, and then shape a board, and then surf on that shaped board that he made. Oftentimes he would leave the board there as a kind of gift, and as you can imagine, those boards have become worth a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
You know, in Australia, this was a story, and they still, you know, have his board up there as a kind of a historic marker to the origins of surfing in Australia. So kind of cool that Duke made surfboards. If you get a chance, if you're in Hawaii, if you're visiting, I highly recommend going to the Bishop Museum. Our Bishop Museum has some really cool collections of Hawaiian artifacts, but their surfboard collection as well. They have a board from Duke Hanamoku that's in there. Also, Princess Kai'ulani, a couple boards from her. So really cool to go check that out. Alonzo.
Okay, that's Alonzo Correa. Zoko, as I've applied a little nickname for him.
As you've coined.
Yeah, you know, I don't ask these guys, like, what should I call you? What's your, you know, some of these guys come, you know, already with a nickname attached or, you know, something that is more known or what they've been known for. And a lot of them, though, I just, on the fly, will, you know, use the name and a little something or other, and it's been fun, for sure.
That's a real Beach Boy thing to do, too. Interestingly, Duke didn't, not that I know of, I don't know if he had a nickname, but most of the Beach Boys had some pretty wild nicknames.
Yeah.
Steamboat, Ox, Sam Colgate, a bunch of, and they all had stories behind them, right? Like Colgate, I guess, had this big smile, looked like his big teeth. Steamboat and Ox, I think, because they're very large dudes.
Yeah. Okay.
Ooh. Look at this one.
Beautiful grab rail angle and looking right in at Billy Kemper. The Paia Pit Bull.
Paia Pit Bull.
The most recent addition of a nickname. I had to confirm on the beach during the Vans Pipe Masters. Like, in my head, I was thinking, man, he's just that grab rail, fierce, solid. Reminds me of the pit bull stance,
right.
You know, just that solid, ready for action, not going to move anywhere, can't knock him over.
Oh.
And right there's a beautiful shot of it, but I had to kind of confirm over the microphone. Like, in my head, I was like, I think he's from Paia. Of course, he lives here in Pupukea now, but on the North Shore. But he gave me the nod. Like, I said, yeah, Billy, are you from Paia? I'm correct, yeah. And he was like, yep. I said, okay, there it is. Paia Pitbull.
Paia. Did we ever have any questions? I know we asked earlier if people want to ask some questions.
A bit quiet recently, but if you guys do have questions, we'll
if you have any questions,
Isaiah and I will kind of take you through the end of the day here.
NSOGHawaii at
Gmail.
At Gmail.
NSOGHawaii at Gmail.
You have some questions about Duke
or
or
if you
history or anything that we have a question
it's quite a treat to have this wealth of knowledge in the form of Dr. Isaiah Walker, and currently teaching at BYU Hawaii, just down the road here, but has extensive
kind of the best kept secret. The university on the North Shore, and I'm fortunate to be
in Hawaii. I think
So a small school, 3,000 students. Ooh, look at this!
Just couldn't quite set the rail. Had to focus so much on that drop, and that happens sometimes. Where you're just like, okay, I don't want to wipe out. I just want to try and make the drop. By the time you're done with all that focus, you look up and the wave's already extended down the line. So it is accomplishing that task at hand.
Stacking.
Yeah, it's starting to build here into the late afternoon. A nice shot from the pipeline right away, looking over the shoulders of some of our spectators and down to the shoreline. You see our merchandise area there. Here's Zoko.
There we go.
Crystal ball.
Yes, sir. There we go.
He is all smiles right there. Feeling good. As we look into the barrel, just a beautiful pipeline wave that never gets old, looking into the barrel like that.
Just threaded the needle. Sometimes you see people pump or right over the full ball. He just picked his line, stayed tight, and threaded that thing.
Yeah, beautiful style.
Oh, look, all his bros stoked for him. Handshakes. That was a sick one.
Okay, more waves. 1 minute remaining.
Stacking. Billy Kemper going backdoor. Make that.
Oh, wow.
Pumping, deep in the barrel.
Yeah.
Comes out clean.
Oh,
the
man.
Beach erupts. Kids are stoked, high-fiving.
The beach is going wild. That I just looked down at my legs. I get chicken skin. And it's just, to feel the energy
more
here
out the
as
back.
we watch Gabriel Villaron.
Ooh.
And out the back.
Another one. Goofy footer. Cristobal again. Hanaho pulls in. Woo. Coming out.
Here they are again,
goodness.
getting the waves.
Woo.
And, oh my gosh, no way. Oh, it was so deep. And right at the end of the heat, that was one of the backhand servers. Might have been Sebastian Correa or Gabriel Villaron. We saw Billy Kemper get a backdoor bomb, a nice little gem for the Paia Pit Bull. Cristobal de Cole looking smooth on a few rides.
That was a flurry right at the end of that heat.
And we're going to show you Billy's backdoor wave as we head to a commercial break. Enjoy this replay, and we'll see you when we come back for our final heat of the day of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Gee.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu. Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
We are back, and we're going to show you some of the highlights of the last heat. Team Peru, Tubos Peru. And, we're just talking about a couple years ago, their heat just really blowing up with tons of good scores. This was quite the flurry to get us going for Team Peru, Isaiah.
Yeah, especially toward the back end of that heat. We have, we had some awesome surfing. We saw Billy Kemper get that crazy one. Saw just right at the end of this heat, this flurry of sets. Love the silhouette from this angle here.
Oh, yeah.
Threaded the needle on this one.
That's crystal ball. Here's Billy's airdrop to pump, and the Paia Pit Bull comes out standing tall, and he likes that one. The beach went nuts, and it was some good scores raked in by Team Peru. They got to be feeling pretty good about this round one performance.
Right.
And got some questions now coming back in from our viewers. It is nsoghawaii@gmail is how you can send us a direct question. And Lauren, thank you for tuning in. Beginner surf spots on Oahu. Poena Point comes to mind down in Haleiwa. And, Ali'i Beach, where I learned how to surf, obviously, one of the spots that is quite user-friendly. It's pretty popular with the community and all the kids. And even,
you can't beat Waikiki. I mean, is it asking North Shore? Or?
On the North Shore.
Oh, okay.
Wait, let me see. It's on Oahu. I misread that. Yeah. So,
Waikiki, especially. We saw the
Waikiki
Moniz brothers out here, and the Moniz family has been teaching surfing out at Waikiki for many years. We're talking about today Duke Hanamoku, and he sort of started this tradition of beach boy culture. And today we still have those beach boys that are out there giving surf lessons, and kind of cool that we're perpetuating that tradition of surf lessons. And the Waikiki Beach Boys, though, they, when they first started teaching lessons in Waikiki, it was a pretty lucrative gig. In other words, it was a good job. They made decent money. They were in the spotlight quite a bit.
Right.
And they did more than just do surf lessons. They would play music and serenade people.
Yeah, like some...
Take them around town, take them to the luau's.
Barbecue, luau style, tour
lomi
guide.
Lomi, which is an interesting one. Tandem surfing got a little intimate, but Waikiki Beach Boys, and to this day, you still have that tradition in Waikiki of learning to surf. So for sure. But unless you want to spectate, then you gotta go see Rocky with his dog surfing, the Rocky Surf Show.
It's a fun thing we're blessed to do up at Turtle Bay Resort, and training our dogs to ride waves. And Hawaiians have had interesting relationships with dogs in the past.
Right.
As companions, potentially sometimes as food.
Yeah.
But also there's some really cool old Beach Boy pictures of dogs riding on boards.
Yep.
With the Waikiki surfers.
For sure, yeah. And that's part of that Waikiki Beach Boy culture that Duke was immersed in and was a part of. It became very showman-like, right?
Yeah.
So you take somebody and take a visiting tourist who's a wahine or a girl and have them stand up on your shoulders to bringing a dog out on the board with
Yeah.
you to standing on your head, or it became kind of these showmanship antics that drew a lot of attention.
All right, here we go. Check it out. Backdoor. That looks
pumping,
like that is
pumping.
Noah Dean.
Oh.
Man, the
he
silhouette
go that
was
far?
traveling. I thought he might have a chance.
Oh.
But we've got James asking about helmets at Pipeline, and I think it's a good idea. I never did wear one, admittedly, probably not the smartest idea not to wear one, and also the reason is because it looks dorky, but that thing can really save your life, and we got some love coming out from Juicy Smith saying, Isaiah, you're a nice guy to surf with at Goat Island.
Uh-oh.
And
ooh, look at this. This was the split peak and one rider going
that
right.
might have been Makana Pang.
Right.
That was Noah Dean. And started to really feel the wave, gained speed, so he pumped, and I thought he might have a chance to
He went pretty
get
far,
shot
though.
out right there, but
Wait, who
Mariel,
said that? Who said-
that was James Smith.
Okay.
Garen's Ball Barons Get Barreled is his title of his message here.
Ew.
And your favorite class to teach at BYU Hawaii, coming from Colin in Salt Lake City.
Ah, good question. So I've been a professor at BYU Hawaii for, 17 years now. And, I'd teach the world history classes.
Okay.
Some United States history, some world Pacific Islands history.
Yep.
But, as I got a little more seasoned, I could develop my own course.
Okay.
So I created a course on the cultural history of surfing.
Okay, awesome.
Ooh.
Look at that. Balaram Stack, Mr. Ball Stack, as I like to call him.
But it's cool because this becomes classroom material where we watch surf contests, but it's not all fun and games.
Right.
And I was saying earlier, like when people pick up my book, Waves of Resistance, they see Larry Bertleman on the cover. It looks like a surf mag or something, but you actually, my goal is to get people interested and then for them to learn history. So yeah, that's my favorite class to teach. These days I'm teaching a lot less actually. I'm in administration right now.
Okay.
So I'm the academic vice president, and so I'm helping to kind of oversee, our curriculum and faculty, and so it's been a little different, but I've enjoyed it. Really, some new challenges, new kuleana, and so it's been really enjoyable. I saw you. I brought a couple of books from my reading list today.
Okay.
I wanted to share. One of them is called Surf and Rescue. And I don't know if you're curious of a reading list for what's going on. I didn't bring a copy of my book. I usually do, but So this one, Surf and Rescue, is written by Patrick Moser, and good friend of mine. Believe it or not, we do have these conferences where we study surfing history, and Patrick Moser is a good friend and does great work. And this one is about, as I mentioned earlier, George Freeth.
Okay.
And Surf and Rescue, the birth of California beach culture. And he really looks at George Freeth, who was a Hapa Hawaiian. So in other words, he was a mix of Hawaiian and Caucasian.
Yeah.
Went to California, became like this, kind of like the father of rescue, ocean rescue. And it's a really cool book. It talks about George Freeth. Kind of sadly, he dies younger in life, gets sick. At that time, they had the Spanish influenza going around. Duke Hanamoku actually had the Spanish flu.
Wow.
And was very ill, but fortunately he survived. And unfortunately for his good friend George Freeth, did not.
Wow.
So it's a really great story, though. Although I've been reading lately, this one's a little interesting. It's not surfing, but it's called Sunny Skies, Shady Characters.
I love that title. That's so clever, man.
Cops, killers, and corruption in the Aloha State. Kind of goes through kind of this underground action. But anyway, so that's my reading list for you guys today. We do have some beach action down there. We're going to talk to the surfers from our last heat, throwing it down to the beach. I think Pua Makamai DeSoto is still down there.
Yep, standing by with a crystal ball. Take it away, guys.
Awesome. How are the conditions out there today, and how are you feeling?
All right, so Crystal Ball was racking up some scores in that last heat, and we are going to be wrapping up today, day number 1, with the ending of this final heat, the Volcom heat, but they'll be out first if we're on tomorrow. We'll make that call in the morning. It looks as though all signs are pointing to being on, but it will be reverse order of the heats. So Volcom will be out first, followed by Team Peru, North Shore Boys, and so on, right up the list. We've got nice comments from Marielle. Thank you so much. And thank you for tuning in. We got Patrick with some questions. Possibly the first Hawaiians coming from the Marquesas, and later on then to Tahiti, and some of, the different
he's asking if there
scholars that will be, saying
any truth
the
to
routes,
that. Right, yeah, so the question here is asking if Hawaiians first came from Marquesas and then later some Tahitian chiefs implemented the new kapu system. There's some evidence of that. We don't know exactly where they came from, but a lot of people do point to Marquesas as a spot where Hawaiians originated from. But like I said earlier, there's multiple migrations. And in fact, the story he's referring to about Tahitian chiefs was there's a chief named Pa'ao that is known to come to Hawaii. And look at this one. Woo! Looks like Makana Pang stalling in the barrel, deep with the spit, comes out. Chew!
Well done.
That was a beautiful one.
Might have been Makana Pang.
Yep.
Makana has really developed into an outstanding pipeline surfer. He's born and raised here on the North Shore. His dad, Dennis, been making boards for decades out here, and good surfer and waterman as well. And check it out. Makana just drawing a perfect line, getting nice and deep and coming out. And then everybody loves the airborne dismount. That always generates reaction from the crowd on the beach.
Right.
Never fails.
Like, woo!
Yeah, I mean, it's like as reliable as a Japanese taking a picture throwing a peace sign.
Kawaii.
They are so still on the peace sign. It's great. And just like that, as reliable as that, the crowd will always go wild for an aerial dismount.
Look at that beautiful water angle. We've got the silhouette in the barrel, deep. It spits. He disappears, comes out. That's what we like to see at pipeline. The flyaway.
Out of the screen. And who's the most badass Hawaiian warrior of all time?
Oh, wow.
Was it, do we give it to Kamehameha the First, or there's some other lesser known but very fierce warriors?
Let me first get back to actually Pa'ao was a pretty fierce dude, and he comes from the Pacific. We don't know if it's Tahiti. Some would say Samoa, because he brought a chief with him named Pili, and Pili came up with Pa'ao. The great story of when Pa'ao leaves, his brother Lonopele is they're at odds with each other, because Pa'ao is kind of rugged, and he's not the nicest brother. So Pa'ao actually kills his nephew Lonopele and puts him into the hull of his canoe as a sacrifice and an offering. before his departure.
Wow.
And Lono Pele is not happy about that. Anyway, he's sent on his way. And then there's some people that want to go with him. And there's a cool story of these Makaula, or like prophets that wanted to join him. And one of them, a guy named Makua Kaumana, he jumps off the cliff, apparently floats like a bird, and lands on this tiny little, it's literally like 3 inches, this tiny little triangle that's on the back of the canoe. And he perches up there for the rest of the ride. Comes to Hawaii, and it is known for being in Hauula and a couple other places. Builds a heiau there called Maunawila Heiau. Anyway, I'm talking a lot, and hopefully I'm not losing track of where I'm going with this. But yes, there were a lot of stories and legends of and histories of chiefs that came to Hawaii in different waves of migration.
Okay.
And Pa'ao is known for bringing the cup, particularly worship of the war god Ku. And Ku is, is an actual, like, oftentimes Ku is manifest into an actual ki'i, or an image. Kuka Ilimoku is one of these manifestations, and Kamehameha inherits this statue, that is a sculpture, I guess you'd call it, and that becomes sort of their source of mana for taking charge. And so a lot of these warriors would bring that Ku with them into battle. So, Pa'ao is one of them. Umia Liloa, also an avid surfer. But if you want to read some cool stories of Hawaiian history, I felt like this would make really good movies, like kung fu movies. Umia Liloa and his amazing warrior stories that he's, and as a surfer too, Umi's a great story. Kamehameha, so a lot of these warriors were avid surfers. Kamehameha, as I mentioned earlier, learned to swim at a very young age, was a avid surfer, said his favorite thing to do was surf by jumping off a canoe into big waves. And his wife, Ka'ahumanu, he had a few wives, but Ka'ahumanu was his favorite wife, who was also a very skilled surfer. So it's interesting how surfing and warrior kind of culture are integrated in Hawaii in times of old and in times of present.
Yeah. So, having to kind of channel your inner warrior spirit to prepare yourself mentally for Pipeline has been a common theme and thing that we've heard from surfers at Pipeline and everybody who's kind of been around this surf break for any amount of time. Some of the bottoms of surfboards for riding Pipeline, I'd probably say the most common would be that, single to double concave.
Right.
Definitely want some nice sharp edges, as Papa Eala on daddy duty right there with his little one, as we see up and riding. I believe that is Moana. Oh, that might be Maikai Birdine.
I think
actually.
So. Yeah, Maikai. I'm going to go back to this warrior one because I've got a bunch of favorites.
Okay.
There's a couple of them. Kekuhau Pio was actually Kamehameha's trainer. Like, he was like the mentor warrior to Kamehameha. And they say Kekuhau Pio was just an incredible warrior. And hand-to-hand combat. You see a surfer going to combat here with Pipeline, and I think this is Maikai Birdine.
Yeah, that's the wave we just watched live, and a young North Shore kid coming up through the ranks and gets a spot on the Hui Backdoor Shootout team for Team Volcom.
Another one would be Kahikili, who is the ruler of Maui, and as long as that guy was alive, no one could conquer that island.
Wow.
Very tough dude. And so Hawaii has, a martial art known as the Lua, and it was kind of like a grappling martial art that, actually gets integrated. I've read some old stories of how when, jiu-jitsu was kind of an early thing, and then some people talk about how the Lua got kind of, in some of the early days, would get mixed in with some of that kind of grappling. It was a kind of like bone popping or dislocating of bones, and tie people in knots, they would say. So kind of interesting. So anyway, yeah, there's quite a few to answer that question. There's quite a few warriors in Hawaii's history.
Look at these waves stacking up for Team Volcom, just a little over the halfway point. 13 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
Let's go. Balaram.
And Mr. Ballstack, can he squeeze out of that one? Not going to be able to.
Somebody on the back door.
Noah Dean. So Noah, I believe, is the lone regular foot in this heat for Team Volcom. And he's been seeking out those backdoor gems.
He's like, all right, you guys don't want to go right, I'll camp over here.
Yep, I'll take care of duty on this side. You guys watch that side. You guys watch the front door, I'll watch the back door. Stand guard.
There's that precarious paddle back out through back door.
Yeah.
You have to have nerves of steel to do that. Like,
yes,
I would do the paddle around, but you kick out and you see those lines. To have the kind of gumption to paddle,
charge,
like, I think I can make it.
Yeah, I was like, I'm going the other way. We got a message from Eric Keave as we watch a replay of Noah Dean's backdoor wave, well positioned. And you saw that last pump right there to get through. That was really nicely done. So Eric Keave's mother's Genoa Keave. A very accomplished Hawaiian
Yeah, I know him,
vocalist.
brother. How's it?
And there was a Beach Boy called Indian Pete. And so it was his uncle, Peter. And he was so dark, he looked kind of East Indian. And
oh, wow.
There was another person that was named Patrick
Thomas Adolfo. I know a lot of Adolfos in Haula, and a lot of them surfers too. So aloha to that family, and aloha to the Keaves. I know a lot of them, musical family through generations, and we still have a lot of the Keaves playing Hawaiian music.
Yeah.
And also, brought an uncle over here, surfs in a malo out in town every time. If you don't know what a malo is, it's a loincloth and
traditional garb.
Get rid of the tan lines.
That is not a huge piece of material. And the T-shirts, guys, I believe they're available at thehui.com. We've got a couple of questions from Mark and other folks asking about T-shirts for this year's event, and I believe they are at thehui.com.
Yeah.
Some viewers tuning in from Las Vegas, the 9th Island. Mahalo.
Okay. Well, there's a question about a history of the Hui, and now there's the word Hui in Hawaiian means club, so there's been many Huis throughout
like
Hawaiian
group or
history.
a club,
There political Huis, even Duke's club that became known as the Beach Boys. Their Hawaiian name was the Hui Nalu Club, which is basically surf club.
Yeah.
So Hui is a group that comes together. So, oftentimes you hear today when people say, "Oh, the Hui," they'll think specifically of the Hui Ohe'e Nalu. But the Hui Ohe'e Nalu is its full name, which means the club of surfers, sometimes translated as wave sliders. But He'e Nalu is the word for surfer or surfing. So it's a club of surfers. So the Hui Ohe'e Nalu is born in 1975, 1976, and here on the North Shore. The Hui Nalu Club comes out in 1908. Some say earlier, 1905. They call themselves the Moana Gang, and that was in Waikiki. We saw this backdoor wave, and that's Noah Dean, our only regular footer, busting airs.
Yeah. Well, I'm getting messages. It's difficult to navigate the Hui.com, so we'll double check on that with our team that's working out the
that's
merchandise.
Just to make it more desirable. If it's hard to get,
it is very limited stuff edition availability. But we'll make sure we try to get the message out to where the easiest and best place is to purchase some
that replay
the
of
Hui
Noah.
Backdoor Shootout T-shirts. Nice work there from Noah Dean.
Yeah, Noah has gotten 2 in and out barrels at backdoor in this heat, so he's happy with that.
That question that you just answered, Isaiah, came from Craig all the way over in Sebastian Inlet in Florida. And Joff from Ventura County, Ventura, California,
Jeff.
wondering.
Geoff.
He writes it there. It's pronounced Joff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Joff.
All right.
But it's spelled like with a G. Who makes the calls about those big events, Jaws, the Eddie, etc. And each event kind of has their own crew that will decide whether it's on or off. The Hui Backdoor Shootout does, as we say, it's an event that is more for the surfers. So surfers do have a lot of say in
to go or no go.
What the day's schedule will be, or whether it's on or off.
Yeah, we're real fortunate these days, especially see through Surfline, for example, that you can have a forecast that looks pretty far out, and you can try to plan the best you can. But sometimes these swells are actually bigger than expected. We saw that with that first swell at Waimea Bay this year, early on in the year. You couldn't tell until it hit the buoys of exactly how big it was. But that was a really big one. They said it was almost as big as the Eddie that ran last year, and that was massive.
Oh, man, it was quite massive. It was so consistent. I've got a couple questions about the reef. We've been talking about how shallow it is. It's, only a few feet deep, literally 3 to 4 feet deep, where these huge waves are breaking. And, the impact and the power of these waves. I mean, if you come down here and sit on the beach, you can feel some of the rumble and the vibration. And it would be interesting if anybody had access to a Richter scale to measure what kind of impact and what kind of, readings we would get from these waves and how much energy is being released and displaced. But great questions. The punch of these waves definitely enough to harm even the most talented surfers. Patrick wanted to hear more about any truth to the Duke's longest ride, riding from way outside. Maybe I think that's Castle's way out there. So when the south swells get really big, outside of Waikiki, there are some pretty spectacular waves that can be ridden, and you can go for a long time.
Yeah. So there is that story, and I think there was someone who confirmed that. I think it was Tom Blake that confirmed that he saw Duke's wave that he caught from way outside Castle. So it's like an outer reef outside of where the Outrigger is today. Outrigger Canoe Club, not the hotel.
Yeah.
Way out to the left, and rode it all the way across into the beach at like Queens area, or at least maybe to like where Walls is today. And so we have, some confirmation that did happen.
And that would be, probably, 1,000 yards, maybe,
Oh, yeah.
10 football fields or
more
longer.
Because you'd have to go through all those spots at Old Man's and that, and then get through to Publix, and then ride it from Publix all the way across to Walls. So one thing I will say, though, is, I'm sure, it's possible Waikiki was different as far as the surf is concerned back then, because once they dredged the Alawai Canal, the river changed. And, as we know, the relationship between the land and the waves through rivers is kind of essential to the development, even here at Pipeline, right? This valley back here, as water would come through, kind of cut through the reef. And most surf spots that have a channel, that channel is formed from a nearby river. And so once that was diverted, it was good for Ala Moana bowls. It kind of created a new wave in some ways for Ala Moana bowls, but Waikiki changed quite a bit. Here we go. Rider up. It looks like Balaram's stuck.
Oh, yes, it was. And he was flying through that barrel and then got dismounted, fluttering, boardless. And his legs were kind of kicking in the air. It's like, wait, where's my board? It was right here under my feet. Now it's gone.
It's hard because these are all goofy footers, and the sun is headed down, and we get kind of backlit here. Could have been Mike, Kai, Berdine.
I think it was Balaram.
Okay.
Yeah. I got a glimpse of the board he was riding. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
That is Mr. Ballstack.
Oh.
And then that backwash is what really created the mess right there for Balaram. And thankfully he's up and okay.
So close to coming out of that.
Tobias Duffy chimes in with saying he came across a giant heiau on the valley floor of Waimea. And it's gated. The road leading to it is protected by cam lands. I never find information about it.
There's a few heiau near Waimea. Waimea, the bay, and today it's also there's a valley. That Waimea Valley is a park. And Kamehameha Schools owns a lot of the property around that. So there's a few heiau. One is on the northeast side of the bay up that everyone knows, right?
Yep, that's the one that is
Pu'umahuka.
Very intact and well known.
But there's also, as pointed out here, another heiau on the west end of that, and they've. My wife is actually an anthropologist, and she, there's some people that have done a lot of work over there with that heiau on making sure that it's taken care of. So a heiau, if you don't know, heiau is like a significant kind of a shrine. There's different sizes of them. Temple is probably not the right word, but a structure. Oh my goodness!
Wow.
We have some
Look at those
third
waves
reefers
way
rolling.
outside of the top of your screen right there. Those are not clouds.
Here it comes, boys.
Big whitewater. Ezra Rodriguez joins us for the final 2 minutes here, and then we'll do a quick wrap-up for you guys on this day number 1 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 edition. What a great finish we've
What a
had
day, brothers.
through
What
this
a day.
afternoon.
Ooh. What do you do when you know it's coming? You're sitting there, and you're like, I should paddle out to save myself.
Yeah.
But if I want to get shacked, I need to stay under this reef.
It's kind of, the nerves of steel to hold your position.
I would be stroking for the horizon.
She is showing up.
Yeah, and we'll see how the angle is when it comes into the reef here. This one could be one that may or may not offer the potential. Moana Jones hasn't really caught a wave yet, so we'll look for her to be in the spot. She knows this place very well, and that one just had a little bit of a closeout right there.
Nail biter heats right before the horn, Moana Wong. A couple times already with you, huh?
Oh,
good stuff. Here we go, roller.
Oh, they're getting mowed.
Oh,
that would have been way worse if they were a couple yards inside.
Yeah,
they would have got the white water on the back.
The wave was the lawnmower, and the surfers are the grass.
So what did you guys think
on the beach enjoying?
Balaram Stack's wave was pretty
yeah,
hot in
it
this
was
heat.
Intense, man.
Noah Dean with the steez out, kick out air.
Yeah,
beautiful
a couple
barrel.
of nice backdoor waves for Noah Dean. I think Team Volcom has to be pretty satisfied with what they were able to put out today. Round 1, everybody's kind of feeling it out, getting used to the format, and putting their best foot forward, trying to make something happen. We did have some really cool standout moments. Seth Moniz definitely putting them good scores, but we're going to take you guys to a short commercial break because the contest is over. That is the end of our final heat, but we'll be right back to wrap up today's competition. So stay tuned and enjoy this Noah Dean backdoor barrel.
Okay, guys, about 240.
come back out of this to like a drone shot. So it's this, then our commercial pod, then we come to the drone shot, then we go into studio and we let you guys start wrapping up the day. And as you're talking about it, we're gonna throw a recap through the end of that. Okay.
Snap two, bring it back.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend. 40 to 60 foot faces and exposed spots.
Yeah, buddy! The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2024 is presented by Go Nuts Hawaii and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu, Monster Energy, Athletic Brewing, Sinaloa Tortillas, Odom Water, Waiakea Water, Saltwater Society, Haleiwa Juice. This live presentation is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Look, not to be a carpenter tomorrow, so
Okay, so we are back live for the wrap-up of this day number 1, 2024, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. It has been a great day of a mix of wave riding. We saw longboarders, we saw stand-up paddle surfers, we saw body surfers, and then we had the afternoon of shortboard team surfing. And there you see the normal crowd, Rocky Cannon with Ezra Rodriguez and Isaiah Walker right here. And it's been a fun day. You know, it's been a mix of different kinds of conditions, starting small in the morning, building throughout the day with the last heat, those second,
Bombs.
third reef sets, bombs coming
it's
in.
here, guys.
Yeah.
Swell is here.
Relatively speaking, it started off small, right?
Yeah.
But for this
By
event,
our
it was smaller than normal.
Small, but
it worked
growers.
out perfect, I thought, because the events that we're running, in honor of Duke, were longboard, stand-up, body surf, and then as the day got on, it became more appropriate for the types of divisions that we were covering.
Yeah.
Yeah, and, we saw some great moments. Team Snapped 5,
Team
Seth
Snap.
Moniz.
Seth.
Our Team Japan, Kenshin Matsunaga, had a great
out of a
backdoor
sick
wave. Jamie O'Brien, Shaden Picaro, Matahi Jole, Koa Smith, they all had some pretty good waves, too.
Billy Kemper.
Yeah, and our
Makua Kai
Brazilian
Rothman.
team, Kona Oliveira, got himself in the mix. Ian Gouveia had a couple. This was early on, Kenshin Matsunaga from our first heat way back,
Yeah,
right
threading.
around lunchtime.
That was a beauty.
I love that one. It was a long barrel, super deep.
Japan.
This is when the waves were just starting to really turn on. And
that's Ian Gouveia.
Wow.
Team Brazil.
Beautiful.
And I believe this is Seth Moniz.
That's a good one.
This one kind of just grew and got bigger down the line.
And he had two of them right back to back.
Yeah.
Still big when he
Crystal
kicked
Ball
out.
was on fire.
He was on fire,
Just
back
a,
to back.
A nice style, really solid and tuned in for sure. Noah Dean.
Beautiful threading through this back door. He had a few good ones. That was his steezed out kick out one.
Yeah,
Oh.
so I mean, those were just a few of the moments we had. so many other waves that were really quality. Kala Grace, good to see
Kala
him
Grace,
back out
good
there.
to see him.
Of course, it was a year ago that he nearly died.
It ain't easy, but he's going through, yeah.
Hawaiian Water Patrol saved his life, Nolan Keolana and the boys. And we had, Benji Brandt for Team Snap getting in the mix too. And we just saw Crystal Ball on a couple, Billy Kemper. And then in this last heat, Noah Dean. Balaram Stack had a couple nice ones. Makana Pang actually
had
one,
a beauty
on the map too. So
high eights.
We've got some scores to sift through. We've got a pretty good, solid idea of, what to expect for this year. We had also the Florence brothers putting out some nice scores. So tomorrow, we're going to reverse the order of the teams.
That's what I heard.
So Team Volcom will be starting us off. We'll get into Tubos Peru, North Shore Boys, Snapped 5, 96712, Nave, New Earth Project, and Team Japan. So that'll be the order for tomorrow.
We'll go in reverse.
And we'll see if we get 2 rounds in. That's a possibility. It's all going to be conditions pending. As we know, we've been talking about the ability of Pipeline to really switch from okay to average to excellent.
Oh,
to,
yes.
In a matter of a span of a couple hours. So we'll have to wait and see what is actually happening when we wake up tomorrow.
Yeah, and the athletes that didn't do good in their first round, they get like 4 more times to surf at 35 minutes. It's amazing. You get more of your favorite surfers, and you get more big barrels, different conditions, different moods of Pipeline. I'm excited, gang.
Yeah, this event, non-elimination, there's no shockers, only shakas.
Only shakas.
So on behalf of all of our crew, I'd like to say thank you to Clifton Botello, who joined us as well, Isaiah Walker, Ezra Rodriguez. I'm Rocky Cannon. We'll see you tomorrow with more the Hui Backdoor Shootout action. Thank you. Mahalo so much for tuning in. We are really blessed and grateful. We'll see you. Have a beautiful day. Mahalo.